Aside from a pair of eyeballs that were flashing with purple light, the skeleton was completely white and devoid of color. Its limbs were waving erratically through the air, and it was uttering an incantation in a shrill, piercing voice that induced goosebumps on the listener's skin. The 13 skeletons around it also raised their heads and let loose sharp cries in unison, then vanished into the skeleton at the center as bursts of black chi. That skeleton then began to swell drastically, and light swirled over every single inch of its bones as it began to undergo a peculiar transformation. A dull thump akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and the skeleton swelled to around 700 to 800 feet in size. Black devilish flames erupted over its entire body, and it resembled a fiend celestial that had just descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a series of small skulls embedded onto the giant skeleton's sternum. The skulls were only several feet in size each, and there were 13 of them, clearly having been transformed from the 13 skeletons. What was even more astonishing was that as the giant skeleton let loose a long cry, a burst of cracks and pops rang out, and 26 pairs of arms emerged from its back. Each arm was holding a different type of bone weapon, and as the weapons were swung through the air, howling devilish winds and scorching devilish flames swept through the surrounding area. This was the primary devil of the 13 hierarchical true devils, while its constituent skeletons were the secondary devils. However, this was a rather special method of cultivation where Lord Lon had refined his own body to become the primary devil. The benefits of this included drastically enhancing his own powers, allowing him to master several types of powerful devilish abilities and erasing the risk of suffering backlash from the secondary devils. However, if he were to sustain overly severe wounds in this form, his mind could be corrupted by the devilish power he had attained, and he would be permanently reduced to a mindless primary devil. As such, if it weren't for the fact that Han Li was far more powerful than he had anticipated, he wouldn't have taken the risk to adopt this primary devil body. As soon as he adopted this form, a sense of overwhelming bloodlust flooded into Lord Lan's mind, and the fear he held toward Han Li was completely erased. After letting loose a burst of sinister cackling, he abruptly opened his mouth to expel a burst of devilish wind toward Han Li from afar. The devilish wind was extremely cold and encompassed the entirety of heaven and earth. The primary devil then stepped forward, and its body instantly vanished into the gust of devilish wind. At this point, Han Li had already pulverized most of the small mountains nearby using his own mountains as projectiles, and the mountain that the primary devil had been standing on before was the only one left. As the gust of devilish wind swept toward him, Han Li immediately hurled his pair of mountains forward once again. The two extreme mountains positioned themselves in front of him, and they began to swell drastically once again, reaching over 10,000 feet in height each. The devilish wind struck the two extreme mountains with tremendous force, and a thick layer of ice immediately took shape on the two mountains. Han Li stomped a foot onto the ground and launched himself onto the summit of one of the mountains, then peered carefully into the gust of devilish wind with blue light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, he suddenly let loose a furious roar as his giant ape hands lashed out like lightning, sending countless golden fist projections hurtling toward a certain spot within the devilish wind. A burst of unsettling cackling rang out as countless giant blade projections emerged from within the devilish wind, and the surfaces of these blade projections were all riddled with crimson runes. The seemingly indestructible golden fist projections were all sliced apart one after another, following which the blade projections continued on toward Han Li. The blue light in Han Li's eyes brightened even further upon seeing this, and he suddenly waved a hand through the air. 13 giant golden flowers immediately flew toward him before transforming into his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. They had been trapped momentarily by the restriction within the devilish formation, and they had only just managed to free themselves. Without requiring any instructions from Han Li, the 13 beetles expanded drastically to several tens of feet in size each, then instantly conjured up countless projections that appeared before Han Li like countless purple shields. The blade projections were extremely sharp, but all of them merely vanished amid dull thumps upon striking the beetles. With how resolute the bodies of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were, there really was barely anything in this world that could truly destroy them, and those blade projections were no exception. Right at this moment, a giant vortex appeared in the air above Han Li, following which a huge black figure descended from above. The black figure was wielding 26 bone weapons and enveloped in a sea of black flames. The primary devil that Lord Lan had transformed into was unleashing a sneak attack on Han Li. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance and wasn't alarmed in the slightest. He abruptly took a deep breath and a suit of black armor appeared over his body amid a burst of churning black chi, and countless black runes erupted from the suit of armor to protect him. He then rubbed his hands together before separating them and raising them up into the air, casting a giant net of lightning that erupted toward the descending sea of devilish flames. The black devilish flames and golden lightning clashed amid a resounding boom, and both were instantly significantly diminished as if they were direct counters to one another. Meanwhile, the 26 giant bone weapons came crashing down toward Han Li's head without any hesitation. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face, and golden light erupted behind him as a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection swung its 6 arms through the air and released 6 balls of golden light. The balls of light converged above Han Li, then transformed into a golden vortex that was around an acre in size. This was none other than the revolving golden light. Under the smokescreen provided by the dazzling golden vortex, a faint green figure also shot forth from Han Li's body, then vanished into the nearby devilish chi. Meanwhile, waves of golden light were being released by the rapidly revolving golden vortex, and these golden waves instantly encompassed all of the oncoming bone weapons. At the same time, the golden projection behind Han Li let loose a low cry, and a burst of enormous suction force erupted from the golden waves. The bone weapons in the hands of the primary devil tremored violently in the face of this suction force, then quickly flew out of the primary devil's grasp and directly toward the golden vortex. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, clearly quite surprised that he had managed to disarm the primary devil so easily. In the next instant, a burst of sinister cackling rang out from the primary devil, and it abruptly pointed a finger toward the 26 bone weapons. Just as the weapons were about to be drawn into the golden vortex, they suddenly converged and released a burst of piercing gray light. In the blink of an eye, a giant bone lotus flower took shape, and every single bone petal was riddled with countless runes that were radiating unsettling gray light. The giant bone lotus revolved on the spot, and released countless blades of light that shot forth in a torrential barrage. All of the golden waves were sliced apart before the blades hurtled directly toward the golden vortex. But the revolving golden light was an incredibly powerful ability that Han Li had only attained after achieving full mastery of the Provenance True Devil Arts. So it naturally wasn't going to be broken so easily. The 3 heads of the golden projection behind him began to chant in unison, and it was also casting a rapid string of incantation seals into the vortex with its 6 hands. A loud rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the golden vortex, and the golden waves erupting from it instantly became even more powerful, forming a stalemate with the blades of light released by the bone lotus. The purple light in the primary devil's eyes brightened upon seeing this, seemingly frustrated by Han Li's tenacious resistance. It abruptly reached toward itself with its 26 hands, pulling out a thick bone each, which transformed into another set of 26 weapons that were swept toward Han Li again. Han Li thumped his own chest with his giant ape fists upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to expel a pillar of golden light. At the same time, he rose up to clash with the primary devil with his bare fists, relying on the incredible defensive prowess of his suit of devilish armor to hold his own in melee combat. Right at this moment, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also pounced toward the giant primary devil, but the primary devil let loose a low roar as the 13 skulls detached themselves from its sternum, then flew directly toward the 13 beetles with green light erupting out of their mouths. This green light wasn't able to harm the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, but it was imbued with some kind of peculiar power that managed to temporarily trap the beetles. All of a sudden, the golden projection ceased its chanting and also withdrew its hand seals, and its body took on a substantial form. A burst of black chi then emerged from its middle head, revealing itself to be a black nascent soul that was several inches tall. The nascent soul was completely identical to Han Li in appearance, and it was holding a blade segment with both hands. It looked up at the primary devil with a cold light in its eyes, then harumphed coldly as it disappeared into the middle head of the golden body again. In the next instant, the golden body's 3 heads moved in unison and it flipped over one of its hands, upon which the blade segment that the black nascent soul had been holding a moment ago appeared in its grasp. The blade segment had expanded to over 10 times its original size to match the size of the golden body's hand. And the golden body's 3 heads began to chant in unison again. As it did so, it waved its other 5 arms through the air, sending countless golden runes raining down upon the blade segment, which began to radiate rings of 5-colored light. At the same time, a burst of power of laws of heaven and earth filled the entire space. Under the influence of this power of laws, the final small mountain nearby crumbled into rubble amid a resounding boom. All of the fierce winds sweeping through the devilish formation dissipated, and all of the devilish chi in a radius of several tens of kilometers quickly thinned out. Countless specks of 5-colored light began to appear before surging toward the blade segment in a frenzy, and the incomplete blade segment suddenly became whole again. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the purple blade, and the fluctuations of power of laws intensified even further. As for the specks of 5-colored light that hadn't yet surged into the blade, they all transformed into 5-colored runes. A cold smile appeared on the golden body's face, and it aimed the purple blade up at the primary devil overhead, while roughly doubling its rate of injection of 5-colored light into the purple blade. Due to the enormous amount of 5-colored light passing through it, the arm that was wielding the purple blade had turned into a rainbow color, and a terrifying aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth erupted from the blade. As more and more of the world's origin chi was injected into the blade, this aura became even more fearsome. The primary devil that was battling Han Li in the distance shuddered upon sensing this terrifying aura, and the violent killing intent of the primary devil significantly abetted as the logic of Lord Lan returned. The giant skeleton immediately hurled its 26 bone weapons through the air without any hesitation, then quickly pointed at the weapons, upon which they converged to form a sinister-looking blade that was several hundred feet in length. The giant blade came crashing down from above while the primary devil shot back in retreat, flying back to over 1,000 feet away in a flash. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted near the primary devil, and a huge green hand shot forth like lightning to grip onto its shoulder in a completely unexpected turn of events. The primary devil was naturally extremely alarmed by this, but a ferocious look then appeared in its eyes as it expelled a burst of devilish flames out of its mouth. The huge black hand was set alight and was quickly charred into a blackened state, but it displayed no intention of letting go. Green light flashed several times in rapid succession, and not only did the hand completely regenerate to its original condition, it was now gripping even more tightly onto the primary devil's shoulder. Only then did the primary devil begin to panic. It swung several of its arms through the air in unison, and then transformed into a dozen or so bone blades that slashed toward the giant green hand. A string of sickening cracks rang out in rapid succession as each of the bone blades sliced around a foot deep into the huge hand, but they were unable to progress any further. This green hand was much more resolute than even the average treasure. The primary devil was truly growing very alarmed now, and it let loose a loud roar as its body disassembled into countless bones in an instant. The giant green hand was still holding tightly onto 7 or 8 of its bones, but the rest of the skeleton converged several tens of feet away in its complete form, and it seemed that those missing bones hadn't affected its body at all. However, during this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body down below had already finished what it was doing. Golden runes appeared on the surface of the purple blade before it was slashed toward the primary devil up above. A tremendous burst of power of laws instantly erupted from the blade, transforming into a giant black wave that surged through the air, reaching the primary devil in a flash. The primary devil was extremely alarmed by this, and the devilish flames around its body swelled drastically before sweeping toward the massive wave. At the same time, a burst of loud cracks and pops erupted from its body as hundreds of bone blades emerged before flying through the air amid the devilish flames. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that the devilish flames and massive bone blades came into contact with the giant black wave, they were all erased from existence in a completely silent manner. The primary devil was horrified to see this, and it attempted to flee the scene, but it was completely immobilized by the power of laws in the air around it. Thus, the massive primary devil was completely inundated by the giant black wave in an instant, and it was completely wiped off the face of this realm. In the instant that the primary devil was destroyed, the skulls locked in combat with the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and the giant bone lotus that was opposing the golden vortex all disintegrated into plumes of black smoke. In the next instant, the power of laws in the surrounding space also vanished along with the massive black wave, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. After unleashing the power of the purple blade segment, the light radiating from the golden body had dimmed significantly, clearly indicating that it had expended a lot of power as well. At this moment, a green figure flashed nearby, and a green-skinned Han Li calmly emerged out of thin air. This was none other than the spirit body that Han Li had refined using that immortal Xianxia, and it was being controlled by Chuer. Even though Chuer wasn't very powerful at all, the spirit body didn't reject her, as she was also a spirit being of heaven and earth. As such, she was able to control the spirit body to great effect. Having been nurtured for centuries by the green liquid from Han Li's mysterious small vial, the spirit body had reached the pinnacle of the early body integration stage. With Chua's current powers, she was only able to realize a fraction of the spirit body's potential, but it still proved to be an extremely valuable ally to Han Li. Only after it had momentarily trapped the primary devil was the golden body able to kill it with a single strike using the blade segment. Otherwise, with the primary devil's array of peculiar abilities, it would not have been easy for Han Li to kill it in a short time. After the primary devil was slain, the golden body and spirit body both vanished into the giant ape's body as a ball of golden light and a green shadow, respectively. After that, golden light flashed from the giant ape's body, and it quickly shrank down as Han Li reverted back to his human form. A faint smile appeared on his face as he heaved a faint sigh of relief, but right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from another direction. At the same time, several bursts of astonishing bone-chilling auras erupted into the heavens from the same direction. The smile on Han Li's face instantly faded, and he turned toward the other battle with a cold expression. At this point, the entire devilish formation had already crumbled, and the black devilish chi had all dissipated, so everything within where the devilish formation once stood was revealed. The giant light barrier that had trapped the bald devilish being and the 4 heavenly ghosts had already been shattered, and the devilish lord had emerged in midair alongside the heavenly ghosts. The 4 heavenly ghosts wore their usual vicious expressions, but the bald devilish lord's expression had become extremely strained. He could see that the devilish formation they had painstakingly set up had been completely destroyed, and Lord Lan's aura had also vanished without a trace, so he was naturally very alarmed and bewildered. As an acquaintance of Lord Lan, he was naturally aware of the hierarchical true devils that Lord Lan had cultivated. He knew that when fully unleashed, the hierarchical true devils were even more powerful than the 4 heavenly ghosts he had summoned. It had only taken him a very short time to break through the light barrier he had been trapped under, but during this time, Lord Lan had been slain even after using his hierarchical true devils, and that was astonishing to the bald devilish lord. In the instant that the light barrier was shattered, Fairy Silver Light threw up several mouthfuls of blood, and her face became deathly pale. It was quite clear that she had paid a very heavy price to keep the bald devilish lord trapped within her light barrier. Han Li turned toward the bald devilish lord, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the devilish lord suddenly made a hand seal and fled the scene as a streak of black light. He had made a snap decision to flee, seeing as the situation had taken a dramatic turn for the worse. The 4 heavenly ghosts were also swept up into the streak of black light, and as for the heavenly Azura Gate, it merely vanished as soon as the devilish lord fled the scene, as if it were nothing more than a projection. Han Li harumphed coldly as he narrowed his eyes, then made a hand seal to release the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles out of his sleeve again. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and a pair of translucent wings emerged on his back. He then transformed into his giant 4-winged Tian Peng form and quickly sped away into the distance as an arc of silver lightning. In the blink of an eye, the giant bird and the black streak of light had vanished into the distant sky, and Fairy Silver Light immediately heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Li's speed outstripped that of the black streak of light. She knew that in her current state, she wouldn't be of any help to Han Li even if she were to give chase, so she simply remained where she was. She quickly pulled a jade vial out of her storage bracelet and consumed 7 or 8 pills at once. As a result, she was quite reinvigorated, but a slightly unnatural flush had appeared on her face. After that, she turned toward the piles of rubble where the devilish formation had once stood, and a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. Around an hour later, a streak of azure light returned. The azure light faded, and Han Li emerged in an expressionless manner, then dropped a round object from above, which landed right in front of Fairy Silver Light. The object gave off an overwhelming stench of blood and gore, and it was the head of one of the heavenly ghosts. The heavenly ghost's vicious expression was still etched on its face, but there was a hint of lingering astonishment in its wide eyes. It was as if the heavenly ghost had seen something unbelievable in the instant that it had been decapitated. "Brother Han, did you chase down that devilish lord?" Fairy Silver Light asked as she glanced down at the heavenly ghost head in a stunned manner. "Rest assured, I've already taken care of him and the 3 other heavenly ghosts." A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of black light, within which was a miniature azure gate that was several inches in size. This was none other than the bald devilish lord's heavenly azura gate. However, the light that was currently radiating from it was quite dim, suggesting that it seemed to have been damaged. "That's great. With all of them dead, there's no way the Elder Devil race will hear about our trip to Heavenly City. It was all thanks to you that we were able to kill those 3 devilish lords, Brother Han. If Ling Long hadn't told me about you all those years ago, I would truly be unable to believe that you've only been cultivating for just over 2,000 years, Fairy Silver Light said with both elation and awe in her voice. "I was merely lucky. The cultivation arts I used just so happened to suppress most devilish and ghostly cultivation arts. Compared to other fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base, my powers will be nowhere near as prominent." "Speaking of which, don't forget what you promised me," Han Li said in a meaningful voice. "Rest assured, Brother Han, I made a promise and I plan to deliver. Ling Long and I are both from the same race, so it won't be too difficult for me to pass on a message to her in your stead. It's just that Ling Long is currently with Senior A.O. Xiao, and I can't get into contact with her for now," Fairy Silver Light replied. "I'll have to thank you in advance. Then, fellow Taoist Silver Light, if you need my assistance with anything else in the future, feel free to call on me," Han Li said with a smile. Fairy Silver Light's eyes lit up with elation upon hearing this, and she replied, "You're very welcome, Brother Han. This is just a simple task for me." Han Li was far more powerful than she had anticipated and wasn't inferior even to a late body integration cultivator in the slightest. With a favor from such a powerful being up her sleeve, she would definitely be able to benefit immensely from it at a later date. After a brief discussion, both of them erased all traces of the nearby battlefield, then continued on toward Heavenly City. Han Li was flying through the air at a leisurely pace within a streak of azure light, and he was gently stroking a white wooden box within one of his sleeves with a contemplative look in his eyes. This wooden box was something that he had obtained from the bald devilish being whom he had slain using his blade segment again. Initially, he wasn't all that interested in the item, and only after discovering that neither his spiritual sense nor his spirit eye ability could allow him to glean its contents did he become very curious toward it. However, an extremely powerful formation had been set up on this box, making it very difficult for him to open it even with his vast array of abilities. As such, Han Li stowed the item away and hurried back to where Fairy Silver Light was. As he was stroking the wooden box, he could feel faint traces of heat being released from its surface, but less than 10 minutes later, it suddenly became very cool to the touch, and that made Han Li even more intrigued by its contents. However, they were currently still traveling, so he would just have to wait until they reached Heavenly City before studying the wooden box further. With that in mind, Han Li released a crimson bead from each of his 5 fingers, which then vanished into the wooden box in a flash as 5 crimson runes. This was a restriction he had learned from a certain foreign race, and he had cast it onto the wooden box as a safety precaution. Immediately thereafter, the wooden box was stowed away into his storage bracelet amid a flash of azure light, and he focused his entire attention on flight. At his and Fairy Silver Light's current speeds, they were quickly able to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Meanwhile, within a newly constructed devilish city that was countless kilometers away, there was a hall situated within one of the massive pyramids. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar of fury erupted from within the hall. What happened? How did 3 devilish lords fail to transport a single item? Do those 3 pieces of trash want to be thrown into the devil-form pond? The one who had spoken was a crimson-robed young man sitting in the main seat at the center of the hall. It was none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, and his face was currently etched with fury. This clone was only at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, but in his burning fury, a giant devilish projection that was over 100 feet tall abruptly appeared behind him. The projection was completely crimson in color with a dozen or so horns on its head. At the same time, there were several thick tentacles extending from its body and whipping wildly through the air, making it appear as if it were a giant octopus. The terrifying aura released by the devilish projection was causing the entire hall to creak and tremor violently, as if it were going to collapse at any moment. In the face of this terrifying aura, the black armored guards in the hall hurriedly half-knelt onto the ground and lowered their heads with horrified expressions, not daring to look up at sacred ancestor Shuiguang. There were only 2 high-grade devilish beings standing near sacred ancestor Shuiguang, and they immediately exchanged a bewildered glance upon seeing this. One of the 2 was a man in a baggy silver robe, and he asked, "What's made you so angry, Master Shuiguang?" The fury on sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face quickly faded, but his voice was still very heavy as he replied, "I asked 3 of my subordinates to transport something very important, but the wisp of spiritual sense I left on that item has been cut off by a secret technique. Something must have happened to those 3. Otherwise, there's no way the item would have been lost." The other high-grade devilish being was a pink-robed, middle-aged beauty, and she said in a bewildered manner, "Is that so? That seems very implausible. With 3 devilish lords traveling together, they should be able to protect themselves even against a human cultivator at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. As for that grand ascension stage human cultivator, he was wounded by several sacred ancestors when he ventured into our sacred realm around 1,000 years ago, so surely he won't appear at a time like this. It is indeed quite incredible to think that the 3 of them could have perished all at once. But it's not impossible for someone to have simply taken the treasure from them. I just tried to contact them using a secret technique, but there was no response. Someone go check if any devilish lord-level soul flames have been snuffed out in the soul hall." Sacred ancestor Shuiguang instructed with a dark expression. "Yes, sacred ancestor." One of the black armored guards immediately extended a respectful bow before backing out of the hall. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang leaned back in his seat and fell silent as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The 2 high-grade devilish beings were naturally aware that he was in a foul mood, and didn't dare to speak either. Thus, the entire hall became deathly silent. Around 10 minutes later, the black-armored figure rushed into the hall again, then half-knelt onto the ground and reported in a slightly panicked manner, "Sacred ancestor, the soul flames of 3 devilish lords have been snuffed out in quick succession." 3. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's eyes immediately widened, and one of the armrests of his chair was instantly crushed into dust in his white-knuckled grip amid a dull thump. "Yes, sacred ancestor. The supervisor of the Soul Hall has confirmed that these 3 soul flames belong to Lord Land's trio," the guard replied in a careful manner. Upon receiving this news, sacred ancestor Shuiguang was looking like a volcano that was on the brink of eruption. The 2 high-grade devilish beings in the hall also exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. However, both of them could tell that sacred ancestor Shuiguang was more enraged by the fact that the aforementioned item had been lost, rather than the deaths of the 3 devilish lords. This made them both rather curious about just what this item was. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang sat in a brooding silence for a long while before finally making a decision. "You 2, lead a group of bloodlight crystal guards and set off right away to find the place where those 3 were killed. Even if a grand ascension cultivator had been responsible, there must still have been signs of battle left behind. Carefully examine every single inch of soil there, and be sure to verify the identity and whereabouts of the human cultivators responsible. Drop all your other duties for now and prioritize this one above all else. Contact me as soon as you find any useful information." "Yes, Master Shuiguang." The pair of high-grade devilish beings immediately accepted their orders with a respectful bow. An hour later, a crimson cloud flew out of a certain level of the pyramid, and sinister devilish beings in suits of translucent crimson armor could be seen within the cloud. There were over 100 such beings in total, and they quickly vanished into the distance. Over a month later, 2 streaks of light shot forth in an extremely discreet manner toward a giant human city constructed beside a lake. After just a few flashes, the 2 streaks of light landed on a nameless mountain nearby. They were none other than Han Li and Fairy Silver Light, who had finally made it to the general vicinity of Heavenleen City. Both of them were currently appraising Heavenleen City with grim expressions. In the air in front of one of Heavenleen City's city walls, there were tens of thousands of giant black arcs hovering in midair, and between these arcs were countless ferocious devilish cavaliers. The devilish beast steeds of these cavaliers had black clouds beneath their feet and were fitted with suits of beastly armor, clearly setting them apart from those normal devilish beasts. Those are the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. The rumors were correct. The Elder Devil race only sent armies of low-grade devilish beasts to attack our deep heaven city, but they've sent out their truly elite forces to wipe out the other human settlements in the area. These all-encompassing devilish cavaliers are mostly only at the core formation stage or nascent soul stage, but after fusing as one with their devilish steeds through the use of a devilish secret technique, their powers will be multiplied. And human cultivators of the same cultivation base definitely wouldn't be a match for them. Even a deity transformation or spatial tempering stage being would be forced to flee if they were to be attacked by a large group of these cavaliers. Also, I heard that they're very adept in combination techniques, and a devilish formation set up by over 10,000 of these cavaliers will pose quite a threat even to cultivators of our caliber. There appears to be over 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers here, so it's no wonder that Heavenleen City is desperately asking for reinforcements, Fairy Silver Light said in a grim manner. The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't the most troublesome things to deal with, it's those guys. Han Li's lips twitched slightly as he pointed toward a cluster of giant black arcs. There were some armored devilish beings near the arcs with beastly lower bodies and human upper bodies. At the same time, they each had 3 different heads and 6 arms. The middle heads were all completely identical to those of normal humans, and they were all handsome male heads or gorgeous female heads. However, the other 2 heads were extremely terrifying to behold and resembled those of malicious ghosts. They were all holding different weapons in their 6 hands, and even though they numbered far fewer than the devilish cavaliers, the collective baleful aura they were releasing was extremely astonishing. Furthermore, there were a series of glowing gray projections behind them, and upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered them to be projections of giant ferocious beasts. The largest of these projections were over 1,000 feet in size, and even the smallest ones were over 100 feet in stature. These devilish beings all wore cold expressions and seemed to be completely devoid of emotions. Those are the Jialuan War Devils. There are only a few thousand of them, but Heavenleen City truly is in trouble here, Fairy Silver Light said as she drew a sharp breath. I presume these Jialuan War Devils have played a big role in the deaths of Heavenleen City's 2 Grand Elders, Han Li said with a grim expression. Apparently, Jialuan War Devils rank in the top 5 even among the elite forces of the Elder Devil race. If those 2 fallen fellow Taoists had been trapped by these devils before being attacked by other devilish lords, then it would have indeed been very difficult for them to escape. I really want to see just how powerful these War Devils are in action, Fairy Silver Light mused. Hee hee, it seems that your wish is about to come true, Han Li suddenly chuckled. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of buzzing suddenly rang out from the giant black arcs, following which almost every single one of them released countless black pillars of light that hurtled directly toward the giant city wall up ahead in a frenzy. A string of resounding booms rang out and formations of all different colors emerged on the surface of the slightly damaged city wall. These formations conjured up layers of shimmering light barriers that managed to withstand the powerful pillars of black light, which exploded into violent black ripples that made the entire sky dim significantly. Right at this moment, the sound of rumbling war drums rang out from the arcs, following which over 100 mountainous giant beasts emerged from the battle arcs. Each of these devilish beasts were over 1,000 feet in size, and they appeared to be massive black rhinoceroses that were crashing directly toward the city wall, looking as if they were planning to use their bodies as battering rams. At the same time, all types of low-grade devilish beasts surged out of the other giant arcs in a frenzy, then surged toward the city wall like a devilish wave. Dense devilish chi surged through the entire heavens, and countless beasts roared in unison. Countless human warriors appeared atop the city wall and unleashed attacks such as fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades toward the oncoming devilish army using some crossbow-like weapons. The devilish beasts at the forefront of the devilish wave were quickly felled by these attacks, having either been reduced to masses of mangled blood and flesh, or incinerated into charcoal, or frozen into ice blocks. Tens of thousands of low-grade devilish beasts were slain in an instant, and the momentum of the entire attack seemed to have been halted momentarily. However, those giant rhinoceros-like beasts paid no heed at all to the oncoming attacks. They each conjured up a layer of extremely dense yellow light around their bodies, and the attacks being aimed at them were unable to pierce through these light barriers. Thus, all of these giant beasts arrived in front of the city wall in the blink of an eye, then aimed their inky black horns toward the city wall. Black halos of light instantly appeared on the horns of these devilish beasts, following which they abruptly shook their heads, and the halos instantly vanished as a result. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the surface of the giant city wall, and these black halos erupted out of thin air before viciously striking the protective formations on the surface of the city wall. In the face of these black halos, the light barriers formed by the formations were torn apart with ease, following which giant rifts were torn into the wall. The human warriors who were unfortunate enough to be struck by these black halos were all instantly reduced to dust, and the warriors near them were naturally very alarmed to see them. Some of them attempted to get down from the city wall in a panicked manner, but right at this moment, bursts of light suddenly appeared above their heads. Head-sized yellow crystal balls then emerged from these bursts of light, then released threads of yellow light that swept through the air. The retreating human warriors were instantly decapitated by these threads of light, and their headless bodies slumped to the ground. Deserters, those who refuse to follow orders, and those who aren't giving their all will be killed on the spot. A bone-chilling voice echoed over the city wall, following which several armor-clad nascent soul cultivators emerged from the bursts of light up above. Each of them had 5 yellow crystal balls revolving around them, and they all wore steely expressions. Following their emergence, the human warriors could only continue to oppose the devilish army with all their might, and as a result of their desperate efforts, even the giant rhinoceros beasts were forced to a standstill. At the same time, a profound incantation rang out from within the city, and a series of huge blue formations emerged behind the city wall. Immediately thereafter, bolts of blue lightning sprang out of these formations amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. The bolts of lightning formed a series of massive lightning nets, each of which was several thousand feet in size, and they descended toward the other side of the city wall. Countless low-grade devilish beasts, as well as many giant rhinoceros beasts, were caught under the explosions of these nets of lightning, resulting in the emergence of a series of giant blue lightning clouds. The low-grade devilish beasts were instantly destroyed, and even the dense light barriers around the giant rhinoceros beasts were torn apart. The bolts of lightning struck their enormous bodies in a frenzy, causing them to roar with agony as large sections of their bodies were charred black. However, these giant beasts truly possessed astonishing vitality. Not only were these lightning strikes unable to kill them, they seemed to have only enraged the beasts further. They swung their heads vigorously through the air, releasing several more black halos that surged toward the city wall, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as a section of the giant city wall finally collapsed. Through this gap in the city wall, one could even see the backup army of human warriors in the city. These human warriors were all deathly pale, but they were forced to maintain their formation by the intimidation of the law-enforcing nascent soul cultivators up above. Meanwhile, the general of the devilish army was becoming very impatient. A sharp piercing cry erupted straight into the heavens from one of the giant black arcs, and the cry was filled with unadulterated killing intent. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the devilish cavaliers near the arc, and they all began to converge together into massive groups. From a distance, it looked as if several black seas had suddenly appeared in the air and they were setting up complex formations as they slowly advanced toward Heavenly City. The devilish cavaliers and their devilish beast steeds all began to release a vast amount of inky black devilish chi, and the sun up above was quickly completely concealed by a black devilish sea. Some of the giant arcs suddenly blasted forth pillars of purple light that instantly vanished into the bodies of the giant rhinoceroses, and their injuries were completely healed within the span of just a few breaths. Their eyes then turned bright red in response to the sharp cry that had just erupted behind them, and they crashed through the oncoming attacks as they charged directly toward the gap in the city wall. Under the cover of these giant rhinoceroses, the army of low-grade devilish beasts was also finally able to advance toward Heavenly City as well. As such, the situation had become extremely perilous for Heavenly City. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed several times in rapid succession from the gap in the city wall, and groups of human cultivators suddenly appeared, then frantically waved the formation flags they were holding through the air. A string of loud rumbling rang out as giant bricks of different colors came raining down from above, completely filling the gap in the blink of an eye. Not only were these bricks remarkably huge, they were all as smooth and lustrous as jade, clearly having been specially refined. After they blocked the opening in the city wall, the cultivators up above immediately cast incantation seals toward them, and they immediately fused with the rest of the city wall in a seamless manner. In the instant that the opening in the city wall vanished, the surfaces of several giant buildings in Heavenly suddenly blurred, following which countless runes emerged from them. These runes swirled through the air before forming a series of profound formations of different sizes, and immediately thereafter these buildings transformed into giant stone puppets amid a string of rumbling booms. Each puppet was completely devoid of facial features aside from a huge single eye, and there was a house-sized opening on each of their bellies. Within each of those openings were several human cultivators standing on a heptagram, holding strange treasures with nervous looks on their faces. These giants abruptly threw their heads back and let loose thunderous roars, then immediately rushed over to the city wall before rubbing their hands together. A gust of fierce glacial winds swept forth, and countless specks of blue light appeared within the glacial wind before converging toward their palms. In the blink of an eye, a series of translucent ice spears that resembled 1,000-feet-long pillars appeared. The giant puppets grabbed onto the spears, then hurled them violently through the air, upon which they instantly vanished amid flashes of blue light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the giant rhinoceroses, and over 1,000 streaks of piercing blue light emerged out of thin air. These streaks of blue light then transformed into 1,000-feet-long ice spears that pierced through the rhinoceroses' mountainous bodies before exploding violently. Following their explosions, the spears transformed into clouds of blue mist that were several acres in size, sealing the severely wounded rhinoceroses into gargantuan ice statues. The yellow protective light barriers around their bodies had completely failed to protect them. Loud thunderclaps then erupted as over 100 massive bolts of crimson lightning crashed down from above, piercing through the dense devilish chi without any warning before shattering all of the gigantic ice statues. All of the giant rhinoceroses were instantly slain on the spot, and even their souls hadn't managed to escape. Within a set of secret chambers inside the bodies of these giant stone puppets, a group of deity transformation stage human cultivators all released the items in their hands as relieved expressions appeared on their faces. These items were a series of shimmering red talismans, upon which were inscribed countless golden and silver runes. As soon as these talismans were released by the human cultivators, they immediately completely dimmed and disintegrated into plumes of smoke. Almost at the exact same moment, the human warriors on the city wall had exhausted the powers of their weapons, and they quickly began to retreat back to the city. They were replaced by groups of human cultivators wearing four-colored robes, and as soon as they arrived on the city wall, they summoned a series of shimmering treasures, which transformed into swathes of five-colored light that hurtled directly toward the oncoming army of low-grade devilish beasts. All of the low-grade devilish beasts that came into contact with these swathes of light were instantly destroyed, and it was quite clear that these weapons were far more powerful than the weapons the human warriors had been using. With so many cultivators attacking at once, they were able to conjure up an astonishing spectacle, even though there weren't many high-grade beings among their ranks. Without the protection of the giant rhinoceroses, the low-grade devilish beasts were being wiped out at an alarming rate, and the devilish army was being severely dented. As a result, the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers behind the low-grade devilish beasts immediately spurred on the devilish cloud around them to more than double the speed of its advancement. Following a command issued by a high-grade cultivator, who was the leader of all of the human cultivators on the city wall, everyone immediately directed their treasures away from the low-grade devilish beasts and aimed them toward the devilish cloud instead. The treasures hurtled toward the devilish cloud like a series of shooting stars, and a few dull thumps rang out as the devilish cloud churned violently. A series of massive black runes then surged out of the cloud in a frenzy before forming a giant black formation. Treasures rained down upon the formation like a torrential storm, but the formation merely tremored slightly before keeping all of the treasures at bay. Right at this moment, the devilish cavaliers within the devilish cloud each raised a hand at the same time, conjuring up long blades that were several feet in length each before slashing them violently through the air. Countless black blade projections swept out of the devilish cloud as streaks of black light, and resounding explosions echoed throughout the entire heavens. Hundreds of thousands of human treasures clashed with these blade projections before instantly being sliced into pieces, then disintegrated into specks of light of different colors. The entire sky was instantly illuminated by these colorful lights, and at the same time, the devilish cavaliers let loose loud roars as they hurled their long blades through the air. The blades transformed into streaks of black light that vanished into the giant formation up above, and a series of giant black blades quickly re-emerged from the center of the formation amid erratic flashes of black light. Each of the blades was several hundred feet in length, and they immediately swept forward before crashing viciously down toward the city wall up ahead. Black light swirled around the giant blades, and blade projections that were over 10,000 feet in length hurtled directly toward the city wall, unleashing a devastatingly fearsome aura. All of the human cultivators encompassed beneath this burst of terrifying spiritual pressure immediately flew into a blind panic, and many of them rose up into the air to flee the scene, but it was already too late. The giant black blade projections swept through the air, reducing all of the human cultivators to shreds of mangled blood and flesh, and another massive section of the city wall was felled, creating a huge gap that was over 1,000 feet wide. Over 10,000 cultivators had just been killed by that single attack alone, and all of the human cultivators on the city wall were extremely horrified to see this. Some of them gritted their teeth and continued to attack the devilish formation in the distance, while others hurriedly summoned defensive treasures as a prophylactic measure. After unleashing that devastating barrage of attacks, the giant black blades at the center of the formation disintegrated into specks of black light, following which a bone-chilling cry rang out from that gargantuan devilish arc again. Vicious looks appeared on the faces of all of the devilish cavaliers upon hearing this sound, and they roared as they abruptly spurred on their devilish steeds to carry them forward as rapid streaks of black light. The distance of several kilometers was covered by these devilish cavaliers in just a few flashes, and all of the attacks that they were struck by were repelled by the black light barriers that appeared over their suits of armor. Only very few of the oncoming treasures managed to break through their defenses, but the number of devilish cavaliers that were felled by these treasures was simply negligible in the grand scheme of things. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had reached the protective light barrier in front of the city wall, and they unleashed countless streaks of powerful black light with their weapons to attack the light barrier. Meanwhile, their devilish steeds were also unleashing all types of abilities, with some blasting pillars of flames out of their mouths, while others conjured up a series of giant wind blades, and some were even directly attacking the light barrier with their horns. In the face of such an astonishing number of attacks, the protective light barrier was only able to last for the span of a few breaths before flashing erratically, looking as if it were on the verge of collapse. Just a single wave of attacks from these all-encompassing devilish cavaliers was threatening to breach the city's defenses, and the oncoming human treasures were completely ineffective against them. As for the giant stone puppets in the city, they seemed to only be capable of unleashing that one attack, and they had reverted back to become giant buildings again thereafter. However, a clear ringing sound suddenly erupted from one of the giant towers, immediately following which spatial fluctuations surged through the air nearby, and thousands of human cultivators suddenly emerged. All of them wore grim expressions, and they quickly formed a massive formation with the giant tower at the very center. After that, they lowered their heads and raised a hand each as they began to chant incantations in unison. 5-colored incantation seals formed by spiritual power surged into the massive tower as countless streaks of spiritual light and a loud buzzing sound rang out from the tower as dazzling 5-colored light appeared over its surface. At the same time, violent tremors suddenly ran through a plot of empty land outside the city wall, and the ground abruptly split open to reveal a series of inky black tunnels. Immediately thereafter, groups of copper humanoid figures that were each around 20 feet tall rushed out of the tunnels. These copper humanoid figures were clad in thick and heavy suits of armor, and were wielding all types of weapons, including long halberds and powerful crossbows. Some of them were riding atop copper spirit beast steeds, while others were standing on azure war carriages that were over 100 feet in length each. These humanoid figures pounced toward the devilish cavaliers in a completely expressionless manner, and the devilish general in the giant ark seemed to be rather taken aback to see this, but he then harumphed coldly before letting loose another piercing cry. Ferocious looks immediately appeared in the eyes of the devilish cavaliers as they rushed toward the puppet army, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. During this brief period of respite, a series of dazzling streaks of light appeared in the air above the city wall. These streaks of light then faded to reveal several thousand high-grade human cultivators, and they summoned countless treasures before also joining the battle. Even though the army of copper puppets was clearly no match for the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, the addition of the high-grade cultivators allowed them to hold their own. Furthermore, with the assistance from the desperate attacks being unleashed by the low-grade cultivators on the city wall, they were slowly gaining the upper hand. Strangely enough, the devilish general in the giant ark didn't send the Jaluan war devils into battle despite this. Only after several hours had passed, when both the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and the human army had suffered some casualties, did the dull chime of a bell suddenly ring out. As soon as the devilish cavaliers heard this sound, they immediately began to retreat, forming a series of tight defensive formations as they did. At the same time, the Jaluan war devils began to advance while appraising the human army with cold expressions. The high-grade human cultivators' hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they didn't dare to pursue the retreating devilish cavaliers. The copper puppet army also stopped not far away from Heavenly City at the behest of some mysterious cultivators in the city. After these devilish cavaliers retreated back to the giant arcs, they immediately disappeared into the arcs as specks of black light. Once all of the devilish cavaliers had entered the arcs, the Jaluan war devils also turned back and did the same thing. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and all of the giant black arcs instantly flew away into the distance, vanishing out of sight in what seemed like the blink of an eye. After launching a massive attack against the city, the devilish army had retreated in an inexplicable fashion. Han Li and Fairy Silver Light couldn't help but exchange a befuddled glance upon seeing this. Han Li was silent for a moment before analyzing in a contemplative manner. Something's not right. If those Jaluan war devils had joined the battle, the devilish army could have immediately regained the upper hand, and if the devilish lords had been deployed as well, then it's quite possible that they could have forced their way into the city. With so many devilish elites in this army, I'm sure there would be quite a few devilish lords among their ranks as well. 2 of Heavenly City's Grand Elders have already perished, which means there are only 2 body integration cultivators left in the city, so they're at a grave disadvantage when it comes to top-grade forces. Heavenly City must have some other trump card that the devilish army has already fallen prey to, which is why they're proceeding with such caution. That does indeed sound quite plausible. It seems that our task here may not be as difficult as we imagined. Fairy Silver Light's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. Even if Heavenly City does possess some kind of powerful trump card, it's most likely not enough to oppose the devilish army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a risk to request reinforcements from Deep Heaven City. We'll only know what the exact situation is like when we enter the city, Han Li said. Fairy Silver Light nodded in response. I guess so. Even though the devilish army has retreated, they've definitely left behind some scouts to monitor the situation here, but there's no way they can stop us, so let's head to the city right away. Fairy Lin Luan of the Heavenly Sovereign Sect is an old acquaintance of mine. I wonder how she's doing. Indeed, this is a great opportunity for us to enter the city. Let's go. Han Li agreed with a nod. At this point, the human cultivators and puppet army had also retreated back to the city, and the two of them began to fly toward the city as two streaks of light. Their approach naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade human cultivators in the distance, and some of the spatial tempering cultivators among them swept their spiritual sense toward Han Li's duo from afar. Upon verifying that the two were both humans, a stir immediately ran through the group of human cultivators. Just as they were about to reach Heavenly City, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out, seemingly out of nowhere. "I've been waiting for you." As soon as the voice trailed off, the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a set of mountainous devilish claws emerged out of thin air before hurtling toward the two streaks of light. The devilish claws were several thousand feet in size and completely inky black in color, with pillars of green flames erupting from the fingertips. Its enormous size encompassed the entire heavens, and Han Li's duo was struck by the sense that there was no way to evade it. One of the devilish lords must have stayed behind. Fairy Silver Light exclaimed as she immediately swept both of her sleeves through the air. Silver light flashed, and a pair of silver hooks shot forth before transforming into a white crescent moon and a scorching crimson sun. Each celestial body was several hundred feet in size, and they hurtled directly toward the giant claws amid the sound of rumbling thunderclaps and howling winds. As for Han Li, he also raised a hand to launch a massive shimmering golden fist projection through the air, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as spiritual light of different colors exploded violently. The entire space tremored, and the sound of wind and thunder rang out incessantly. Even with Han Li's extraordinary strength and physical constitution, he was still forced to stumble back 7 to 8 steps from the force of the impact before finally stabilizing himself. As for Fairy Silver Light, she was forced back even further, hurtling through the air for several hundred feet before finally managing to arrest her own momentum. Furthermore, this was even after Han Li had nullified around 75% of the Devilish Claw's power. In the face of such a fearsome attack, Fairy Silver Light's expression immediately darkened significantly. However, the owner of the Devilish Claws hadn't enjoyed that clash either. Not only had the giant Devilish Claw projection he unleashed been completely destroyed, he was also forced to stumble out of thin air. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he was just about to focus his gaze on this devilish being when a bone-chilling sensation suddenly swept toward him from behind without any warning. If a normal mid-body integration cultivator were in his place, they would have definitely been slowed down significantly by this burst of glacial power. However, Han Li possessed the 5-colored glacial flames, and he had also absorbed another type of unknown glacial power in the primordial world, so his proficiency in controlling glacial powers wasn't inferior in the slightest compared to body integration cultivators who purely used isotribute cultivation arts. As such, the burst of glacial power didn't do anything aside from conjure up a layer of frost over his robes. All of a sudden, a green figure leaped out of Han Li's back before throwing a vicious punch. The green fist struck a snowy white flying dagger amid a resounding boom, and green and white light intertwined as a burst of thriving vitality erupted in all directions alongside white glacial chi. The flying dagger tremored before flying back, then landed in the grasp of another humanoid figure who had just emerged out of thin air. This was a thin young man who appeared to be around 15 to 16 years of age. He wore a cold expression, and was currently appraising Han Li with a frosty look in his eyes. As for the green figure, it was revealed to be a green-robed humanoid figure that was identical in appearance to Han Li. There was faint purple light emanating from its body, and it was missing one of its hands. Even though it had managed to force back that flying dagger with its fist, its hand has also been severed during the clash. However, a ball of green light then appeared around the wrist of the severed hand, and another hand immediately took its place. The green-skinned Han Li flexed the fingers on the hand, and it was no different to the hand that had just been severed. The frosty young man faltered slightly upon seeing this before a vicious light appeared in his eyes. The green-skinned Han Li was naturally none other than his body integration stage spirit body, and it had saved him from that perilous sneak attack. However, Han Li wore a slightly dark expression as he also appraised the white-robed young man with animosity in his eyes. Ever since he had mastered the first stage of the spirit refinement technique, no one had ever been able to sneak so close to him without his detection. This immediately made Han Li quite wary of this mid-body integration stage devilish lord. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and Han Li raised an eyebrow as he cast his gaze toward fairy silver light out of the corner of his eyes. There, he discovered that she had summoned a silver flag, which had transformed into a ball of silver light, and had just endured another clash against the owner of the giant devilish claws. Judging from her pale complexion and the slightly disoriented look in her eyes, she had clearly come off decidedly second best during the clash. This was partially due to the fact that she had still yet to recover from her last battle, but at the same time, the power of her opponent was certainly not to be discounted. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he cast his gaze up into the air, upon which he caught sight of a burly devilish man in a suit of black devilish armor. The devilish man had a crimson sarcoma on his head, and he was holding a pair of inky black bone hammers while appraising Han Li and fairy silver light with a sinister expression. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly as he discovered that this black-armored devilish man was at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and the indescribably sinister aura emanating from his body indicated that he seemed to be using an extremely powerful devilish cultivation art. You two are esteemed figures even in the context of the entire Elder Devil race. Don't you think it's far too underhanded to use such sneaky tactics? Fairy Silverlight accused in an enraged manner. If we can kill our enemies, what does it matter? We aren't bound by the pretentious rules that you humans have set for yourselves, the burly devilish lord guffawed as he thumped his hammers together violently. Judging from your powers, I'm sure you two are quite renowned even among devilish lords. How about telling us your names? Han Li said in a calm manner. You two were able to withstand my attack just now, so you're worthy of hearing my name. I am Tai Long of our sacred race's Steel Bone branch, and this is Fei Ye of the Ice Spirit branch. You two must be the human reinforcements that have been sent to this heavenly city. Why don't you tell me your name as well, so I can add you to the list of human body integration cultivators I've slain? Tai Long said with a sinister smile. Rather than being irked by this provocative remark, Han Li merely smiled and replied, My surname is Han, and I'm just an insignificant man that I'm sure you wouldn't have heard of. Do you think you still have a chance to kill us after failing to do so with that sneak attack? As if to back up Han Li's words, as soon as his voice trailed off, two streaks of spiritual light suddenly flew out of Heavenly City before hurtling directly toward them. Within the two streaks of light, two astonishing bursts of body integration stage spiritual pressure surged toward the two devilish lords. They contained an early body integration cultivator and a mid-body integration cultivator. Tai Long's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and after taking a quick glance at the two oncoming streaks of light, he turned to his companion with a dark expression and said, Let's go. As soon as his voice trailed off, he raised a hand to summon an inky black war carriage that was several tens of feet in length, and he immediately flew onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the frosty young man remained completely expressionless, but his body blurred on the spot before vanishing in a flash. In the next instant, the white-robed young man appeared several thousand feet away, then took another step and vanished once again. He seemed to possess a formless body, and it only took him several steps to completely disappear into the distance. As for Tai Long, the black war carriage beneath his feet flashed with black light, then carried him away into the distance as an arc of black lightning. A string of thunderclaps rang out, and after a few more flashes, the carriage also vanished into the distance. Han Li wore a contemplative expression as he looked on at the two departing devilish lords, but made no effort to give chase. As for Fairy Silverlight, she was clearly very wary of Tai Long's astonishing powers, and also remained on the spot with a strained expression. These two devilish lords were far more powerful than she had anticipated, and there could even be other devilish lords among this army. In that case, even with her and Han Li's assistance, it would be very difficult to guard the city. Han Li's expression quickly returned to normal, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he cast his gaze toward the two oncoming streaks of light. The lights faded, and two people were revealed not far away from Han Li's duo. The two people consisted of a man who appeared to be in his 40s, and a woman who appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. The man had a square and stern face, and wore a set of yellow scholar robes. He had a thick white jade book in his hand, and there were 2 giant brushes, one golden and one silver, strapped to his back. As for the woman, she had an oval face and was quite a beauty. She wore a dark green palatial dress, and she was holding a basket of flowers. A hint of elation flashed through Fairy Silverlight's eyes at the sight of the woman, and she immediately said, "I'm so glad that you're safe and well, Sister Lin. I was sent here to reinforce your sect. Sister Silverlight, it's so good to see you. Your city must have received our request for reinforcements. May I ask who your companion is?" "I don't recall ever seeing him before." The woman in the palatial dress appraised Fairy Silverlight with a look of surprise and elation on her face, which was then replaced by a hint of befuddlement when she turned to Han Li. Before Han Li had a chance to reply, the yellow-robed scholar smiled and said, "Hee, this is fellow Taoist Han Li. I met him on several occasions on 9 Immortal Mountain." This scholar seemed to recognize Han Li, and Han Li also found him to be rather familiar. After a brief pause for contemplation, he recalled who this man was, and he immediately greeted with a smile. "Ah, your Master Azure Dragon of the 9-Star Sect, it's a pleasure meeting you again." This Master Azure Dragon was a body integration cultivator whom he'd met on several occasions during the Myriad Treasure Exchange Convention, but they weren't overly familiar with one another. The scholar swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. "I recall you were only at the early body integration stage when we last met, yet you've progressed to the mid-body integration stage after just several centuries. I really must congratulate you. Brother Han, I was very fortunate to have been able to make a breakthrough during the past few centuries. I didn't think that we would meet again after the exchange convention. This must be the fellow Taoist Lin Wan that Fairy Silverlight mentioned, right?" Han Li gave a modest response as usual before changing the subject and directing his attention to the woman in the palatial dress. "Indeed, I am Lin Wan, Brother Han. I've heard much about you lately, and I must thank you and Sister Silverlight for coming to our city to assist us in our time of need. If no body integration stage fellow Taoists had come to reinforce us, then our Heavenly City most likely wouldn't even be able to last 2 more months," Lin Wan said in a grateful voice that was very pleasant to the ears. "Why is that, Sister Lin? Brother Han and I saw the devilish army attack the city from afar just now, and the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers do appear to be quite troublesome. But the city was able to keep them at bay, so what's the issue?" Fairy Silverlight asked as a grim look appeared on her face. "Unfortunately, what you just saw is only a small portion of the devilish army. The true army is situated in a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from here. Also, these devilish elites aren't attacking our city in an all-out assault because they're waiting for a certain day to arrive," Lin Wan replied with a wry smile. "They're waiting for a certain day?" Fairy Silverlight was rather bewildered to hear this. "Indeed, but this is not the place to talk. Let's return to the city first. The Elder Devils are extremely cunning. Perhaps those 2 devilish lords will return to this place with the other 2 devilish lords," Master Azure Dragon reminded. Fairy Silverlight's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately agreed without any hesitation. "There are 4 devilish lords in total? All right, let's hurry back to the city." Thus, the 4 of them flew toward Heavenly City together, reaching the massive city wall in the blink of an eye. At this point, some of the human cultivators and copper puppets were still yet to enter the city, and Han Li couldn't help but take a few glances at them. The high-grade cultivators all appeared to be quite exhausted, and some of them had very pale complexions, indicating that they were either carrying injuries or had expended far too much energy. As for the copper puppets, most of them were riddled with pits and bumps, and some of them were even missing limbs. It seemed that Heavenly City really had been struggling. Fairy Silverlight's expression also darkened upon seeing this, while Lin Wan and Master Azure Dragon could only look on with wry smiles. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators in 5-colored robes flew onto the city wall atop flying treasures. They then began to repair the city wall while carving a series of complex and profound formations onto its surface. At the same time, groups of human warriors got onto the city wall to replace the human cultivators there. These warriors were all fully equipped and appeared to be quite well rested, and Han Li's heart eased slightly upon seeing this. Thus, he and Fairy Silverlight were led over the city wall as well as the defenses that had been set up in the city and finally made their way into a hall situated in a corner of Heavenly City. There were several spatial tempering cultivators already waiting for them inside the hall, and as soon as they arrived, the group of cultivators stood up to greet them in an enthusiastic manner. At the sight of the hint of befuddlement that had appeared on Han Li and Fairy Silverlight's faces, Master Azure Dragon hurriedly explained, "These are the fellow Taoists who are responsible for overseeing our city's defenses. I'm sure they'll be able to introduce our current situation to you." "I see." Han Li nodded before taking a seat in the hall, while the group of spatial tempering cultivators remained standing respectfully off to the side. "Sister Lin, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, please tell us about Heavenly City's current situation in detail, as well as how those two fellow Taoists were killed, so Brother Han and I can know what to look out for," Fairy Silverlight said as she took a seat. Everyone's expressions changed slightly at the mention of the two deceased body integration cultivators, and Master Azure Dragon's expression became a little strained. Fairy Lin Luan brows furrowed slightly as she replied, "There really isn't much to be said about how those fellow Taoists were killed. We mentioned everything there was to be said in that letter. The devilish lords that are leading the attack against our city are extremely cunning. They only brought a small portion of their all-encompassing devilish cavaliers initially, and these cavaliers were led by only two early body integration stage devilish lords. As such, our two fellow Taoists were lured out of the city, where they were ambushed by 4 devilish lords, and were killed on the scene." "I see. These devilish beings really are very calculating." Fairy Silverlight sighed in a forlorn manner. Han Li nodded in agreement before asking, "Indeed, the two of us will need to proceed with caution as well. If possible, would you be able to tell us about the abilities of those 4 devilish lords?" "Of course. We'll be counting on you and fellow Taoist Silverlight to help us defend the city. So we'll give you all of the information we've compiled on these 4 devilish lords," Master Azure Dragon quickly agreed. "That would be best. You were saying earlier that the devilish beings were waiting for a certain day. Would you be able to elaborate on that?" Han Li asked. Fairy Silverlight was clearly also very interested to hear the answer. This is referring to the day where the 5 suns transition into moons 2 months from now. On that day, the main protective formation that our city is relying on will cease to function, Lin Luan replied in a grim manner. "The day when the 5 suns transition into moons? Now that you mention it, this centenary phenomenon is indeed going to take place in 2 months, but how does it have anything to do with the city's protective formation?" Fairy Silverlight asked. Han Li was very knowledgeable in formations, and he quickly theorized. "On the day when the 5 suns transition into moons, the yang energy of heaven and earth will be severely lacking. Could it be that this formation draws its power from this energy?" "Precisely, fellow Taoist Han. Our 4 sects set up a 9-sun astral formation in the city, and the more yang energy of heaven and earth it can absorb, the more powerful it'll be. At the height of its powers, it wouldn't be impossible for it to kill even devilish lords. It's exactly because of this formation that the devilish army hasn't dared to launch an all-out attack against our city. Not only can this formation only be set up in a place where 9 plots of earthly fire can be found, the materials required have exhausted almost the entire wealth of our 4 sects. On top of that, it's limited by the fact that it can only unleash its power after absorbing an enormous amount of the yang energy of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be an issue, but due to the issue outlined earlier, we're truly in a dire situation," Lin Luan said with tightly furrowed brows. 9-sun astral formation? If this formation is as powerful as you say, then why have I never heard of it before?" Fairy Silverlight asked. "That's no surprise. This formation is one that was created by a dozen or so of our 4 sects formation masters, and it took over 1,000 years for them to do so. Its powers are definitely not inferior to those the legendary ancient formations," Fairy Lin Luan explained in a slightly proud manner. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but he was actually quite surprised. Only a major power such as this one would be able to gather enough resources and manpower to create a new formation of such staggering power. It seemed that the 4 sects were very powerful, and had been preparing for this devilish tribulation for a long time. Not only had they gathered 4 body integration cultivators, they had even created such an extraordinary formation. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he smiled as he said, "This 9-sun astral formation does sound very powerful, but the city is facing an army of devilish elites led by 4 devilish lords. Surely this formation alone isn't enough to make the army so wary of the city." "Indeed. This formation is extremely powerful, but it will surely take quite a while to activate, so it would be quite a stretch to use it against the 4 devilish lords. On top of that, there's a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage among the devilish army. Will a formation really be enough to oppose such a powerful being? Fairy Silverlight also asked with a puzzled expression. Aside from the 9 Sun astral formation, our city did have some powerful trump cards that could threaten devilish lords, but these trump cards all have severe limitations and can only be used a set number of times, so there are barely any remaining now. These devilish lords are throwing their armies at us once every few days, and they're doing this in order to exhaust all of our trump cards. I'll disclose the specific details of the situation to the 2 of you later, Master Azure Dragon replied with a wry smile. Indeed, those devilish lords are extremely devious, and every time they've attacked the city, we've been forced to exhaust a large number of our defensive resources. On many occasions, the 2 of us were forced to exit the city to combat the enemies, and the devilish lords would always appear to attack us. If we hadn't used some trump cards to defend ourselves, we could have easily followed in the footsteps for our 2 fallen fellow Taoists. Fairy Lin Luan said as a look of intense resentment appeared on her face. It sounds like the city's not in a very good place. Please elaborate on the current situation, Hanli said in a calm voice. Yes, it would indeed be a good idea for us to get a better grasp of the situation, Fairy Silverlight chimed in agreement. Fellow Taoists, sure. Introduce our Heavenly City's current situation to our fellow Taoists here, Master Azure Dragon said, as he turned to one of the spatial tempering cultivators. Yes, Grand Elder, a gray-robed elderly man said as he immediately took a step forward in a respectful manner. After extending a salute to Han Li's duo, he began in a solemn voice. The situation that our Heavenly City is currently in is truly not a very optimistic one. All of the fortresses we had constructed around the city had been razed to the ground by the devilish army several months ago, and 5 of the 13 protective restrictions we've set up around the city have also been destroyed. In order to repair these restrictions, we'll require at least a month of respite. The most powerful asset of our city, the army of copper puppets, has also been reduced from 100,000 to around only 70,000. On top of that, the remaining puppets are all severely damaged and are in desperate need of repair and recuperation. Otherwise, their numbers will only drop at an increased rate. The most damning thing of all is that the treasure used as the core of several of our city's major protective formations was destroyed in a surprise attack from the Jaluan War Devils, which has dropped our defensive prowess by about 30%. As for the spirit beasts being nurtured by the Heavenly Sect and Heavenly Sovereign Sect, as the elderly man spoke, the grim look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes became more and more pronounced. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly, and after listening for a while longer, he suddenly interjected, "Why is it all bad news? Isn't there anything good you can tell us?" Of course there's some good news as well. Thus far, our city hasn't actually suffered all that many casualties, and we've only lost around 10% of all of our low and mid-grade cultivators and mortal warriors. It's just that morale is not very high due to frequent battles we've had to endure and the death of the 2 body integration stage seniors. On top of that, our supply of spirit stones and other resources are extremely abundant, and they'll be able to last us several decades with no issues. Thus, the gray-robed elderly man began to rattle off a list of positives at Han Li's behest. I see, so we're not lacking in manpower or resources. With Brother Han and I here to reinforce the city, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to defend it, Fairy Silverlight said in a slightly relieved manner. That's what fellow Taoist Azure Dragon and I think as well. With your assistance, we won't have to fear the 4 devilish lords anymore. Those all-encompassing devilish cavaliers and Jaluan war devils are certainly very troublesome, but as long as we can put on a display to show everyone that our high-end powers aren't inferior to that of the devilish army, then I'm sure morale will be recovered in no time, Lin Luan said with a hopeful look in her eyes. Indeed, when the devilish army attacks our city again, we just have to think of a way to trap the 4 devilish lords, then unleash the power of the 9 Sun astral formation. Perhaps we'll be able to severely wound 1 or 2 devilish lords. Master Azure Dragon chimed in an optimistic manner. It most likely won't be that easy. Those 2 devilish lords have already seen us enter Heavenly City, so they'll definitely have their guard up. They'll most likely devise countermeasures against the 9 Sun astral formation, or simply wait until the day when the 5 suns transition into moons before they attack the city again. Hanli said with a shake of his head. Hee, if they choose to do that, then our city will get some much-needed respite. If we can repair the city's restrictions and copper puppet army, and prepare some other trump cards we have up our sleeves, we may be able to defend the city even if the Nine-Sun astral formation fails. However, no matter what happens, we'll require your assistance, fellow Taoists, Master Azure Dragon said with a cold smile. After a brief silence, Hanli nodded and said, It looks like that's all we can do for now. Rest assured, if those devilish lords join in on the attack against the city, fellow Taoist Silverlight and I will be sure to lend you our assistance. We came all the way here with the goal of helping your city through these tough times, so we're certainly not going to just stand by and watch when our services are required. Fairy Silverlight chimed in with a smile. You have my thanks, fellow Taoists, Fairy Lin Wan immediately said in a grateful manner, and Master Azure Dragon also expressed his gratitude with an elated look in his eyes. After that, Hanli and Fairy Silverlight made some more inquiries about the city defenses, and after the spatial tempering cultivators answered all of their questions, they took their leave and were taken to their silent cultivation chambers to rest. They had traveled for a long time to get to Heavenly City, and a battle against the devilish army could erupt at any moment, so they really did need to rest and recuperate. Of course, prior to their departure, Master Azure Dragon gave each of them a jade slip containing information about the devilish army that they were facing. As such, as they were resting, they would be able to familiarize themselves with their enemies. Following the departure of Hanli's duo, the group of spatial tempering cultivators also took their leave. Master Azure Dragon looked on at their departing figures, and suddenly heaved a long sigh. Are you still concerned, fellow Taoist? Fairy Lin Luan asked with a faint smile. How could I not be concerned? You and I both saw how our fellow Taoists were felled on that day. Those two devilish lords are far more fearsome than we imagined. Even with fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Silverlight's assistance, our chances of securing victory are still very slim, Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Fairy Lin Luan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this, but a cold smile then appeared on her face and she said, But if we use that thing, there's still a chance for us, so it's not like we've deceived them. Are you really planning to release that thing? Even with the combined powers of all four of us, we were only able to seal it into the Nine-Sun astral formation when it was at its most feeble point. If we were to release that monster, perhaps it would attack us first before it attacks our enemies. After all, it does possess some intelligence, Master Azure Dragon said in a concerned manner. There's no need to be overly concerned about that. The Blood Soul Talisman is almost ready, and it's in the final stage of its preparation. I've inquired the restriction masters in our sect about this, and even though the talisman isn't completely ready, it'll currently still be around half as effective as it should be in its complete form. As long as we inject that talisman into the monster, even if we won't be able to completely control it, we'll at least be able to ensure that it won't attack us. Our top priority now is to endure this period of 2 months. Sealing the beast in the Nine-Sun astral formation is indeed a very secure arrangement, but if the formation doesn't deactivate on its own, there's no way for us to release that beast, either. You and I both know that if the devilish lords didn't care about casualties and launched an all-out attack on our city, even with the Nine-Sun astral formation, there's no way we can stop them. Fairy Lin Luan said in a grim voice, The Blood Soul Talisman is ready? That's fantastic. With fellow Taoist Han and Fairy Silverlight's assistance, we should be able to last until that day. I'm sure those devilish beings won't have anticipated that we're also waiting for the day when the 5 suns transition into moons to arrive. Master Azure Dragon said in an elated manner. With that monster's help, even in the worst-case scenario, we'll at least be evenly matched with those devilish beings. If worst comes to worst, then we'll just have to take our core disciples and travel to Deep Heaven City. We'll have to rely on their charity for our safety, but at the very least, it'll ensure that we'll survive this devilish tribulation. During the few days prior to the day when the 5 suns transition into moons, gather all of the city's resources and core disciples so we can leave right away if required. As long as we do our best to hold off those devilish lords, those disciples will definitely be able to make a safe departure. Fairy Lin Luan said with a confident smile, and it was quite clear that she had put a lot of thought into this plan. After contemplating the proposed plan for a moment, Master Azure Dragon decided that it was quite sound. but a forlorn look then appeared on his face. I guess that's our only option. What a pity. If our two fellow Taoists hadn't fallen into that trap, our heavenly city would be in a far better situation right now. Indeed, who would have thought that the devilish lords would become so cunning? If we had anticipated their plan and unleashed the combination formation that the four of us prepared in advance, we definitely would have been at least evenly matched with those devilish lords. Fairy Lin Luan sighed. Alright, so we've now decided on our main course of action, but I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things as our overall morale is still very shaky in the aftermath of the loss of our two grand elders. Also, make sure that no resources are spared in repairing those copper puppets. It took our 4 sects tens of thousands of years to refine them, and they're our main counter against the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. Of course, but I think it's time we considered unleashing our elite forces against those Jaluan war devils. Otherwise, the puppets alone definitely wouldn't be enough. Thus, the two began to discuss some other matters. Fair Lin Luan possessed a slightly inferior cultivation base compared to Master Azure Dragon, but she was clearly the leader when it came to decision-making. Just as the two of them were holding their discussion, the four devilish lords were also discussing some matters together. They were situated in a hall within a massive valley that was enshrouded in dense devilish qi tens of thousands of kilometers away from Heavenly City. Tai Long was sitting on the main seat, while Fei Ye was leaning expressionlessly against a stone pillar beside the entrance of the hall. The other two devilish lords were comprised of a smiling beauty in a blue dress, and a 40-feet-tall giant clad in a suit of fiery red armor. Only his eyes were visible through the suit of full-body armor, and there were flames dancing within them. What? Lord Li's trio was killed at the same time? And we've been ordered to stop attacking Heavenly City to investigate this matter? The giant in the suit of red armor exclaimed in an incredulous manner. Even though he had tried to keep his voice as low as possible, the entire hall still tremored violently. Is that true, Brother Tai? You're not making a joke here, are you? The female devilish lord asked in a bewildered manner. I only just received this order following my return as well. This order was passed down by Master Shuiguang himself, so it's definitely authentic. On top of that, Master Shuiguang even deployed his personal guards, the Yin-Yang Twin Devils, to meet up with us in a month. It seems that not only was Lord Li's trio killed, something that was extremely important to Master Shuiguang was also lost in the process, Tai Long said in a grim voice. Even the Yin-Yang Twin Devils were sent out? That item really must be extremely important to Master Shuiguang. Then, Brother Tai, do you know exactly what was lost to prompt such a reaction from Master Shuiguang? The woman asked. I'm not so sure about that, and Master Shuiguang didn't elaborate on it either. However, we should be able to ask the Yin-Yang Twin Devils when they arrive, Tai Long said with a shake of his head. If it's something that Master Shuiguang doesn't want to tell us, then I'll only be asking for trouble if I try to pry around for answers. It's a pity that we'll have to give up on our attack against Heavenly City, though. The woman sighed. Not only was this woman an early body integration stage devilish lord, she seemed to be regarding the late body integration stage Tai Long as equals. We're not giving up, it's only a temporary ceasefire. Once the day when the 5 suns transition into moons arrives, we'll launch an all-out attack. 2 body integration stage human cultivators just arrived at Heavenly City, and they're quite powerful, so there's no longer any point in launching these attacks to whittle down the city's defenses. On top of that, seeing as the Yin-Yang Twin Devils are coming here, perhaps we can invite them to assist us during our all-out attack. Even if the humans do come up with some tricks, there'll be no match for all 6 of us, Tai Long said in a calm manner. That's true. If the Yin-Yang Twin Devils can also participate in the attack, then we'll be able to take the city down with ease. Speaking of which, from the sounds of it, you seem to have already encountered the 2 new human cultivators. Would you be able to tell us about their abilities? The woman asked. Tai Long's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this before he replied, I'm not the only one who encountered those 2, Brother Fei was also with me. You were also there, Brother Fei? What did you think of those human cultivators? The red armor giant asked. Fei Ye didn't seem to be a fan of speaking, and only after a long pause did he give a clipped response. There's a weak early body integration cultivator and a powerful mid-body integration cultivator. The woman faltered slightly before chuckling. That's not a very helpful answer, Brother Fei. Besides, you're a direct lineal descendant of sacred ancestor Xue Tian. so your powers far outstrip those of cultivators of the same caliber. Your standards of weak and powerful are much different from ours. One of them is weaker than you, while the other can kill you. Is that clear enough? Feiya elaborated in an expressionless manner, and the woman's chuckles were immediately cut off as a dark expression appeared on her face. Is that an exaggeration, Brother Fei? Feiyu is one of the branch descendants of Master Ming Luo. Her bloodline may not be as pure as your direct lineal bloodline, but she's definitely far more powerful than other devilish lords of her cultivation base as well. The red-armored giant said in a skeptical manner. I'm just telling you what I think. You can choose to believe it or not, Feiya replied in a cold voice. The red-armored giant didn't have any response to this. Brother Fei's words are a little harsh and abrasive, but one of those two new human cultivators is indeed quite extraordinary. At the very least, his physical body is no weaker than mine, and he possesses incredible strength. He was able to escape completely unscathed from a grab that I had unleashed. Keep in mind that he was caught completely off guard, and my grab was imbued with a hint of the power of laws. Under normal circumstances, it should have been able to capture a mid-body integration cultivator with ease, Tai Long said. Is he really that troublesome to deal with? The woman was truly surprised to hear this. Brother Fei is definitely not exaggerating. Even I was struck by a sense of extreme danger when facing that human cultivator, and I may not have been able to defeat him. Otherwise, Brother Fei and I wouldn't have immediately made a retreat after the initial confrontation. If you too encounter that human cultivator, then you really must be careful, Tai Long said in a solemn manner. Thank you for the words of caution, but if I really do encounter this human cultivator, I'd like to face him to see if he really is as powerful as the two of you proclaim, the woman said as a competitive gleam flashed through her eyes. Tai Long's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something when the red-armored giant suddenly proposed a theory that sent a jolt running through everyone's hearts. If that human cultivator is this powerful, then could it be that he was behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio? Tai Long and the woman's expressions stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and they reflexively exchanged a glance. A hint of surprise also appeared on Feiya's stoic face. Now that you mention it, that is indeed quite possible. Judging from the time when Lord Li's trio was killed, there's a good chance that they would have encountered the two human cultivators as they were traveling to Heavenly City. In that case, that human cultivator must be even more powerful than I imagine him to be. With the assistance of another devilish lord, it won't be difficult for me to defeat Lord Li's trio, but even I wouldn't be able to kill all of them if they were intent on fleeing the scene, Tai Long said in a contemplative voice. In that case, we really must regard this man as a formidable enemy. If he was able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it may be quite difficult for us to ensure his death even with the help of the Yin-Yang twin devils. If he's determined to escape, then only a sacred ancestor will be able to trap him with absolute reliability, the woman murmured as her brows furrowed tightly. Indeed. On top of that, now that this man has joined Heavenly City, he could prove to be a major volatile factor in our plans as well, Tai Long said with a dark expression. The entire hall fell silent, and the four devilish lords had become rather concerned. If worst comes to worst, then we'll just have to use that strategy again. If we can lure him into our trap, there's no way he'll be able to escape. We managed to kill those two body integration stage human cultivators last time, didn't we? The woman suddenly suggested. We can't use that strategy again. The last time we did so, it was at the expense of close to 1,000 devilish cavaliers and over 10 war devils. If we use it a second time, the cost will definitely be far greater than last time. These are all elite forces that were painstakingly trained by our sacred race. We can't just sacrifice them like this, the red-armored giant countered vehemently. But if we don't use that strategy and let that human cultivator escape, he might end up killing more of our brethren than what we'd have to sacrifice to trap him. On top of that, if he's the man that Master Shuiguang is searching for, and we let him escape, which one of us is going to bear the wrath of Master Shuiguang? Tai Long harumphed coldly in response. I was only speculating just now. How could there be such a coincidence that he's the one who killed Lord Li's trio? The red-armored giant backtracked with a wry smile. We'll have to launch an investigation to see if he's indeed the perpetrator. In any case, we have to treat this as a case of guilty until proven innocent. I would rather expend the necessary resources to kill him rather than wrongfully allow him to escape. However, I don't think we'll have to employ that strategy again to kill that man, Tai Long said. What do you mean by that, Brother Tai? First you say we'll only be able to kill that man through that strategy, and now you say we may not have to, which is it? The woman asked as she raised her eyebrows in exasperation. Allow me to elaborate on my thought process, Feiyu. The yin-yang twin devils are indeed quite powerful, but even when combined, their powers are only roughly comparable to mine. Seeing as Master Shuiguang has sent them to hunt down the perpetrator behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, then he must have given them a way to kill that man. Otherwise, if that man is able to kill Lord Li's trio, then it won't be very difficult for him to kill the yin-yang twin devils as well, and I'm sure Master Shuiguang is aware of this, Tai Long explained in a calm manner. That does indeed make sense. In that case, there really is no need for us to be overly concerned. We can just reserve that strategy as a last resort when all else fails. The red-armored giant was very relieved to hear this. However, the woman seemed to still be rather unconvinced. She turned to the white-robed young man and asked, "What do you think, Brother Fei? I don't care what measures you prepare to trap that man, but I have to be the one to take his life. He possesses a type of glacial power that will be extremely useful to me," Fei said in a bone-chilling voice. The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling. "Rest assured, I'll be sure to leave him to you. How about you, Brother Tai?" Tai Long hesitated momentarily before replying. "I'm naturally more than willing to let Brother Fei do the honors as well, but I'll be taking half of that man's treasures, while the half is split between Fairy Yu and Brother Yen. I presume you have no objections to that, Brother Fei. All I want is that man's glacial power. You can do with his treasures as you please," Fei replied in a nonchalant manner. "Brother Yen and I have no objections either," the woman agreed with a smile. Even though the woman was speaking on the red-armored man's behalf, the latter didn't seem to find this to be inappropriate at all. "All right, then it's decided. We'll send out some people to investigate the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and wait for the arrival of the twin yin-yang devils in the meantime. I'm sure we'll be able to track down the perpetrator prior to the arrival of the day when the five suns transition into moons. If it really is that human cultivator, then we'll address the situation through the methods we just discussed. If it isn't him, then we'll act according to our original plan," Tai Long concluded. Within Heavenlin City, Han Li was seated in a secret chamber on the first floor of an intricate pavilion. There were restrictions set up all around him, and he was inspecting a white wooden box with a contemplative look on his face. This wooden box was none other than the one he had obtained after killing that bald devilish lord. However, the item had been sealed with some kind of profound restriction that he had been unable to crack, and he finally had some time to study it now that he had arrived in Heavenlin City. There were alternating bursts of frosty and scorching energy seeping out of the box, and it was able to keep out all spiritual sense, which made it all the more intriguing. After carefully inspecting the wooden box for a long while, 2 bursts of piercing blue light suddenly appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he peered directly into the depths of the box. As he did so, his expression began to change slightly, and he continued to stare at the wooden box in a completely still manner, as if he had transformed into a statue. Time slowly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights flew by in the blink of an eye. At this point, Han Li's face had paled slightly, and the blue light in his eyes had also dimmed somewhat. Around 10 minutes later, Han Li made a hand seal with a peculiar look on his face, and the blue light in his eyes completely faded. "Interesting. So this box is a Shumi treasure, and it's been sealed by 13 types of ancient restrictions. If I didn't possess my bright sight spirit eyes ability, it would have been very difficult for me to study it. However, all of these restrictions are extremely powerful, and it would take at least several centuries for me to break each one. There's no way that bald devilish lord could have cast such profound restrictions. I wonder just what could be in this box," Han Li murmured to himself. He then laid the wooden box down onto the ground before him and began to stare at it in a contemplative manner. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him. "I'm unable to break the restrictions cast on this box for now, but if I use that foreign secret technique, I should be able to inspect its contents. However, if there's a vicious creature or being contained within the box, then things could become a little troublesome. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he weighed up his options. However, he quickly arrived at a decision. So be it. Even in the worst-case scenario, I'll only be losing some of my spiritual sense, and half a month of meditation will allow me to make a full recovery, so it's definitely worth the risk. With that in mind, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a dozen or so translucent five-colored beads flew out of his sleeve amid a flash of light. These beads then transformed into balls of spiritual light that hovered in mid-air, and within them were a series of five-colored eyes that were flashing with peculiar light. Han Li then flipped his hand over to produce another five-colored bead, which he held in front of his chest before immediately uttering a foreign incantation. Meanwhile, he laid his other hand onto the top of his own head and a nude golden nascent soul emerged. It made a strange hand seal with its pair of tiny hands and also began to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, bright light erupted from the five-colored eyes within the balls of spiritual light, and they released thin beams of five-colored light that vanished into the nascent soul in a flash. At the same time, the golden nascent soul let loose a low cry before abruptly pointing a finger toward the bead being held in front of Han Li's chest. A golden projection erupted from the nascent soul's body, then immediately vanished into the bead. A blurry nascent soul projection then took shape within the bead, and the golden nascent soul waved a hand toward the bead upon seeing this. Five-colored light swirled over the surface of the bead, and it quickly flew into the wooden box on the ground down below as a streak of light. Within a murky gray space, a streak of five-colored light suddenly appeared before transforming into an indistinct humanoid figure. Even though its facial features were rather blurry, judging from its attire, this appeared to be Han Li. As soon as he appeared, he inspected his surroundings with blue light flashing within his eyes. This seems to be an illusionary restriction rather than a shumi space. Could it be that the wisp of spiritual sense was trapped in a certain level of restriction? Han Li murmured to himself in a perplexed manner. This projection was a temporary spiritual sense clone that Han Li had conjured up, and he had sent it into the wooden box using a certain foreign secret technique. However, this space clearly wasn't the space inside the wooden box, and that was rather surprising to Han Li. However, despite his surprise, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, the worst that could happen would be the loss of this wisp of spiritual sense, which wouldn't have too much of a negative impact on him. Thus, after inspecting his surroundings for a while, Han Li drifted toward a certain direction. Along the way, his surroundings were entirely comprised of thin gray mist, and after flying for several hours, the scenery hadn't changed at all. His brows furrowed slightly as he stopped momentarily, then suddenly changed direction and flew directly upward. After passing through one layer of mist after another, he discovered that the sky in this space also seemed to be completely boundless. Even after flying for half a day, he still found himself inside a vast expanse of ever-present gray mist. His expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, but all of a sudden he turned toward a certain direction and yelled, "Who's there?" His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed incessantly throughout the nearby space. However, no one emerged from the nearby space to meet him. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before giving a cold harumph, then suddenly sat down with his legs crossed to meditate in midair. His eyes were tightly shut, and he remained completely still for over half a day, looking as if he planned to never get up again. On the second day, a ball of green light suddenly emerged nearby before transforming into a green-robed elderly man. The man had a pair of remarkably long eyebrows, and his face was very thin and gaunt. There was a yellow wooden pin in his hair, and the image of a sinister devilish monster with 3 heads and 6 arms was embroidered onto his robes. After he appeared, he displayed no intention of approaching Han Li and merely appraised him in silence with a cold look in his eyes. However, Han Li continued to sit with his eyes closed as if he hadn't even sensed the elderly man's arrival. Thus, the two of them maintained a rather peculiar silence, and it seemed that neither of them wanted to be the one to speak first. Time quickly passed by, and 3 days and 3 nights later, there was still no change to the situation whatsoever. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that a hint of surprise had appeared in the elderly man's eyes as he appraised Han Li. After another 8 hours, the elderly man was clearly starting to become a little restless. His body swayed, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several tens of feet in front of Han Li, following which the elderly man re-emerged. However, Han Li merely continued to ignore him, and a hint of fury appeared on the elderly man's face. You sure are quite courageous to disregard me like this. The elderly man finally broke the silence, and his voice was as sharp as unpleasant as the sound of metal grating on metal, striking the listener with a sense of unease and anxiety. From the sounds of it, you must be quite an important figure. May I know your name? Han Li asked in a calm voice as he slowly opened his eyes. A mere human cultivator like you won't know of me. Having said that, I'm very curious. How did the spiritual clone of a human cultivator get into this place? Does this mean this item has fallen into your hands? The elderly man was able to immediately identify that this wasn't Han Li's true body. You must be a mighty figure of the elder devil race. This box did indeed fall into my hands, and I sent this spiritual sense of clone of mine into the box to investigate its contents. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the restrictions in the box rather than the actual space within the box, right? Han Li asked in a calm voice. Due to the fact that he was only a spiritual sense clone, he was unable to ascertain the power level of this elderly man. However, he had already guessed that this was a devilish being, so despite the fact that his expression remained unchanged, he was naturally rather wary of this elderly man. Indeed, this is the 10th illusionary restriction in the box. As long as one can master the key elements of this restriction, they'll be able to change everything within this space at will. I must say, the sacred race really has become incapable. How could they have let this treasure fall into the hands of a human? You mentioned that this treasure is in the form of a box. That's good to hear. At the very least, it's far less unsightly than its previous form. The elderly man murmured with furrowed brows as he swept a sleeve through the air. The entire surrounding area blurred, then shattered and fell away like a mirror. All of a sudden, Han Li was greeted by the refreshing fragrance of nature and the sound of a flowing stream. His heart stirred in response, and he hurriedly inspected his surroundings again, upon which he discovered that the world around him had been completely transformed. There were blue skies and white clouds overhead and beautiful scenery all around him. He and the elderly man were currently standing in a clear stream. The water in the stream only reached halfway up their shins, and there were a few small azure fish swimming past them in a leisurely manner, seemingly completely unfazed by their presence. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion downward, and a lively azure fish was immediately drawn into his grasp. As the fish struggled between his fingers, he could clearly feel its slippery scales in his hand. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he tossed the fish back into the stream, then brought his hand up to his nose, upon which he was immediately greeted by a strong fishy odor. What a profound restriction! Everything is completely realistic in here. Would you be able to tell me how I ended up here, Senior? When I injected this wisp of spiritual sense into this box, I had intended for it to directly reach the space within the box. However, I've appeared in this restriction instead, and I assume this has something to do with you, Han Li said in a slow voice. Why do I have to answer your questions? If you want answers, go look for them yourself, the elderly man said with a disdainful roll of his eyes. As opposed to being enraged by the elderly man's haughty demeanor, Han Li merely smiled and said, I'm sure you've appeared before me because you wish to speak to me as well. I can see that your body is also formed from spiritual sense. I assume you're being kept in here against your will. Who are you? Were you sent here by that bastard, Shueguang? The elderly man suddenly bellowed in a thunderous voice, and a burst of astonishing pressure crashed down onto Han Li's body. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man's body swept forward, and he closed a hand around Han Li's neck as his eyes turned into a vicious crimson color. A ferocious aura akin to that of a vicious primordial beast erupted from his body, and a giant crimson devilish projection emerged behind him, threatening to tear Han Li into countless pieces. Han Li was quite alarmed by this sudden development, but his expression remained calm as he replied, I don't know of anyone by the name of Shueguang. Bullshit. If you don't know Shueguang, then how did you obtain this devil sealing lock? Do you really think I'll believe your nonsensical lies? This devil sealing lock has been passed down between countless sacred ancestors, and all of them have carried it with them at all times. If you don't know Shuiguang, how could this treasure have possibly fallen into the hands of a mere human cultivator like you? Don't tell me that you obtained this item after killing Shuiguang. A hint of insanity surfaced within the elderly man's eyes as he spoke, and dazzling green light began to glow from the fingers that were locked around Han Li's neck, as if he were about to put an end to Han Li's life. The spiritual sense clone of Han Li's naturally didn't possess any powerful abilities, so he didn't even bother to put up any resistance. Instead, he merely smiled and said, "I see. So this treasure is known as a devil sealing lock. I don't know who this Shuiguang is, and I certainly wouldn't do the bidding of a devilish being. Besides, if I really wanted to harm you in any way, I wouldn't have sent just a mere wisp of spiritual sense into this treasure. Even if you destroy this spiritual sense clone of mine, it wouldn't have much of an impact on me. But I may just drop this box into a bottomless abyss that no one will be able to find. Perhaps the box will never see the light of day again, and you'll be trapped in here for the rest of eternity." Much to Han Li's surprise, as opposed to being enraged even further by this threat, the fury in the eyes of the elderly man completely faded, and he immediately released Han Li's neck. "You dare to threaten me? Haha, it seems that you really don't know who I am, which means there's no way you were sent here by Shuiguang. Please do forgive me for my rudeness, fellow Taoist." Han Li's expression also eased slightly upon seeing this, and he adjusted the slightly creased collar of his robes as he asked, "Oh? So you believe what I said now? In that case, would you be able to tell me who you are?" "Of course I can. Just as you guessed. I've been trapped in here for countless years, and I also have many questions for you about the outside world. How about this? I'll answer one of your questions for every question of mine that you answer," the elderly man proposed as he stroked his beard. "That sounds very fair. Go ahead then, fellow Taoist," Han Li replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The elderly man was elated to hear this, and he immediately asked the most pressing question in his mind. "All right, the first thing I want to know is who you obtained this devil sealing lock from." Han Li had anticipated this question, and he immediately replied, "I obtained it from a few devilish lords." Devilish lords? Could they be subordinates to Shuiguang? Why would he have handed down this treasure to his subordinates? The elderly man murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Han Li continued, "I've already answered one of your questions. Would you be able to tell me your name now?" "My name is Che Qigong." "How did a human like you encounter devilish lords?" "Are you in our sacred realm right now?" the elderly man replied before asking another question. "Che Qigong? I've never heard of that name before. It's currently the time when your elder devil realm overlaps with our spirit realm, and that's how I encountered those devilish lords," Han Li replied. "What? The sacred sacrifice is taking place right now? I can't believe I've already been trapped in here for so many years. How long has it been since the sacred sacrifice began? If it only commenced not long ago, then Shuiguang wouldn't be able to descend into the spirit realm yet. Could that be why he entrusted this devil sealing lock to his subordinates?" The elderly man's brows furrowed tightly as he spoke. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing the term sacred sacrifice, and he said, "I think it's my turn to ask a question now." A hint of fury reappeared on the elderly man's face, but he quickly repressed it and said, "All right, go ahead. My next question is very simple. I want to know if you're one of the sacred ancestors of the elder devil realm," Han Li said in a solemn manner. "Why waste a question like this if you've already guessed the answer?" "Not only am I a sacred ancestor, I'm one of the eldest sacred ancestors in our sacred realm. Even in the entire sacred realm, there are only a few beings as old as I am," the elderly man said in a cold voice. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before chuckling. "I see. Apologies for my rudeness earlier then." Judging from the elderly man's haughty demeanor and the astonishing abilities he had displayed, Han Li wasn't all that surprised to hear this. "What are you laughing at? Do you find it funny that an esteemed sacred ancestor such as myself has been trapped in this place?" Che Qigong asked as a hint of rage flashed through his eyes. "Not at all. Your powers are far superior to mine, so I'm certainly in no place to be laughing at you," Han Li replied in a calm voice as his smile faded. However, he had made a mental note to himself to tread with caution as the elderly man's mood seemed to be extremely volatile and unpredictable. You still seem to be very calm even after learning that I'm a sacred ancestor. Are you under the impression that I won't devour this wisp of spiritual sense of yours? Che Qigong threatened. If you wanted to do that, you would have done so long ago. Han Li remained completely unfazed. Che Qigong calmed down slightly and harumphed, "Humph, you're quite a smart man. If it weren't for the fact that I'm trapped in here, I would have killed a mere human cultivator like you on sight." All right, answer my previous question now. Are the sacred ancestors able to descend into the spirit realm yet? The devilish tribulation only commenced not long ago, so it's still impossible for the sacred ancestors to descend into the spirit realm, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. I see. A hint of excitement flashed through Che Qigong's eyes upon hearing this, but he then fell into deep thought again, seemingly contemplating an important matter. After a brief silence, Han Li asked his next question. Would you be able to disclose to me the functions of this devil sealing lock? The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to Han Li with a disdainful look in his eyes. There's no way a human like you would be able to use the devil sealing lock, so you won't benefit from this information. I'll be the one to decide whether this information will be useful to me or not, Han Li insisted. All right, if you really want to know, then there's no harm in telling you. This devil sealing lock is actually an incomplete, profound, heavenly treasure that contains chaotic yin-yang qi. Not only does it have its very own independent space, there are also 13 layers of ancient restrictions that have been cast onto the treasure by the top-grade formation masters of our sacred realm. Once someone is trapped in this treasure, they'll only be able to escape if they possess the ability to dispel chaotic yin-yang qi on their own. Otherwise, even if someone were to remove the 13 restrictions from the outside, it still wouldn't do anything. In its complete form, this profound heavenly treasure would even be able to trap a true immortal unless they just so happen to possess an ability that can counter this treasure. Even in its current form, it's still more than enough to trap a sacred ancestor like me. The elderly man said in a cold voice. An incomplete, profound, heavenly treasure? Han Li's calm facade immediately cracked upon hearing this. He possessed a profound heavenly treasure himself, so he was naturally well aware of just how powerful these treasures were. Even though this was only an incomplete, profound heavenly treasure, it was still an extremely tempting prospect to him. Unfortunately, this devil sealing lock was created in our sacred realm, so only the sacred ancestors of our sacred race who are able to draw upon the power of laws of heaven and earth are able to make use of it. Even if an outsider like you were to obtain the treasure, it would serve no purpose. I just so happened to have recently broken into this restriction, and I managed to stop your spiritual sense from delving deeper into the box. Otherwise, if your spiritual sense clone had reached the space within the box, it would have been instantly destroyed by the chaotic yin-yang qi in there, Che Qigong said in an indifferent manner. I see, so only those who can draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of the elder devil realm can make use of such a treasure, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. I suggest you don't get any funny ideas. I can see that you're using a cultivation art of our sacred race and can control some true devilish qi. But unless you can hone your mastery of this cultivation art to the sacred ancestor level, there's no way you'll be able to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth of our sacred realm. If you really do manage to master that devilish art to such a degree, then you'll be renounced by the spirit realm and forced to ascend to our sacred realm, Che Qigong cautioned in a meaningful voice. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this, and after a long while he finally sighed. In that case, this item appears to be completely useless to me. That's right. That's why I told you it wouldn't benefit you to learn the functions of this treasure. On top of that, due to its incomplete nature, this treasure is bound by a severe limitation that makes it very difficult even for sacred ancestors like us to use, the elderly man said with a mysterious smile. What's the limitation? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Haha, I'm not going to tell you, Che Qigong chortled. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a brief silence, the elderly man continued, there's one more thing that I want to ask you. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Do you know if there are any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames in the nearby area? Instead of answering the question right away, a cautious look appeared on Han Li's face, and he asked, yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames? Why do you ask? You sure have a lot of questions. You haven't even answered my questions yet. Che Qigong said in a cold voice as his expression darkened slightly. In that case, this will count as my question, Han Li replied in a calm manner. The fury in the eyes of the elderly man became even more pronounced upon hearing this, and palpable spiritual pressure began to erupt from his body. However, Han Li remained completely unfazed as he reminded, "You can do whatever you like to me. I'm just an insignificant clone." "Humph. You wouldn't dare to be this cocky if your true body were here." Che Qigong harumphed coldly as he forcibly repressed his own rage again. After a brief hesitation, he explained in a resigned manner, "Those are the two types of places where the devil sealing lock can be refined again. After placing this treasure into one of those places, a secret technique of our sacred race can be used to refine the treasure and extract some of the chaotic yin-yang qi within it. This chaotic yin-yang qi is extremely useful to sacred ancestors like us both for tool refinement, as well as to enhance our own powers. Due to the fact that the sacred realm is filled entirely with devilish qi, those two types of places can only be found in the spirit realm. Otherwise, Shuiguang definitely wouldn't have entrusted this devil-sealing lock to his subordinates, and it certainly wouldn't have fallen into the hands of a human cultivator like you. Chaotic yin-yang qi can be extracted from the devil-sealing lock when it's put into one of those two types of places? Is that true?" Han Li was very surprised to hear this. There were some records of chaotic yin-yang qi in some ancient tomes, and those records all proclaimed that chaotic yin-yang qi possessed countless types of incredible functions. "Why would I lie to you about something like this? You were able to manifest a spiritual sense clone, so I presume you're a body integration cultivator. If you can absorb even a tiny wisp of chaotic yin-yang qi, there's a chance that you could progress to the grand ascension stage in the future. Even in the worst-case scenario, it should at least allow you to make an immediate breakthrough. If you use the chaotic yin-yang qi to refine a treasure instead, then even the most ordinary of treasures could be transformed into a powerful divine spirit treasure," Che Qigong said. "From the sound of it, this Shuiguang must also be a sacred ancestor. If the chaotic yin-yang qi is that important, then why did he entrust the treasure to someone else? Why didn't he wait until he could descend into the spirit realm so he could extract the chaotic yin-yang qi himself?" Han Li asked in a skeptical manner. "I've been trapped in here for countless years, so I don't know what his exact reasons could be. Perhaps the other sacred ancestors are already suspecting him and have sent spies to monitor him, so he doesn't dare to carry out this task in person. Alternatively, perhaps he's encountered some trouble in the sacred realm and can't descend into the spirit realm at all. Sacred ancestors are able to send clones into this realm, but there are very few of them who can descend into this realm with their true body and not have to fear being rejected by this realm. Shuiguang doesn't rank very high among the sacred ancestors, so perhaps he's simply restricted by a lack of power. By the way, you came into possession of this devil-sealing lock, so you must have killed the devilish lords that you mentioned earlier. Tell them about their abilities, and I'll see if I have any recollection of them," Che Qigong prompted. Han Li thought about this for a moment before deciding that this information wasn't of any consequence, so he replied truthfully, "That does indeed sound rather plausible. Among the devilish lords I encountered, one of them had extraordinary strength and a physical body seemed to be no less powerful than that of a sacred ancestor. As for his two companions, one could directly summon heavenly ghosts, while the other was adept in using hierarchical true devils. I've only heard of one of those three, and he wasn't all that renowned back when I was first sealed into this treasure. However, he was already a subordinate of Shuiguang's at the time, so it seems that he really did entrust this devil-sealing lock to his subordinates. In that case, the leader of the devilish army that descended into this area is most likely the sacred ancestor Shuiguang," Han Li mused. "Indeed, unless all of my prior speculation was incorrect, that must be the case. You still haven't answered my original question yet. Are there any places with yin-yang infernal ponds or earthly hellish flames nearby?" Che Qigong asked again in a serious voice. "There's a valley around 2 months' travel away from here that contains earthly hellish flames. This flame can only be used to refine some inflame treasures, so even though it's very rare, us human cultivators don't really pay it much heed," Han Li replied in a slow voice. "My theories are virtually all but confirmed then. Shuiguang must have sent his 3 subordinates to this place to try and extract some chaotic yin-yang qi from this devil sealing lock, only for it to be taken by you. Che Qigong guffawed, clearly taking a lot of pleasure in Shui Guang's misfortune. In contrast, a contemplative expression had reappeared on Han Li's face. You seem to be interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi as well, Che Qigong observed in a cold voice as his mirth subsided. It would be very pretentious of me to say that I'm not interested in such an incredible treasure. However, how do I know you're not lying to me? Han Li asked in a calm manner. Hee, how would I benefit from lying to you? I've been trapped in this treasure for countless years, and I've broken through to the last 3 layers of the 13 restrictions placed on the treasure. If the chaotic yin-yang qi in this devil sealing lock can be drawn out, perhaps I'll be able to free myself someday. Of course, I won't allow a human cultivator like you to reap such an outrageous reward for nothing. If you want me to tell the refinement method for this devil sealing lock, then you'll have to promise me a few things first, Che Qigong said in a nonchalant manner. Are you trying to make a deal with me? Han Li asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. I am. Are you not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi? A cold smile appeared on Che Qigong's face. Of course I am, but I plan to consider this matter in greater detail before I decide whether to strike up a deal with you. A peculiar light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes as he spoke, following which he abruptly disintegrated into specks of golden light. Che Qigong's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and only after a long while did he murmur to himself. He withdrew his spiritual sense from this place. Is he really not interested in the chaotic yin-yang qi at all? If he's unwilling to make a deal with me, then who knows when I'll next encounter someone that can help me escape from this place. Che Qigong stood on the spot and looked into the distance with a dark expression. Meanwhile, specks of golden light drifted out of the white wooden box that was suspended in mid-air in the secret chamber on the top floor of the pavilion that Han Li was situated in. The specks of golden light quickly vanished into the golden nascent soul above Han Li's physical body, following which the 5 colored eyeballs in the surrounding area all imploded amid a string of dull thumps. The golden nascent soul made a hand seal, and it flew into Han Li's physical body as a streak of golden light, upon which a long sigh rang out. Han Li slowly opened his eyes before staring at the wooden box in silence with a cautious look in his eyes. Chaotic yin-yang qi and devil sealing lock? Who would have thought that I would stumble upon such an incredible treasure? Having said that, nothing is free in life. This chaotic yin-yang qi will indeed be extremely useful to me, but I have to consider the situation carefully first. Han Li murmured to himself as he made a grabbing motion to draw the wooden box into his grasp. As he stroked the box, he fell into deep thought. All of a sudden, a certain thought occurred to him and his expression changed slightly as he rose to his feet before pacing around the secret chamber. If this item is that important, then who's to say that sacred ancestor Shui Guang wouldn't have placed some kind of tracking mark on it? I'm sure he wouldn't be willing to lose such a treasure. This could be a little troublesome. Despite the concern in his voice, there wasn't any panic or fear in his eyes. Of course, this was because the sacred ancestor Shui Guang in the spirit realm was only a clone. If sacred ancestor Shui Guang had descended into the spirit realm in his full glory, then Han Li would immediately be fleeing the scene. He was quite confident in his own abilities, but he definitely wasn't deluded enough to think that he could oppose a grand ascension stage being such as a sacred ancestor. Of course, if he could make another breakthrough and reach the late body integration stage, he should at least be able to ensure self-preservation even against a sacred ancestor. After pacing around for about 10 minutes, a decisive look finally appeared in Han Li's eyes. He immediately tossed the wooden box into the air, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so golden and silver talismans, which adhered themselves to the box in a flash. After that, he began to chant something while flicking his fingers incessantly toward the box, casting a torrent of incantation seals that transformed into streaks of light, which instantly encompassed all of the golden and silver talismans. Light flashed from the surfaces of these talismans, and they blurred before transforming into golden and silver runes of different sizes before being drawn into the wooden box. Han Li's chanting ceased upon seeing this, but he continued to make different hand seals, and a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly erupted from his body. Golden lightning flashed from his fingertips, and a series of thin arcs of lightning sprang forth, then instantly intertwined to form a golden lightning net that descended toward the wooden box. Following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the lightning net converged at Han Li's behest, and layers of golden lightning enveloped the wooden box, transforming it into a shimmering golden rectangular brick. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly as he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light, which drew the golden brick into his storage bracelet in a flash. After that, Han Li sat down with his legs crossed again to contemplate his current situation. He began to wonder whether the green liquid from his mysterious small vial would work on this incomplete, profound heavenly treasure. Unfortunately, with that sacred ancestor in the treasure, he didn't dare to conduct any reckless experiments. Otherwise, if he were to somehow damage the restrictions in the treasure and release the sacred ancestor, then he would be in a world of trouble. Han Li naturally wasn't going to do something so risky, so he could only repress this urge for now. As for whether that sacred ancestor Shuiguang would send people to hunt him down, Han Li was confident that self-preservation wouldn't be an issue as long as he didn't get surrounded by 4 or 5 late-body integration stage devilish lords at once. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's clone would definitely be far more powerful than the average late-body integration stage devilish lord. But as one of the generals of the devilish army, he definitely couldn't just abandon his post to pursue Han Li himself. Furthermore, even if he did come after Han Li, there was no telling who would emerge on top in a battle, as Han Li had a profound heavenly treasure as a trump card. With that in mind, Han Li was convinced that he would be fine at least for the short term. As for several decades from now, if sacred ancestor Shuiguang really did manage to descend into the spirit realm, then the powerful human and demonic beings on the Holy Island would be able to oppose him. All he had to do was leave Deep Heaven City prior to that, and no one would be able to find him. Having devised a course of action in his mind, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Over a month later, a flying carriage drawn by a pair of giant black birds suddenly appeared near the valley where the devilish army was situated. Within the carriage were 2 high-grade devilish beings, one male and one female, and they were conversing with one another with grim expressions. Lord Tai isn't lying to us, is he? The human cultivator who killed Lord Li's trio just so happens to be in Heavenly City? Is he saying this to make us join their attack against Heavenly City? I've heard that this city is an extremely difficult nut to crack, unlike the other human settlements we've destroyed in the past. A pink-robed beauty said in a concerned manner. Her companion was a silver-robed, middle-aged man, and he shook his head in response. Rest assured, Lord Li is a borrowed devilish lord, and he has quite an uncouth personality, but he definitely wouldn't lie about something like this. After all, this is a task handed down by Master Shuiguang himself. There's no way he would risk invoking the wrath of Master Shuiguang. Besides, if that human cultivator really is in Heavenly City, then there's no harm in lending them our power to attack the city. That's true. We did manage to find the place where Lord Li's trio was killed quite quickly, but the entire battlefield had been cleaned up, so we weren't able to find any useful leads. It really is quite fortunate for us that we've received some information here. At the very least, we'll be able to answer to Master Shuiguang. The woman sighed in a resigned manner. Indeed, I would be very fearful of the consequences that await us if we return without the item that Master Shuiguang is searching for. Alright, now that we have a solid lead, we have to prepare for a grueling battle now. Those human cultivators were able to kill Lord Li's trio, so even with the treasures that Master Shuiguang entrusted to us, we'll have to tread with caution. On top of that, those people are hiding in Heavenly City. It'll most likely take a lot of effort to force them out of the city, the middle-aged man said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. Humph, Lord Tai wishes to use our power to attack Heavenly City, so he'll naturally be responsible for that. If he can't even do something so simple, then he has no right to join forces with us. Our only task is to kill the perpetrators behind the deaths of Lord Li's trio, and to recover the item that Master Shuiguang is searching for. The woman said in a proud manner. Don't underestimate Lord Li and the others. Lord Li himself is at the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage, and he's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor. Feya is still quite young, but as a direct lineal descendant of sacred ancestor Xue Tian, he possesses powerful glacial abilities. It's said that even Master Xue Tian himself once praised his powers. On top of that, Fairy Yu is a descendant of sacred ancestor Ming Luo as well, so she should definitely have a couple of powerful trump cards up her sleeve. The weakest one among them is most likely only Lord Yen. The middle-aged man seemed to have a very detailed understanding of the devilish lords that were attacking Heavenly City. That's true. They want to borrow our power, so why don't we do the same? Let's get down there. I'm sure they've already sensed our arrival, the woman chuckled. Almost as soon as her voice trailed off, the black devilish clouds above the valley abruptly surged, following which groups of black-armored cavaliers emerged amid a burst of loud drumming. These cavaliers were led by a black-armored elderly man, who was standing in midair with a hint of a smile on his face. Behind him stood Fei Ye, Fairy Yu, and Lord Yen. Fairy Yu wore a faint smile on her face, while Fei Ye was still as expressionless as ever. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. You've arrived far sooner than I anticipated. Tai Long chuckled as he cupped his fist in a salute from afar. We came as quickly as we could after receiving the news. It seems like we weren't too late, the woman said with a smile. Haha. Indeed, you're here just in time. It won't be long until we launch our attack against Heavenly City. Let's go down into the valley before we discuss anything further, Tai Long said as he made an inviting hand gesture. Sure. We were also wanting to ask you how you're so certain that the person we're looking for is in Heavenly City. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. The two giant black birds then flew down into the valley with the flying carriage in tow, and the 4 devilish lords followed along behind them. After that, the 6 devilish lords and a group of high-grade devilish beings gathered in a hall within the valley and held a discussion for over half a day, and when the devilish lords emerged from the hall, they all seemed to be extremely pleased. Around half a month flew by in a flash, and Han Li was just meditating in his secret chamber when he suddenly heard a flurry of cries of surprise outside. He immediately opened his eyes before standing up and making his way over to the window. As he did so, he swept a sleeve through the air, and the window opened on its own. Han Li only took a quick glance outside before his expression abruptly changed, and he flew out of the room as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he was several thousand feet in the air, and he looked up even further to find that a gray mark had appeared on the edge of one of the 7 suns in the sky, and the gray color was gradually spreading to the center of that sun. It was as if someone were slowly covering the sun with their hand. Everyone down below was looking up at the phenomenon taking place up above with panicked expressions. Even though the higher-ups of Heavenly City had done everything they could do to keep this a secret, news that the formation would be rendered defunct on the day when the 5 suns transitioned into moons still inevitably spread through the city, causing a lot of panic. The remaining 2 body integration cultivators of the 4 sects had come forward in person to reassure everyone with a series of promises. But even so, everyone in the city still couldn't help but panic at the arrival of this phenomenon. Right at this moment, the toll of a bell rang out across Heavenly City, and a series of high-grade cultivators from the 4 sects flew out of various different buildings. At the same time, groups of armored cultivators and warriors also spilled out onto the streets. They patrolled both the air and the ground, and the atmosphere in Heavenly City instantly became very tense. Instead of being further alarmed by this, the panicked individuals on the street became calmer at the sight of these patrolling cultivators and warriors, and they all returned to their homes. In a matter of minutes, all of the streets in the city were cleared of civilians, and a deathly silence ensued. Han Li paid no heed to everything that was going on around him and merely inspected the phenomenon unfolding up above in silence. After a while, when the entire sun had turned gray, Han Li finally turned and flew toward a certain massive hall in the city as a streak of azure light. Heavenly City was an enormous city, but thankfully the pavilion that he was staying in wasn't far from the hall where important conferences were supposed to take place. Thus, it only took just over 2 hours for Han Li to reach the hall. You're a little late, Brother Han. A gentle chuckle rang out from the entrance of the hall, following which an elegant figure wearing a silver mask emerged. It was none other than Fairy Silver Light. Greetings, fellow Taoist Silver Light. I was inspecting the situation in the city for a while, so I was slightly delayed. It seems that Fairy Lin and fellow Taoist Azure Dragon have done a good job to keep the situation under control. Han Li replied in a calm voice. Of course. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are both veteran body integration cultivators and grand elders of the 4 major sects. It's naturally no difficult task for them to take care of these matters. The suns are already beginning to transition into moons, so the devilish army will most likely arrive soon. You are going to be the most powerful being in the city, so do take care of yourself. Brother Han, Fairy Silverlight cautioned in a solemn voice as her smile faded. Han Li was rather surprised to see the genuine look in Fairy Silverlight's eyes, and he smiled as he replied, "Thank you for your words of caution, fellow Taoist, but to say that I'm the most powerful being in the city is an exaggeration. Fairy Lin Luan and fellow Taoist Azure Dragon's powers are not inferior to mine. Sister Lin and Master Azure Dragon are unaware of your true power. Otherwise," just as Fairy Silverlight and Han Li were conversing with one another, Master Azure Dragon's voice rang out from inside the hall, and it was tinged with a hint of stress. "Fellow Taoists, please come and join us in the hall. I've just received news that the devilish army has been mobilized and will arrive at our city soon." Han Li didn't want to continue with the previous conversation anyway, so he said, "Let's not keep Fairy Lin and fellow Taoist Azure Dragon waiting." Then fellow Taoist Silverlight, "All right, let's go in, Brother Han." Fairy Silverlight agreed with a nod. Thus, the two of them strode into the hall together. At present, the entire hall was packed to the rafters with over 100 spatial tempering cultivators present, as well as hundreds of armored guards that were standing around the hall in a stationary manner. At one end of the hall were 4 chairs, 2 of which were slightly more elevated than the other 2. At the center of the hall was a giant light screen, and the image in the light screen depicted a rather familiar-looking city in a great level of detail. There were currently clouds of black chi that were inching toward the city from all directions. This was clearly a treasure that was able to simulate the entire Heavenly City. And as for the clouds of black chi on the screen, those naturally symbolized the approaching devilish army. These clouds of black chi seemed to be moving extremely slowly, but in reality, the devilish army was approaching at a rapid speed. "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han, Fairy Silverlight. This battle is going to decide the fate of our Heavenly City, so we'll be counting on you, fellow Taoists," Master Azure Dragon said in an earnest manner as he rose to his feet. "Of course, it's only right that we do our part in such an important battle," Fairy Silverlight said with a smile. An elated look appeared on Master Azure Dragon's face upon hearing this, and he immediately offered words of gratitude. Fairy Lin Luan was also appraising the two with a smile on her face, and once they had taken their seats, she said, "According to the news provided by our scouts, the devilish army is throwing everything at us on this occasion, and leaving nothing in reserve. Thankfully, we had already anticipated that this would be the case, and we've also made some preparations for this day. As long as we can hold off those devilish lords, there's a very good chance that we'll be able to force back the devilish army. Of course, we are very grateful that Sister Silverlight and fellow Taoist Han have come all the way here to reinforce our city, and our 4 sects certainly won't make this a thankless trip for the 2 of you. We've prepared some presents. Please do accept them." As soon as her voice trailed off, she clapped her hands twice, and 2 azure-armored guards immediately strode into the hall from outside. Each of them was carrying a silver platter covered by golden silk fabric, and they made their way over to Han Li and Fairy Silverlight before raising the platters high above their heads as a gesture of respect. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he waved a hand toward one of the silver platters, and the section of golden silk fabric draped over the platter rustled slightly before a blue bracelet flew out and was drawn into his grasp. This was a storage bracelet of quite a high caliber. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the bracelet and immediately drew a sharp breath. He had already anticipated that the items in the storage bracelet would be extremely valuable, but even he didn't think that it would be filled with so many precious materials and ingredients. This was virtually the equivalent of the entire wealth of a medium-sized sect. As expected of one of the most prominent superpowers of the human race, the 4 major sects truly were extremely wealthy. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the survival of Heavenly City truly hinged on the upcoming battle. Otherwise, no matter how grateful Master Azure Dragon and Fairy Lin Luan were toward Han Li and Fairy Silverlight, there was no way they would offer such staggering compensation. On top of that, if Han Li and Fairy Silverlight were to accept this massive offering, then they would have no excuse to not give everything they had in the upcoming battle. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he said, "Thank you for the present, fellow Taoists." He flipped his hand over as he spoke, and the storage bracelet vanished amid a flash of spiritual light. After inspecting the contents of her storage bracelet, A hint of elation also flashed through Fairy Silver Light's eyes, and she accepted it as well. Both Fairy Lin Luan and Master Azure Dragon were very elated to see this, and the latter said, "If we can defend the city from the devilish army, we'll have another present for the two of you following the battle as thanks for your efforts. Indeed, as long as we can withstand this attack, the suns will return to normal and the 9-sun astral formation will recover its function, which will restore the city's ability to protect itself. However, prior to this, the four of us will definitely have a grueling battle ahead. I hope our presence will suffice as a show of our heartfelt gratitude," Lin Luan said with a smile. "This is indeed a very large present, and I'll be sure to do everything in my power to help the city withstand this attack." The all-encompassing devilish cavaliers aren't a concern as the copper puppet army will be able to counter them, but those Jialuan war devils are going to be very troublesome. I'm concerned that ordinary cultivators won't be able to handle them," Hanli said in a slow voice. "Rest assured, Brother Han. We're also aware of just how powerful these Jialuan war devils are. So we've organized a group of elite cultivators and prepared some special methods to oppose them. I'm sure we'll be able to keep those devils at bay," Master Azure Dragon replied in a slightly ambiguous manner. "Oh? It sounds like my concerns were unnecessary. Then, you seem to already have everything planned out. Would you be able to disclose your plans to me and Fairy Silver Light?" Han Li asked with a calm smile. "Of course. Aside from the 9-sun astral formation, we've spared no expense to activate all of the other formations in the city to their maximal extent. On top of that, we've also brought out the 32 spatial tempering stage puppets stored in our treasure vault, which is one of our trump cards." Thus, Master Azure Dragon began to introduce the preparations they had made, and Fairy Lin Luan would interject from time to provide additional details. Both Hanli and Fairy Silver Light listened with rapt focus, and close to 2 hours later, a large number of high-grade cultivators suddenly began to frequently enter and exit the hall. All of them wore grim expressions and flew away to different parts of Heavenly City to carry out the orders they had received. Not long after that, a resounding bell chime rang out across the entire city, and groups of armored warriors and countless streaks of light appeared in the city before rushing to all of the city walls. At the same time, a series of formations of different sizes emerged on a plot of empty land in a secluded corner of the city. These formations were all radiating dazzling light, and some of the nearby buildings suddenly began to transform, taking on the form of massive giants or huge battle carriages and flying arcs. At the center of the city, the massive conference hall suddenly began to tremor violently before slowly rising up out of the ground, then hovered in midair after growing to over 100,000 feet tall. Not only that, but the seemingly ordinary patterns running along the surface of the hall suddenly lit up and arranged themselves into a series of profound 5-colored runes. A dull thump rang out and a dense 5-colored light barrier emerged from the underside of the hall, then swelled to encompass the entire building. Immediately thereafter, a burst of buzzing rang out from the hall, and it flew toward a certain direction as a giant ball of 5-colored light. A few hours later, the giant hall appeared in the air above a certain section of the city wall, where it hovered in a stationary manner. On the city wall and inside the city down below was an enormous army of human warriors and low-grade cultivators that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. This was an army of millions. There were also around 7,000 to 8,000 high-grade cultivators in the air above the army, and all of them were standing on flying treasures with grim looks in their eyes. In a certain corner of the human army down below, there was also a large horde of ferocious-looking spirit beasts. All of them had vicious looks in their eyes and seemed extremely eager for blood, but they were being controlled by a certain invisible restriction and didn't even dare to utter a single sound. Deep under the ground beneath these ferocious beasts were a series of complex underground tunnels, within which a copper puppet army was standing at the ready. Among this army were 32 particularly eye-catching golden puppets, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall. At the same time, there were a dozen or so white-robed cultivators situated on a giant plaza in Heavenly City that was surrounded by countless guards. These cultivators were busy at work standing around a purple superformation that was virtually entirely constructed from blocks of purple jade stones. All of these stones were engraved with runes of different colors, and they formed 9 secondary formations that the super formation was ultimately comprised of. This was an extremely rare hierarchical linked formation. At the center of each of the 9 formations was a miniature formation formed by blue runes, and these miniature formations were releasing bursts of astonishing glacial chi, as well as a rank odor. The entire super formation was quite dim, and the 9 secondary formations seemed to have completely ceased to operate. Only those miniature blue formations were still as dazzling as ever and resembled scintillating suns that would never be snuffed out. The dozen or so white-robed cultivators seemed to be extremely wary of those blue formations, and even as they were placing pieces of some kind of golden crystal around the entire formation, they made sure to keep far away from those blue formations. Time slowly passed by, and around 8 hours flew past in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, the sound of war drums rang out in the distance, striking the listener with the feeling that their blood had been set alight. Immediately thereafter, one black thread appeared after another, and they gradually thickened before forming an inky black devilish sea that surged toward the city from a distance. There were countless indistinct devilish shadows within the sea, and the outlines of a series of mountainous giant arcs were particularly eye-catching. Light flashed from the roof of the giant hall in the air above Heavenleen City, and a dozen or so humanoid figures emerged before casting their eyes toward the devilish sea in unison. These were none other than the city's 4-body integration cultivators, as well as a group of late spatial tempering cultivators. All of them were completely silent as they inspected the black devilish sea in the distance, and blue light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes. All of a sudden, a burst of unsettling cackling rang out from within the sea, following which the devilish chi parted, and several figures emerged from within. One of them was a burly man in a black suit of armor, and standing beside him was a thin white-robed young man. These were none other than Tai Long and Fei Ye, whom Han Li had already encountered once before. Their 2 companions consisted of a 100-feet-tall giant in a suit of fiery red armor, and a smiling beauty in bare feet standing on a pair of giant pythons, one of which was crimson while the other was azure. Han Li had never encountered those 2, but detailed information about the 4 devilish lords had been provided to him, so he was naturally able to quickly identify them. Both of these devilish lords were only at the early body integration stage, so unless they possessed some kind of extraordinary treasures or were using cultivation arts that defied the natural order, they most likely posed no threat to him. During the discussion that had taken place in the hall, it was decided that Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan would be taking on these 2 devilish lords. As for Tai Long and Fei Ye, they were far more powerful, so they were naturally assigned to Han Li and Master Azure Dragon. According to the plan, they didn't actually need to defeat their opponents. All they had to do was keep the devilish army at bay until the suns returned to normal, and that would be the equivalent of a victory for them. Even though the 4 devilish lords had already flown out of the devilish chi, the dozen or so human cultivators standing above the giant hall remained still on the spot. After flying for a certain distance out of the devilish chi, the 4 devilish lords stopped, and they began to discuss something as they hovered in midair, displaying no intention to attack right away. Those devilish lords sure are able to bide their time. It seems that they're not going to attack until all 5 suns transition into moons, Master Azure Dragon said in a grim voice. Han Li didn't respond to this, but he looked up into the sky to discover that 4 of the 7 suns up above had already completely dimmed. As for the 5th sun, it had mostly been covered in a gray blanket, which was rapidly spreading at a rate that was virtually discernible to the naked eye. Of course that's the case. If the 5 suns haven't completely transitioned into moons, then these devilish lords will have to worry that the 9th sun astral formation hasn't completely lost its ability to function, Lin Luan said with a smile. These devilish lords most likely wouldn't be so hesitant if they were to learn that we've already deactivated the formation ourselves. In any case, it's a good thing for us that they're stalling like this, Master Azure Dragon said as a faint smile also appeared on his face. It looks like we won't be able to stall for long, though, Fairy Silverlight said with a wry smile as she looked up into the sky. Even a slight delay is better than having the devilish army attack the city right away. The more we delay here, the greater our chances of being able to defend the city, Master Azure Dragon chuckled. Fairy Silverlight merely smiled and offered no response. Time slowly passed by, and the radiance of the 5th sun also gradually faded. In the instant that it turned completely gray, A burst of violent killing intent erupted from both the devilish sea and heavenly city in unison. Master Azure Dragon took a deep breath. Yet just as he was about to say something, Tai Long broke the silence first. Fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, the formation you're relying on is no longer a factor in this battle. So why continue to insist on offering futile resistance? As soon as you agree to surrender, I'll take you back to our sacred ancestor and implore him to inject devilish qi into your body so you can become a member of our sacred race. This is your final chance. If you still insist on opposing us, we'll just have to raise your insignificant heavenly city to the ground. Tai Long's voice was extremely loud, and it was clearly audible to everyone in Heavenly City. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he harumphed coldly in response. Humph. I have no intention of becoming a devilish being, so save your breath. I would rather die than surrender to a foreign race. Master Azure Dragon's words were extremely decisive and resolute, and the entire human army was instilled with a sense of heightened conviction and determination. Tai Long was furious to hear this, but he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I originally intended to spare you, seeing as your abilities could be useful to our sacred race. But your foolishness has left me with no choice but to kill you along with everyone else here. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 green balls of light erupted forth, then exploded high up in the air amid 3 dull thumps. 3 giant fireballs, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared up above, and they were all radiating scintillating light. Shrill screeches immediately rang out from within the devilish sea behind Tai Long, and a series of giant battle arcs that were each over 10,000 feet in length slowly emerged. At the same time, several hordes of low-grade devilish beasts rushed out of the sides of the massive arcs, and groups of armored devilish cavaliers also surged out in a menacing wave directly behind the arcs. Within the span of just a few breaths, the low-grade beasts and all-encompassing devilish cavaliers had taken up virtually the entire sky, and their numbers far exceeded what Han Li had witnessed on the previous occasion. On top of that, over 300 giant devilish beasts had been released from the massive arcs, and aside from the rhinoceros-like beasts that had made an appearance during the last attack, there were several other types of even more ferocious-looking giant beasts. Among them were gargantuan praying mantis-like beasts, as well as devilish birds with vibrant, colorful feathers. The final type of devilish beast was a monster with a human face and a WYRM body, creating an extremely harrowing sight to behold. They had disheveled heads that resembled those of unkempt cavemen, but from the neck down, they possessed giant purple WYRM bodies that were covered in scales, and they were releasing an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. Among these 3 new types of giant beasts, the giant praying mantises comprised the majority of their numbers, with over 200 of them present, and there were also around 80 giant rhinoceros beasts. As for the vibrant devilish birds, there were only just over 30 of them in total, and they were accompanied by a measly trio of human-faced purple WYRMs. Under the leadership of these giant beasts, the low-grade devilish beasts let loose thunderous roars as they rushed toward Heavenly City like a giant swarm of locusts. At the same time, pillars of black light erupted from the massive battle arcs to bolster the offensive power of the swarm of devilish beasts. As for the devilish cavaliers, they formed a series of formations once again and charged forward right behind the army of beasts with excitement and bloodlust in their eyes. At this point, the Jialuan war devils were still nowhere to be seen, presumably still concealed within the devilish sea. However, aside from the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, another type of elite devilish beings had emerged from the sea. This was a group of beings that resembled giant malicious ghosts. They were each around 40 to 50 feet tall with sharp claws and fangs, but they were dressed in long green robes. There was an extra green eye on each of their foreheads, and none of them were wielding any weapons as they advanced behind the all-encompassing devilish cavaliers. There were slightly more of these devilish beings than the Jialuan war devils, but the disparity in numbers definitely wasn't a very significant one. In total, there were only around 20,000 to 30,000 of these green-robed devilish beings, and all of them wore sinister smiles. The grim expressions on the faces of Master Azure Dragon and the others became even more pronounced upon seeing this. But the devilish lords were yet to attack, so they couldn't emerge from the city to face this devilish army either. Without requiring any orders, the high-grade cultivators above the city wall issued a series of instructions to the human army down below. After a few flashes, the black pillars of light that had erupted from the giant arcs crashed violently into Heavenly City's protective restrictions. On this occasion, the pillars of black light were significantly thicker than the ones unleashed in the previous attack, and they were raining down relentlessly without any respite. Each pillar of light was imbued with power equivalent to that of an all-out attack from a deity transformation cultivator. And with so many of them raining down at once, the outermost layers of restrictions began to disintegrate almost immediately. The restrictions of Heavenly City seemed to be about to collapse, and Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. However, before he had a chance to say anything, over 100 bursts of different formation fluctuations abruptly erupted from down below, then surged toward all sections of the city wall in a frenzy. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and a series of silver runes appeared on the surfaces of the city walls to form one shimmering silver formation after another. The formations glowed with scintillating light, and the five-colored light barrier up above was instantly replaced by a silver light barrier that had an extremely smooth surface. Upon striking the silver light barrier, most of the oncoming black pillars of light were instantly diverted away, and only a small proportion of them were actually able to strike the light barrier, in response to which the barrier tremored slightly, but didn't sustain any substantial damage. Both Fairy Silver Light and Han Li were quite relieved to see this. At this moment, the army of human warriors and cultivators had also begun to charge out of the city at the behest of the high-grade cultivators up above. At the same time, the ground in front of the city wall abruptly collapsed, and the copper puppet army emerged once again. The exact same defensive measures that had been adopted during the previous attack were being used again, except the number of people involved and the level of intensity was on an entirely different level. Spiritual light flashed incessantly up above, and the earth tremored and quaked violently. The area within a range of 5 kilometers from the city wall had been transformed into a deadly realm of slaughter. Countless balls of light exploded both on the ground and in the sky, and the pungent odor of blood and gore quickly filled the entire space. Care for a battle, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? Just as Master Azure Dragon was appraising the battlefield with a grim expression, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the distance. Immediately thereafter, 2 gusts of fierce winds came crashing down toward the city wall, and after just a few devastating blows, the silver light barrier was displaying signs of collapsing. The man who had issued the challenge was none other than Tai Long, and he was attacking the city's restriction with his pair of giant hammers. The 2 giant hammers swelled to over 1,000 feet in size each, and they crashed down repeatedly upon the restriction like a pair of small black mountains, causing the restriction to tremor violently. Humph! Let me see what you're made of. A cold light appeared in Master Azure Dragon's eyes, and he made a hand seal, upon which a pillar of azure light immediately erupted out of his body, then transformed into an Azure Dragon projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The projection circled around in the air before letting loose a thunderous roar, then swept up Master Azure Dragon and hurtled directly toward Tai Long. Tai Long's haughty guffaws faltered momentarily at the sight of the powerful Azure Dragon projection, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he abruptly pointed toward the 2 gusts of fierce black winds before him. The gusts of wind instantly reverted back to a pair of giant hammers, immediately following which the 2 combined as one to form a gargantuan hammer that was several thousand feet in length. The colossal hammer was sent crashing down toward the Azure Dragon projection with devastating force, in response to which Master Azure Dragon swept a sleeve through the air to release 7 small black swords. All of the 7 swords were releasing astonishing spiritual chi, and a string of dull thumps rang out as they pierced into 7 acupoints on his chest. At the same time, Master Azure Dragon let loose a low cry and expelled a ball of blood essence out of his mouth, then began to make hand seals while chanting an incantation. The ball of blood essence exploded into 7 clouds of blood mist at his behest, which then vanished into the 7 small swords. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the 7 swords, and crimson light began to radiate from them as they disappeared into Master Azure Dragon's body. Immediately thereafter, Master Azure Dragon let loose a long cry, and the 7 bursts of crimson light erupted forth from the spots on his body that had just been impaled by the 7 swords, and these bursts of light fused as one with the Azure Dragon projection in a flash. An astonishing scene then ensued. Countless crimson threads suddenly appeared within the body of the Azure Dragon projection before quickly intertwining with one another. In the next instant, Master Azure Dragon had vanished, but the Azure Dragon projection had taken on a far more substantial form, appearing like an actual living creature now. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged throughout heaven and earth in a frenzy, striking those in its immediate vicinity with the urge to bow in subordination. The Azure Dragon raised a claw before extending it toward the oncoming mountainous hammer, and a giant azure claw appeared out of thin air. The claw was able to catch the colossal black hammer amid a resounding boom and keep it at bay with ease. Tai Long faltered slightly upon seeing this, and even though there was a hint of wariness in his eyes, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. That's the great blood spirit manifestation technique. I didn't think that you would have mastered such a powerful ancient ability. It seems that I underestimated you. Having said that, let's see how much blood essence you have to give. The instant you run out of blood essence is the instant you'll fall by my hands. Immediately thereafter, he rubbed his hands together before raising them upward, and countless bursts of silver lightning and fire were sent surging through the air in a torrential wave. At the same time, the gargantuan black hammer also blurred before quickly multiplying into 8 slightly smaller black hammers that attacked the Azure Dragon from all sides. The Azure Dragon whipped its tail violently through the air, sweeping up an almighty gust of wind that repelled the 8 giant hammers, as well as the lightning and fire sweeping down from above. As for the Azure Dragon itself, it abruptly vanished on the spot, then reappeared in the air high above Tai Long before opening its mouth to unleash a burst of azure flames. Tai Long was clearly quite wary of these azure flames as he immediately stomped a foot into space and also disappeared into thin air, not daring to take the attack head-on. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted and a massive inky black blade lashed out toward the Azure Dragon from the side without any warning. The blade was sweeping through the air with devastating force, clearly attempting to slice the dragon in half in one fell swoop. However, the Azure Dragon was agile beyond belief, and it lashed out with one of its azure claws almost as soon as the black blade emerged. Azure light flashed from its claws before swelling drastically to form 5 azure longswords that swept toward the giant black blade. A string of loud clangs instantly rang out, and despite the fact that Tai Long was a late-body integration stage devilish lord, he was still unable to gain the upper hand over the fearsome Azure Dragon. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched, and this came as quite a surprise to both the body integration stage human cultivators and the devilish lords. Of course, this was a pleasant surprise to the humans and a far nastier one for the devils. Han Li was also rather taken aback and relieved to see this. If Master Azure Dragon could hold off the late-body integration stage Tai Long, then the rest of the devilish lords would naturally be far easier to deal with. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward the other 3 devilish lords. Fei Yu seemed to have sensed something, and he also turned to meet Han Li's gaze. Without uttering a single word, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a glittering and translucent flying dagger that was several inches in length suddenly appeared in his hand. He then flew directly toward Han Li, and Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this as a cold smile appeared on his face. Spiritual light flashed from his body, and he was just about to fly forth to meet this devilish lord in battle when Fairy Lin Luan suddenly laid a hand onto his shoulder. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she said, "Brother Han, this devilish lord is no ordinary mid-body integration stage being, and he's extremely adept in glacial abilities. I have some treasures that are a perfect counter to him, so allow me to take him on instead." As soon as her voice trailed off, she laid a hand onto her waist without waiting for a reply from Han Li. Immediately thereafter, 3 gourds of different colors, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 yellow, flew out before her. The gourds were only several inches in size each, but their surfaces were riddled with layers of silver runes, and it was quite apparent that they were no ordinary treasures. 3 dull thumps rang out in quick succession as the lids on the 3 gourds were removed of their own accord, and swarms of thumb-sized fiery hornets emerged from within, then flew toward Fei Yu as 3 giant fiery clouds that were releasing a loud buzzing sound. Meanwhile, Fairy Lin Luan made a hand seal, and 2 bursts of crimson flames suddenly erupted behind her, then formed a pair of fiery red wings. With a flap of her wings, she was propelled through the air as a streak of red light directly behind the fiery clouds. Moments later, the fiery clouds and the white-robed young man clashed, and explosions of white glacial chi and scorching flames erupted as a fierce battle ensued. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was immediately able to identify that the cultivation arts and treasures that Fairy Lin Wan was using seemed to truly be a great counter to glacial power. In the face of the astonishing glacial chi being released by Feya, the fiery hornets were able to hold their own, and they were even beginning to gain a slight upper hand. However, he could also see that Fairy Lin Luan was constantly making a series of hand seals while rapidly injecting her magic power into the three gourds. So it was quite clear that controlling these fiery hornets was a very taxing task. Even though Fei Ya's abilities were being suppressed, his expression remained as calm as ever, and he seemed to have more to give. This observation made Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Brother Han, Sister Lin, and Master Azure Dragon have taken on the two most troublesome opponents. Let's engage the other two in battle as well. If we can take down one of them quickly, perhaps there's a chance we'll be able to win this battle, Fairy Silverlight said as she raised both hands up into the air, releasing her 2 silver hooks, as well as several other treasures. She then rose up into the air as a streak of silver light before flying through the silver light barrier and hurtling directly toward the petite woman, leaving the armored giant to Han Li. The devilish lord by the name of Fairy Yu naturally wasn't going to fear Fairy Silverlight, and a hint of disdain appeared on her face as a burst of strange fragrance suddenly erupted from her body. Immediately thereafter, clouds of pink mist emerged out of thin air around her, then formed a giant pink cloud that was around an acre in size before rapidly descending from above. The pink cloud swept up the streak of silver light before countless beasts of different descriptions were manifested by the pink mist. The ferocious beasts pounced toward the silver streak of light, and in response, Fairy Silverlight released a crescent moon and a red sun that released scintillating light in all directions. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but that was soon replaced by a cold expression as he cast his gaze toward the armored giant. He then immediately made a hand seal and a loud thunderclap erupted behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. After flapping those wings a few times, arcs of silver lightning shot forth around him, then intertwined to form a lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size. In the distance, the armored giant was also appraising Han Li, and he was rather taken aback to see this. However, before he even had a chance to react, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out around 70 to 80 feet above him, and a thick bolt of silver lightning instantly sprang forth as the lightning formation appeared out of thin air. Within the formation was a golden human figure, and he swept a sleeve downward, sending 2 giant mountains, one black and one azure, crashing down from above. A vast expanse of gray light and thousands of streaks of invisible sword chi surged forth in a frenzy from the undersides of the 2 mountains, and at the same time, a bone-chilling harumph rang out within the armored giant's ears. The giant was immediately struck by a burst of excruciating spiritual pain, as if several sharp spikes were being driven straight into his brain. He let loose a cry of agony and alarm as he threw his hands over his head, and the protective spiritual light around his body faded as he plummeted out of the sky. Right at this moment, the 2 giant mountains came crashing down toward the armored giant's head with devastating might. Gray light and invisible sword chi surged violently, forming a massive net that encompassed the armored giant from all sides. "Help me!" As a body integration stage devilish lord, the armored giant was quickly able to recover from the agony inflicted by Han Li's spirit-stun thorn, and as soon as he returned to his senses, his face immediately paled as he let loose a desperate cry of help. A burst of buzzing rang out from his suit of red armor, and it swelled drastically in size amid a flash of bright crimson light. At the same time, 3 crimson fiery pythons, each of which was several hundred feet in length, emerged from the suit of armor to protect him. This suit of armor was a life-saving treasure that the giant constantly wore, and in this dire situation, it had activated of its own accord to protect its wearer. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the giant's cry for help, but he didn't falter even for a single instant as he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing 72 small azure swords that surged forth in a frenzy. The 72 swords then split up into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was over 100 feet in length. In the face of the wave of gray light, the three fiery pythons were instantly vanquished as if they had encountered the bane of their existences, immediately following which countless swords' threads unleashed a ferocious assault on the giant suit of red armor. Countless explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the suit of armor was immediately pushed to the verge of falling apart. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash! At the same time, he swept a hand down from above, and a silver shadow shot forth from within his sleeve. The giant sword crashed downward with devastating might and incredible speed, and before it had even reached the armored giant, he was already struck by a bone-chilling sensation of impending doom. He felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a glacial pit, and in his desperation he attempted to flee the scene as a ball of crimson flames. However, right at this moment, a silver ruler suddenly emerged out of thin air without any warning, then immediately transformed into a long silver snake that wound itself tightly around the giant's waist, preventing him from being able to escape. The crimson flames around the armored giant's body instantly swelled up with greater intensity, but the silver snake was completely unfazed and only wound its body tighter around the giant. A look of shock and horror appeared on the giant's face, and he tried to unleash some other abilities, but it was already too late. The giant's silver sword descended with unstoppable might, instantly tearing through the protective spiritual light around the giant's body. Immediately thereafter, it transformed into a massive azure vortex that encompassed an area of around an acre in size. The armored giant was situated right at the center of the vortex, and he only had a chance to let loose a blood-curdling cry before his body and nascent soul were both shredded into nothingness. Almost at the exact same moment, two bursts of formidable fluctuations erupted from within the devilish chi, and two streaks of light, one golden and one silver, shot forth directly toward Han Li. As such, Han Li didn't even get a chance to savor his victory against the body integration stage devilish lord before he was forced to turn his attention to these two oncoming streaks of light. The two streaks of light were traveling at an incredible speed, and after just a few flashes, they stopped around 1,000 feet away from Han Li. The golden and silver light then faded to reveal a silver-robed middle-aged man and a middle-aged beauty in a pink palatial dress. Both of them were appraising Han Li with fury and incredulity in their eyes. They were none other than the Yin-Yang twin devils, who had joined the devilish army just a few days ago. Tai Long had somehow managed to convince them that Han Li was the one who had killed Lord Li's trio, so they agreed to participate in this attack against Heavenly City. The two devilish lords had intentionally concealed themselves within the devilish sea, and their plan was naturally to get the other devilish lords to distract Han Li and the others before they lashed out with a series of surprise attacks. However, never did they think that Han Li would be able to kill one of the devilish lords before they even had a chance to intervene. This alarming turn of events naturally filled them with shock and fury. After sweeping his spiritual sense toward this pair of devilish lords, Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly. These two were both mid-body integration stage beings, so this could prove to be a rather troublesome battle. He had already guessed that there were other devilish lords hiding within the devilish sea upon hearing the armored giant's plea for help, but it was naturally still a surprise to see that there were two devilish lords lurking in the shadows. To think that you were able to kill Lord Yen in just a single exchange, it seems that there really is a very good chance that Lord Li and the others fell by your hands as well. With your abilities, I'm sure you're quite a renowned figure in the human race. Do you dare to tell us your name? The middle-aged man said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged. Lord Li? Who's that? Are you two mistaking me for someone else? As for my name, I'll disclose that to you when I send you two on your way. Hee. It's been many, many years since anyone has dared to speak to the two of us like this. There's no use denying your involvement in the deaths of Lord Li and the others. We're going to capture you and use that infernal soul refinement technique to make you spit out the truth. Senior Marshal Brother, bring out the treasure that the sacred ancestor bestowed upon us, the middle-aged beauty said with a cold look in her eyes. She then opened her mouth to expel a miniature purple cauldron that was enveloped by black chi. Initially, it was only several inches in size, but it quickly swelled to around 10 feet, and there were countless shimmering black runes on its surface. The middle-aged man flipped a hand over upon seeing this to produce a glittering and translucent miniature pagoda that was radiating rainbow spiritual light. Han Li was quite wary of the fact that these two had asked about Lord Li's trio, but he certainly wasn't going to fear a pair of mid-body integration stage devilish lords, even though the treasures that they had released seemed to be quite extraordinary. His expression darkened slightly as he raised both of his hands, hurling his two extreme mountains through the air. He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at each of the mountains, and they both swelled to over 10,000 feet tall before crashing down toward the two devilish lords with devastating might. Gray light and invisible sword chi surged out of the undersides of the mountains once again, and the entire heavens quaked in the face of the two mountains' tremendous power. However, Han Li knew that these attacks alone wouldn't be enough to take down the two devilish lords, and he immediately made a grabbing motion upon which a short silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He flicked his wrist, and two ruler projections shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, the two ruler projections reappeared behind the two devilish lords before sweeping viciously toward the backs of their heads. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind Han Li, and he also disappeared into thin air as an arc of silver lightning. "Humph! You think such a clumsy surprise attack can harm us?" The devilish beauty harumphed coldly, as she completely ignored the oncoming ruler projection and pointed a finger at the giant cauldron before her. A rumbling boom erupted from the cauldron, and the black runes on its surface surged forth in a frenzy before converging to form an enormous rune right above the cauldron. A burst of peerless suction power then erupted out of the cauldron amid a loud ringing sound, and the two ruler projections that were hurtling toward the pair of devilish lords from behind were instantly sucked into the giant purple cauldron as two streaks of silver light. As for the two massive mountains that were crashing down from above, the devilish beauty switched to another hand seal, and the giant rune above the cauldron blurred before taking on a different form. The suction force being released by the cauldron was instantly reversed as a result, and the barrier of countless black lotus flowers was conjured up to keep the two massive mountains at bay, stopping them cold in their tracks. Right at this moment, a loud thunderclap rang out, and Han Li abruptly appeared above the black mountain amid a flash of silver lightning, then immediately stomped a foot viciously onto the summit of the mountain. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the weight of the black mountain increased by several fold, causing the barrier of black lotus flowers down below to tremor violently. At the same time, Han Li rubbed his hands together before thrusting them downward, sending a dozen or so thick bolts of golden lightning crashing down from above. Concealed within these bolts of golden lightning were several tens of barely visible azure swords, and the devilish beauty was quite stunned by the ferocity of Han Li's attacks. However, she wasn't panicked in the slightest, and a cold smile appeared on her face as she switched hand seals once again, then opened her mouth to expel a cloud of pure black devilish chi toward the giant cauldron. After absorbing this black chi, a string of resounding booms rang out within the cauldron, and a few more ancient runes emerged amid a flash of black light. As soon as these ancient runes appeared, the black lotus flowers in the air instantly transformed into a black light barrier. Upon striking the black light barrier, the extreme essence-fused mountain was immediately struck by a burst of equivalent force acting in the opposite direction, and it was instantly repelled. As for the arcs of golden lightning and azure swords, they were met by the exact same number of black bolts of lightning and flying swords that erupted from the light barrier in retaliation. The two clashed amid a string of resounding booms, and all of the attacks completely nullified one another. The light barrier possessed a mirror-like ability to replicate and repel attacks. This was truly a treasure that defied the natural order. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, but he was still unconvinced that a treasure could truly be this powerful. As such, he immediately made a hand seal before stomping his foot viciously down onto the black mountain again. A burst of azure light erupted out of his foot and was injected into the extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain immediately descended amid the sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder, and several giant silver runes lit up on the surface of the mountain as it released a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then manifested into countless gray threads of light that rained down from above in a torrential downpour. As for the other azure mountain that also came crashing down from above with even greater ferocity than last time at Han Li's behest. However, The devilish beauty was completely unfazed and merely expelled another mouthful of pure devilish chi toward the giant purple cauldron. A resounding rumbling boom rang out, and the same scene unfolded again. Not only were the two mountains completely repelled, the gray threads were also vanquished by the black threads of light that shot forth from the black light barrier. It seemed that this protective barrier formed by the giant cauldron down below really was able to replicate and reflect all attacks. A grim look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the silver-robed man also sprang into action. He pointed a finger at the rainbow pagoda hovering before him, and the giant pagoda rose up into the heavens as a thick pillar of light, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. However, Han Li suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately looked up into the sky. A ball of rainbow light had appeared high above him, and it didn't appear to be very large, but as it slowly descended, it instantly encompassed the entire heavens. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately drew the two giant mountains back into his body. Immediately thereafter, he flew away as a streak of azure light. He didn't know exactly what this rainbow light was, but he certainly wanted nothing to do with it. A cold smile appeared on the devilish beauty's face. "It's too late for you to try and get away now." As soon as her voice trailed off, she changed to another hand seal, and the black rune hovering above the massive cauldron was also switched as a burst of enormous suction force erupted out of the cauldron. As a result, Han Li was stopped cold in his tracks and found himself unable to get away. His expression changed slightly as he let loose a low cry, and golden light flashed as a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind him. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air violently, releasing an astonishing aura that allowed Han Li to struggle free from the suction force erupting from down below. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's body again as he tried to flee the scene again, but right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from the ball of rainbow light up above. A gargantuan tower that was over 100,000 feet tall then descended out of the ball of light, and despite Han Li's incredible speed, he found himself unable to evade the gigantic structure. Dazzling light flashed all around him, and he was suddenly transported to another space. There was no heaven nor earth, everything around him was just a boundless expanse of dazzling rainbow light. Han Li had experienced something similar to this not long ago, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "This is another Shumi treasure. Looks like I'm in quite a bit of trouble this time," Han Li murmured to himself before suddenly sensing something, and he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. In the next instant, rainbow light flashed in the distance, and a series of giant black devilish beasts began to stalk silently toward him. There were tens of thousands of these devilish beasts approaching him, and Han Li's pupils contracted as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release his 72 small azure swords again. The swords instantly transformed into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi that began to revolve around him. Outside the giant rainbow pagoda, a hint of elation appeared on the middle-aged man's face after capturing Han Li, and he waved a hand toward the massive pagoda, upon which it instantly shrank down to only just over 100 feet in size. He then turned to the devilish beauty and said, "I've trapped him in the treasure, but it'll most likely take a long time for the restrictions in the treasure alone to capture him. You should go in and wait for an opportunity to ambush him while I control the restrictions from out here. That way we'll be able to take him down as quickly as possible. Having said that, do be careful that you don't fall prey to him in there. Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother, with this cauldron to protect me, there's no way he'll even be able to touch me, so leave it to me," the devilish beauty chuckled in a nonchalant manner. The cauldron immediately shrank down to its original size at her behest before being drawn into her body, and the middle-aged man nodded before sweeping a sleeve toward her. A burst of rainbow light immediately surged forth to sweep up the devilish beauty, and she abruptly vanished into thin air. The middle-aged man then immediately swept both sleeves through the air, releasing a wave of formation flags, formation plates, and other treasures, forming a formation that released bursts of white mist that inundated both him and the rainbow pagoda. After that, he sat down with his legs crossed inside the formation to focus entirely on controlling the restriction within the pagoda treasure, paying no heed to how his devilish lord companions were currently faring in battle. In the distance, the body integration stage human cultivators had naturally noticed what had just happened, and they were initially elated before their hearts quickly sank. They were naturally elated that Han Li had been able to kill a devilish lord so quickly, but they were then extremely alarmed to see two more mid-body integration stage devilish lords emerge before capturing Han Li with that pagoda treasure. Master Azure Dragon was holding his own against Tai Long, but he was struggling internally. Just as Tai Long had said, with his current magic power, he was still unable to fully unleash this dragon transformation ability. He had only been able to forcibly use this ability through employing a secret technique, and he couldn't last long in this form. He and Lin Luan had chosen to take on the two most powerful devilish lords, and they were hoping that Han Li and Fairy Silver Light would be able to take care of their opponents before lending them their assistance. After all, he had heard that Han Li had once matched a late-body integration cultivator in battle before, so he had very high hopes for him. However, now that Han Li had been trapped in that pagoda treasure, his hopes were naturally dashed, and as he cast his gaze toward the other two battles, his heart sank even further. Lin Luan had held a slight upper hand not long ago, but Faya had suddenly released 13 snowy white flying daggers, which instantly inflicted casualties on the fiery hornets that she was controlling, and she was now being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, Fairy Silver Light was in an even worse situation. She had been surrounded by 8 four-armed devilish apes that had been manifested from pink mist, and she was only just barely able to withstand the torrential barrage of attacks they were unleashing. Master Azure Dragon became very concerned upon seeing this, and after quickly contemplating the situation, he suddenly unleashed an extremely ferocious wave of attacks, sacrificing a huge amount of magic power to force Tai Long into retreat. Tai Long was rather taken aback by this. Yet before he had a chance to react, Master Azure Dragon suddenly turned back to Heavenly City and roared, "Release that thing now!" As soon as the order was issued, a human cultivator on the city wall immediately sprang into action. He flipped a hand over to produce a golden and silver badge, then injected his spiritual power into the badge before waving it through the air a few times. A pillar of golden and silver light erupted out of the badge, and it surged directly into the heavens, stretching for as far as the eyes could see. Within the span of just a few breaths, 9 more pillars of light that were identical to the first one emerged from a certain formation amid a resounding boom. Each pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and there seemed to be countless runes swirling within them. All of a sudden, a white-robed cultivator emerged atop each pillar of light. These 9 cultivators were all holding small flags that were of the same color as the pillars of light while chanting something with solemn expressions. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the 9 pillars of light, and they began to rotate rapidly on the spot, expanding at a dramatic rate as they did so. Within the span of just a few breaths, the pillars of light had become extremely massive, and they quickly converged to form a single gargantuan pillar of light within which all types of runes were flashing violently with spiritual light. Right at this moment, the white-robed cultivators let loose low cries in unison, then tossed their small flags toward the center of the pillar of light before fleeing the scene in a panicked manner. As soon as the small flags vanished into the pillar of light, a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap rang out, following which all of the runes condensed to form 81 formations on the surface of the pillar of light. All of the formations were radiating scintillating light, and the pillar of light suddenly shattered amid an earth-shattering boom. A thunderous roar rang out as a giant beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the pillar of light. It had the head of a goat, the body of a bear, a pair of bat wings, and its entire body was covered in long green fur. That's an aura integration beast. Not only were the human cultivators who were unaware of the existence of this beast extremely alarmed by this sight, Tai Long was also stunned to see this giant beast which was releasing a formidable aura. As soon as the giant beast emerged, it caught sight of the fleeing white-robed cultivators, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it opened its mouth to expel a burst of yellow light. The yellow light swept up all of the white-robed cultivators, and they exploded into clumps of blood and flesh before being devoured by the beast. The nearby human cultivators were petrified to see this, and they all fled in different directions in a blind panic. The giant let loose a low roar, and a giant yellow paw suddenly swept viciously toward the fleeing cultivators in a certain direction. Gusts of howling yellow winds were instantly swept up, and over 100 cultivators were instantly torn into shreds. The giant beast then swept another one of its paws toward another direction, and several tens of cultivators were instantly slain in that direction as well. An urgent look appeared on Master Azure Dragon's face upon seeing this, and he yelled, "What are you waiting for, Fairy Lin?" He had clearly coupled a certain powerful ability with his voice, and not only was it audible across the entire battlefield. Many low-grade devilish beasts instantly passed out, unable to even remain standing in the face of his resounding roar. Fairy Lin Luan's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this, and she let loose a delicate cry as the 3 gourds she was controlling exploded in quick succession, releasing 3 giant hornets, each of which was several tens of feet in size. These were hornet monarchs, and they were blasting forth 3 different types of flames toward Feiya. The flames released by the hornet monarchs were clearly extremely powerful, and even Feiya had no choice but to retreat and evade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fairy Lin Luan flapped her wings, and she abruptly vanished as a ball of flames. In the next instant, she re-emerged in the air over 1,000 feet away from Feiya, then quickly made a hand seal before extending a finger toward her own glabella. Several runes flashed, and a small and slightly blurry crimson talisman appeared. She let loose a delicate cry as white light flashed from her finger, and a pillar of white light formed by a burst of pure spiritual power instantly shot forth into the talisman. In the next instant, just as the giant beast in Heavenly City was about to go on a violent killing spree, it suddenly let loose an agonized roar, and another crimson talisman appeared on its massive goat head. Aside from the size disparity, this talisman was completely identical in appearance to the one on Fairy Lin Luan's glabella. "Hurry up and come out of the city." Just as the giant beast was rolling writhing in agony, Fairy Lin Luan's frosty voice sounded within its mind, and as soon as her voice trailed off, the intense agony in its spiritual sense abruptly disappeared. The giant beast slowly rose to its feet with a bewildered expression, and it seemed to possess some level of intelligence. Fairy Lin Luan's cold harumph sounded once again in its mind, and it shuddered before immediately spreading its wings, then flew out of the city toward the battlefield beyond the city wall. At this point, Tai Long had unleashed a ferocious barrage of attacks to gain a slight upper hand over Master Azure Dragon, but a hint of fear welled up in his heart as he sensed the enormous aura rapidly approaching him from the distance. Even though the aura integration beast only ranked last among the 4 great beasts and couldn't compare with a true spirit being, these beasts were born at the root of all baleful qi in their respective realms, and all of them possessed several incredibly powerful abilities that would allow them to take on several body integration stage beings at once. Even though Tai Long was a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, he certainly wasn't confident in his ability to take on both Master Azure Dragon and the aura integration beast together. How did these human cultivators manage to tame one of the 4 great beasts? Are we going to have to retreat? Wait, if the humans had such a powerful trump card up their sleeve, why didn't they release it before this? After quickly assessing the situation, Tai Long quickly realized that there was something suspicious going on. His body swayed as he swelled to 300 feet in size, then swept both of his giant hands through the air, unleashing countless massive claw projections that combined with his giant hammers to completely suppress the Azure Dragon. At the same time, he swept his spiritual sense toward the oncoming giant beast. Tai Long only dared to multitask like this as his powers were far beyond those of Master Azure Dragon. If he had been battling someone more evenly matched with him, then there was no way he would have dared to do this. With his fearsome late body integration stage spiritual sense, he was naturally able to assess the aura integration beast right away, and just as he had suspected, its aura was fluctuating quite drastically, indicating that it was carrying some severe injuries. As such, there was still a good chance that they would be able to secure victory. With that in mind, Tai Long immediately made a decision, and he suddenly let loose a long cry. The cry sounded like a cross between the roar of a tiger and a dragon, and it was clearly audible to everyone within a radius of 50 kilometers. Deep within the devilish sea, an armored high-grade devilish being's eyes lit up upon hearing this cry. Hee hee. Looks like it's our turn to join the battle. There was a devilish army that numbered in the thousands standing behind him, and most of them were all-encompassing devilish cavaliers, while a small proportion of them were Jaluan war devils. In contrast with the devilish beings that were currently attacking the city, These devilish beings all gave off a bone-chilling aura and had gray chi revolving around their bodies, indicating that they were using some kind of special cultivation art. These devilish beings were seated in mid-air in a cross-legged manner, and they all rose to their feet upon hearing the words of the armored devilish general. They then either got onto their steeds or drew their weapons, but they did so in a completely silent wraith-like manner. "Begin devilification," the devilish general instructed in a solemn voice. Peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the devilish beings upon hearing this, but none of them opposed the order as they pulled out a purple pill each before swallowing them. In the next instant, pained expressions began to appear on their faces, as did crimson patterns that quickly spread to the rest of their bodies. As these crimson patterns emerged, the devilish beings' auras swelled drastically, even though they all still seemed to be in great pain. The gray chi revolving around their bodies expanded and began to writhe like a series of giant pythons. Meanwhile, outside the devilish sea, Tai Long had unleashed several types of secret techniques at once and released 7 or 8 treasures to unleash a barrage of ferocious attacks on Master Azure Dragon. Master Azure Dragon was able to just barely keep the attacks at bay, but his Azure Dragon body was riddled with wounds, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Right at this moment, Tai Long's expression suddenly changed, and he abruptly ceased in his attacks before retreating to several hundred feet away, then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a peculiar look in his eyes. Master Azure Dragon was naturally very relieved to be afforded this opportunity for respite, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately reverted back to his human form amid a flash of azure light. His face was very pale, and there were 7 holes on his chest that were bleeding profusely. However, he completely disregarded his own injuries as he turned back toward Heavenly City. There in the distance, howling yellow winds were sweeping over the city wall, and both the human and devilish armies were struggling to maintain their formations in the face of these gale force winds. Those who were at the forefront of the 2 armies plummeted straight out of the sky, and it was unclear whether they were still alive. The yellow wind receded and the gargantuan aura integration beast emerged. It was around 20,000 to 30,000 feet in size, and encompassed virtually the entire heavens. Both the human and devilish beings drew sharp breaths as they appraised the colossal beast in a fearful manner. Fairy Lin Luan immediately injected more magic power into the crimson talisman on her glabella, and yelled, "Aura Integration Beast. Kill these devilish beings, and I'll set you free after this battle." The Aura Integration Beast was appraising the body integration stage beings on the battlefield with a hesitant look in its eyes. Among all of the beings on the battlefield, these body integration stage beings were the only ones that could pose a threat to it. It was familiar with the auras of 2 of the body integration stage human cultivators, and it identified them as the ones who had sealed it all those years ago. As for the auras being released by those devilish lords, those were extremely abhorrent to it as well. If it were at the height of its powers, then it would have immediately decided to devour all of these body integration stage beings. However, it was still carrying old injuries, and it had been trapped for many years, so it was nowhere near the height of its powers and didn't dare to just recklessly charge into the battle. Just as it was hesitating about how to proceed, the crimson talisman on its head lit up again, and having just experienced the agony that Fairy Lin Luan was able to inflict upon it at will, the Aura Integration Beast didn't dare to hesitate any longer. It immediately opened its cavernous mouth and released a gust of yellow winds that swept toward the devilish army down below. All of the devilish beings that were swept up by the yellow wind were torn into shreds without being able to offer up any resistance, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 devilish beasts and over 100 devilish cavaliers had been slain. "Humph! You'll pay with your life for choosing to oppose us, Aura Integration Beast." Tai Long harumphed coldly in an enraged manner as he flipped a hand over to produce a black leather pouch, then tipped the pouch over to reveal a golden flying trident that was several inches in length. The item then rapidly swelled to around 1,000 feet in size, and Tai Long gripped onto the trident's shaft with both hands before swinging it viciously toward the gust of fierce yellow wind. An azure trident projection crashed down from above like a waterfall, slicing the gust of yellow wind apart before crashing down onto the ground, creating a giant fissure that was over 10,000 feet in length amid an earth-shattering boom. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap rang out from the black leather pouch, and 2 thick bolts of silver lightning sprang forth from within the pouch before transforming into a pair of giant wolves that were enveloped by silver lightning. The wolves each had a pair of silver lightning wings that were 30 to 40 feet in length, and they let loose menacing howls before pouncing directly toward the Aura Integration Beast. A hint of disdain flashed through the Aura Integration Beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it swept a giant paw through the air from afar. A gargantuan yellow paw that was around 1,000 feet in size abruptly appeared above the 2 giant wolves before descending with devastating might, completely destroying the pair of wolves in an instant. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately slashed his giant golden trident through the air again to unleash another massive trident projection. At the same time, his pair of giant black hammers also unleashed countless projections that hurtled directly toward the giant beast. The Aura Integration Beast naturally saw Tai Long's attacks as provocation, and a ferocious light flashed through its eyes as it flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring up a pair of murky yellow clouds that completely concealed its massive body. The giant trident projection and hammer projections struck the yellow cloud in rapid succession amid a string of dull thumps, but were unable to break the defense. Tai Long was quite stunned to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up balls of silver lightning around his body that he prepared to unleash on the yellow cloud. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted overhead and a giant furry paw emerged out of thin air before crashing down toward Tai Long from above. Before the paw had even fully descended upon him, a burst of enormous force closed in on Tai Long from all sides, and his body became extremely sluggish, as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. At the same time, the surrounding air became as hard as iron and steel, and it became extremely difficult to even lift a single finger. Tai Long was struck by a sense of shock and fury by this sudden development, and he let loose an almighty roar, upon which all of the balls of lightning around him exploded to forcibly blast open the sealed space around him. At the same time, a giant black projection appeared behind Tai Long, and it let loose a low roar as an astonishing aura erupted from its body. Black light swirled around Tai Long, and his physical constitution suddenly multiplied in power, allowing him to disregard the immense force weighing down upon him and conjure up over 100 projections. All of the projections were completely identical, and they flew through the air in all directions. However, the giant paw up above merely faltered for an instant before crashing down like lightning, sending a burst of yellow shockwaves sweeping through the surrounding area. Most of the projections were instantly destroyed by the shockwaves, and only a dozen or so managed to escape to several thousand feet away before disintegrating on their own, leaving on a single projection, which reverted back into Tai Long's true body. As soon as he emerged, he cast his gaze toward the massive paw in the distance, and his expression darkened significantly. At this moment, the yellow cloud up ahead reverted back into a pair of giant bat wings, and the Aura Integration Beast re-emerged before crouching down in preparation to pounce toward Tai Long again. With its colossal frame, even when it wasn't unleashing any abilities, it still resembled a giant mountain. Tai Long's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he could only conjure up the same projections and ball of lightning again to evade the massive beast's attacks. Even though he seemed to have been forced firmly onto the back foot, the Aura Integration Beast wasn't able to land a decisive blow on him either. Master Azure Dragon's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He flipped his hands over to produce an azure flying sword in each hand, one of which had 2 Azure WRMS engraved upon it, while the other carried the image of a shimmering golden peacock. He flicked his wrists, and the 2 flying swords immediately rose up into the air in unison. One of them transformed into a pair of Azure WRM projections, while the other took on the form of a golden phoenix projection amid a flash of golden light. The 3 projections then hurtled directly toward Tai Long as dazzling streaks of light at Master Azure Dragon's behest. It was quite clear that he was planning to kill Tai Long with the help of the Aura Integration Beast. If he could kill this late-body integration stage Devilish Lord, then there was a good chance that they'd be able to secure victory even with the 2 mysterious Devilish Lords that had emerged. Tai Long was naturally extremely enraged to see this, but in the face of the threat posed by the Aura Integration Beast, he didn't have the spare capacity to attack Master Azure Dragon, and the situation was quickly becoming quite perilous for him. Just as Tai Long was being forced back and Master Azure Dragon was looking on with elation in his eyes, thousands of bursts of astonishing baleful chi suddenly erupted out of the devilish sea. The inky black devilish sea also instantly turned as red as blood. Ferocious howls rang out as a devilish army that was enveloped by crimson light flew out of the devilish sea in an unhurried manner. Each and every one of the devilish beings had crimson patterns running all over their bodies and were giving off terrifying deathly auras. They were all completely expressionless, and they possessed indistinct ghostly bodies, as if they were malicious spirits that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Tai Long was ecstatic at the sight of this ghostly devilish army, and he immediately commanded, "Ha! Let's see if this beast of yours can continue to keep this up." Infernal blood form guards trapped the aura integration beast and this man in the infernal blood formation and put an end to their lives. Jialuan war devils attacked the city. The devilish army known as the Infernal Blood Form Guards immediately swept forth as a massive crimson cloud upon receiving this order. After just a few flashes, they swept up the Aura Integration Beast, Master Azure Dragon, and even Tai Long himself, and the sound of violent clashes instantly began to ring out within the cloud. Meanwhile, a string of sharp cries also erupted from the devilish army that was attacking the city wall with all their might, and over 1,000 ordinary-looking low-grade devilish beasts suddenly emerged from the army. After just a few flashes, they reached the silver light barrier outside the city wall, then transformed into Jialuan war devils. Ever since the commencement of the battle, they had been posing as low-grade devilish beasts through the use of a disguise technique. Now that they had finally gotten close to the city wall, they were being unleashed on the city by Tai Long. These war devils each had 3 heads and 6 arms, and 2 of their monstrous heads were blasting forth all types of attacks such as fireballs and wind blades. All types of heavy weapons also appeared in their hands before being swung toward the light barrier in a torrential downpour of ferocious attacks. The silver light barrier was indeed very powerful, but it was already becoming rather unsteady from being attacked by the devilish army for so long, and now that the Jialuan war devils had also joined in on the attack, the barrier was beginning to shatter in several places. The Jialuan war devils charged onto the city wall and began to massacre their human foes. The human warriors and low-grade cultivators were no match for these powerful devilish beings, and blood-curdling cries rang out as they all retreated in a panicked manner. Some of the high-grade cultivators up above tried to step in, but they were instantly surrounded by several Jialuan war devils per person and quickly killed on the spot. As a result, the city wall was plunged into a state of complete chaos and morale plummeted as the human army looked on with horrified expressions. Even the weakest of these Jialuan war devils possessed deity transformation stage powers, and they had cultivated powerful devilish arts, so ordinary cultivators were naturally no match for them. However, the unrest on the city wall only lasted for a short time before the chime of a bell rang out, and thousands of streaks of dazzling light suddenly shot forth out of the surrounding buildings. These were all high-grade human cultivators, and they immediately rushed forward to take on the Jialuan war devils. The normal Jialuan war devils didn't pose much of a threat to the high-grade cultivators, but the several tens of Jialuan war devils that were leading from the front were far more powerful than their peers, and even when several high-grade cultivators joined forces to take on each of them, they still managed to brush these obstacles aside and carve out a path of blood as they rushed directly toward Heavenly City. Right at this moment, the ground near the city wall began to tremor violently, and 32 giant golden puppets wielding all types of weapons flew out from underground to oppose these leaders of the Jialuan war devils. All types of treasures hurtled through the air amid a string of resounding explosions, and the puppets and Jialuan war devils seemed to be evenly matched. The golden puppets all had bodies that were as resolute as treasures, and their weapons seemed to be imbued with traces of the power of heaven and earth. Furthermore, they were completely fearless in battle, thereby making them even more formidable. Overall, the devilish army had naturally gained a slight upper hand on the entire battlefield, but with all of the restrictions in Heavenly City, the humans were able to just barely keep the devilish army at bay. Meanwhile, the crimson cloud that the infernal blood-form guards had transformed into was churning and surging incessantly, and the sound of an intense battle could be heard coming from within it. However, not one could see exactly what was happening inside the cloud. As for Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan, both of them were being forced into retreat by their opponents, and it seemed that they wouldn't be able to last for very long. The situation was looking very bad for the body integration stage human cultivators. Han Li waved a hand through the air, and 72 azure flying swords swept forth before transforming into azure lotus flowers that rose up into the air, tearing a giant two-headed lion beast into countless pieces in an instant. However, as opposed to being elated by this, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Ever since he had been drawn into the strange space inside the Rainbow Pagoda, countless beasts had been manifested by the light around him and were attacking him in relentless waves. Initially, these beasts posed no threat to him at all, and he was able to kill them with ease. However, there seemed to be no end to these beasts, and as soon as one wave was slain, another one would immediately emerge to take its place. Han Li wasn't overly fazed by this. After all, this wasn't the first time that he had found himself in a Shumi treasure, and he was relatively confident that he would be able to escape from it. Thus, he released his 72 flying swords to protect himself from the oncoming beast while searching for a node within the space to force his way out of. However, he quickly discovered that something wasn't right. Just like the restriction within the Devil Ceiling Lock, this space seemed to be completely boundless, and even after flying for a long while, he still hadn't found the end of the space. As such, he was forced to stop and think of a way to escape. Looks like I'll only be able to break out of this place through brute force after I find the node in this space, Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, rainbow light flashed around him, and another wave of rainbow beasts emerged. Han Li harumphed coldly, and countless azure lotus flower projections swept forth in all directions, tearing through all of the surrounding beasts in an instant. However, a slightly troubled look appeared in Han Li's eyes. He didn't know whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, but this new wave of beasts seemed to be more powerful than the previous waves. He was still able to kill them with ease, but he had expended slightly more magic power to do so. It was only a very minor difference, but if things continued to progress according to this trend, then the situation really could become rather troublesome. It seemed that he would have to get out of this place as soon as possible before things got out of hand. With that in mind, he immediately pointed a finger toward his own glabella, and black light flashed as an inky black demonic eye appeared. It was none other than the Law Destruction Eye. Having been nurtured by him for so many years, the demonic eye had developed many powerful abilities, and it would be perfect to help him find the most fragile node in this space. Han Li began to make a series of hand seals while chanting something, and black runes began to swirl within the black demonic eye. All of a sudden, the black runes flashed with spiritual light, and a black thread shot forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li closed his two eyes, but the third demonic eye was opened as wide as ever as he shot forth through the air as a streak of azure light, flying toward the direction that the black thread had disappeared in. The light up ahead formed a new wave of beasts to stop him, and even though Han Li's eyes were closed, he still had a clear grasp on the situation unfolding before him. All of the azure flying swords around him converged to form a single giant sword at his behest, then slashed through the air with vicious might. A streak of azure light that was over around 1,000 feet in length swept forth, destroying all of the beasts in its path and clearing out a path for Han Li. The magic power within Han Li's body surged forth in a frenzy, and he rushed through the throng of beasts as a streak of azure light, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. For hours later, Han Li reopened his eyes as he arrived in front of a giant 7-story rainbow pagoda. His expression was filled with incredulity and bewilderment as he examined the structure. This was a giant pagoda that seemed to have been constructed from normal gray stone, and there was a massive eyeball-like crystal ball at the top of the tower. There was a tightly shut stone gate that was around 100 feet tall on the first level of the pagoda, and around 500 meters away from Han Li, there were countless silver ruler projections destroying an endless wave of rainbow beasts. So the spatial node in this place was intentionally hidden. That's quite a smart strategy. It looks like I have no choice but to venture into this pagoda, Han Li murmured to himself before waving a hand through the air, and all of the ruler projections in the distance instantly vanished. In the next instant, silver light flashed in his hand, and a short silver ruler appeared in his grasp. He cast his gaze toward the giant crystal ball up above, then abruptly slashed his silver ruler toward the giant pagoda. Spatial fluctuations surged forth, and a ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length emerged above the pagoda before crashing down with devastating might. Just as the ruler projection was about to strike the crystal ball, a layer of rainbow runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the pagoda, and the ruler projection instantly vanished upon making contact with this layer of runes. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He hadn't intentionally made the ruler projection disappear. It had been taken by the restriction on the pagoda. I see, this pagoda is a manifestation of the pagoda treasure on the outside, so there won't be any way for me to destroy it, Han Li murmured to himself in a resigned manner. Azure light then flashed from his body again as he slowly drifted toward the foot of the stone pagoda. Before even reaching the pagoda, Han Li thrust a hand toward the stone gate from afar, and a huge azure hand surfaced before crashing directly into the gate. A dull thump rang out and the stone gate was pushed open with ease, revealing a passageway that was radiating faint white light. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he continued onward and drifted straight into the entrance. Beyond the stone gate was a path paved with bluestone, leading to another stone gate not far up ahead. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he tried to see directly through the stone gate with his spirit eye ability, but after his spirit eyes penetrated only around a foot into the gate, a layer of golden light suddenly erupted forth. Han Li's eyes were immediately struck by a burst of sharp pain, and there was a peculiar suction force that was making it impossible for him to withdraw his gaze. Han Li was quite alarmed by this, and he reflexively activated his great development technique with all his might. A cool and refreshing sensation surged toward his eyes, and only then was he just barely able to withdraw his gaze. At the same time, an azure figure appeared before him to shield him from the golden light. Even so, Han Li's back had become drenched in cold sweat. He had seen very few restrictions that were as powerful as this one, and that harrowing experience completely rid him of any hint of complacency that he had harbored in his heart. As for the azure figure that had suddenly appeared, that was none other than the spirit body formed by the immortal Wuxia. After contemplating the situation for a moment, he swept a sleeve through the air to release his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, which revolved in the air above his head along with his 72 azure flying swords. He then flipped his hands over, and the short silver ruler instantly vanished, only to be replaced by 2 small mountains, one black and one azure. In the next instant, golden light flashed from Han Li's body, and he let loose a low cry as his body expanded drastically in size. Strands of golden fur also began to emerge out of his skin, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant golden ape. The giant ape abruptly swung both of its arms through the air, and the 2 extreme mountains in its grasp shot forth before crashing heavily into the stone gate amid 2 earth-shattering booms. A layer of golden light surfaced from the golden gate, then exploded like a scintillating golden sun. The restriction formed by the golden light was virtually instantly shattered, and the stone gate was also reduced to dust. Even this incredible profound restriction was no match for his 2 extreme mountains and the extraordinary strength of the giant mountain ape. Han Li abruptly stomped his feet in the ground upon seeing this and propelled himself through the entrance up ahead. All of a sudden, a massive silver fist emerged up ahead before hurtling toward him with ferocious might. Even before it had reached Han Li, he was struck by a burst of enormous invisible force. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, but he wasn't fearful in the slightest as he let loose a loud roar, and he lashed out with a massive furry fist of his own in retaliation. Golden light flashed from his fingertips and his entire hand instantly became as hard as iron and steel. The 2 fists clashed with a crisp crack and the silver fist was instantly shattered by the giant ape. Right at this moment, a gust of fierce winds were swept up above Han Li, and a silver set of claws came grabbing toward him from above. Han Li immediately thrust his other golden palm upward in retaliation, and the silver claws were instantly destroyed as well. After doing all that, Han Li still had no intention of stopping. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth to expel a pillar of azure light, which instantly struck a patch of empty air over 100 feet away. A loud boom rang out, and a silver figure stumbled out of thin air, revealing itself to be a silver puppet that was missing both of its hands. The puppet was around 20 feet tall with mysterious black runes engraved all over its body, and Han Li made a grabbing motion toward it, upon which 10 streaks of azure sword chi hurtled through the air in a flash. The silver puppet was instantly dismembered on the spot, yet all of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted throughout the nearby area, and 8 identical silver puppets abruptly emerged. Han Li was slightly alarmed to see this, and the puppets immediately pounced toward him as balls of silver light. An hour later, Han Li let loose a long cry and hurled both of his extreme mountains through the air at once, reducing 2 of the silver puppets to dust. The 2 extreme mountains then vanished on the spot before reappearing in the giant ape's hands, where they disappeared once again. Meanwhile, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were pursuing a few other silver puppets, and they were quickly felled as well. The giant ape made a hand seal upon seeing this, and it quickly shrank back down to its human form amid a flash of golden light. At this point, the entire space was littered with the remains of silver puppets, of which there were more than 20. Han Li inspected his surroundings with furrowed brows, then turned his gaze toward the air not far away with a grim look in his eyes. These silver puppets were only at around the early deity transformation stage, but a huge number of them had appeared on this level. From the outside, the first level of the pagoda didn't seem all that big, but it had taken him a long while to fly to this point, and he had slain over 100 of these silver puppets along the way. If it weren't for the fact that the silver puppets couldn't even withstand a single attack from him in his giant mountain ape form, and he had released his 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles as well, it would have taken him quite a while to take care of all of these puppets. This struck Han Li with a sense of foreboding for what was to come. After all, this was only the first level. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze upward again, and around 600 to 700 feet up above, everything had been concealed by a layer of gray mist. He had considered taking a shortcut by breaking through this layer of mist to the second level, but he was concerned that forcing his way through this place would damage the hidden spatial node, so he could only give up on that plan. If the spatial node had already fused as one with the pagoda, then it would not be a good idea to act so recklessly. Even as he was thinking, Han Li continued to fly toward the staircase up ahead, followed closely by the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light vanished from view, and a short while after that, an elegant figure emerged amid a flash of golden light. This was none other than the middle-aged beauty, who was one half of the Yin-Yang twin devils. She was looking at the staircase that Han Li had just scaled with a hint of wariness in her eyes. "It's a good thing I followed him in here. Otherwise, with his true spirit transformation and those powerful spirit insects of his, this place really may not be enough to trap him." The devilish beauty murmured to herself before raising a hand to summon a silver formation plate. A burst of silver light was released by the formation plate, then swept up the devilish beauty, upon which she vanished on the spot. On the second level, 2 silver puppets that were slightly larger than those on the first level were reduced to piles of scrap metal by streaks of azure sword chi. These puppets were very similar in appearance to those that had appeared on the first level, but these ones possessed roughly mid-deity transformation stage power. Han Li continued to fly onward expressionlessly with his 13 spirit insects, leaving piles of silver remains in his wake. On the third level, around 10 late deity transformation stage puppets surrounded Han Li before pouncing toward him in unison. On the fourth level, on the seventh level, Han Li drifted forward, and a slightly peculiar look appeared on his face. The puppets on the fourth level were at the early spatial tempering stage, but they numbered far fewer than the puppets on the previous levels. The puppets on the fifth and sixth levels were at the mid-spatial tempering stage and late spatial tempering stage, respectively. The puppets on the sixth level were far more difficult to deal with than those on the previous levels, and Han Li had been forced to unleash several types of powerful abilities to destroy them. According to the trend, there was a very good chance that the puppets on the 7th level would be at the body integration stage, so Han Li had mentally prepared himself for a grueling battle. However, he had yet to encounter any opposition on this level, and that made him even more cautious. Thankfully, his law destruction I told him that the node within this space was definitely on the 7th level, and it was most likely not far away, so this was a very encouraging sign for Han Li. All of a sudden, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles let loose sharp screeches at once and became noticeably more agitated. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped on the spot. At the same time, blue light flashed within his eyes as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. The rainbow light there surged, and two tall and broad figures that were flashing with dazzling rainbow spiritual light emerged. This was a pair of semi-transparent puppets. These two puppets were around the same stature as an adult human, but their facial features were completely blurred. Their skin was extremely smooth and translucent, and in the instant that they appeared, Han Li was struck by a formidable sense of pressure. Han Li instantly conducted a careful inspection of the two puppets, upon which a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. These puppets are indeed quite interesting, but if they think that a pair of early body integration stage puppets without any spiritual nature can stop me, then they must be delusional. He then swept a sleeve through the air, and his two extreme mountains instantly shot forth. At the same time, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles around him also flew toward the two puppets. Immediately thereafter, he flipped a hand over to produce his silver ruler, which he swept through the air to unleash a silver ruler projection that was over 100 feet in length. Han Li was displaying derision and disdain toward these puppets, but his attacks were extremely ferocious and he didn't want to waste any time with them at all. In the face of these devastating attacks, rainbow spiritual light swirled within the eyes of these puppets, and they suddenly approached one another before joining their four hands together. Two balls of rainbow light instantly erupted between their four palms before combining as one, and the unified ball of rainbow light began to swell drastically. Initially, it was only around the size of a human head, but after just a few flashes, it had transformed into a rainbow light barrier. The dazzling rainbow light shielded both of the puppets, and the barrier began to tremor at a frequency that was untraceable to the naked eye. At the same time, countless runes of different sizes surged out of the surface of the barrier in a frenzy, releasing a burst of extremely dazzling light. The silver ruler projection reached the light barrier first before dealing it a vicious strike. A peculiar scene then ensued. The silver ruler projection was stopped cold in its tracks around half a foot away from the barrier, then released an anguished wail before being repelled high up into the air. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which both of his extreme mountains swelled to around 10,000 feet in size before crashing down violently from above. Two resounding booms rang out as the surface of the light barrier warped and twisted, but the two mountains were also repelled while the light barrier remained completely unscathed. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also crashed into the light barrier one after another, and the air around the barrier tremored, seemingly attempting to repel the beetles as well. However, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles suddenly let loose sharp screeches and expanded to several feet in size each. They then extended their limbs, which released layers of silver light, then plunged into the space near the light barrier like a series of steel needles. The space near the light barrier was still twisting and tremoring incessantly, but the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles remained completely unmoved, as if they had taken root there. Immediately thereafter, the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles opened their mouths to expel a golden thread each, which pierced straight through the light barrier, completely disregarding its defensive powers. The rainbow light barrier suddenly tremored, following which bursts of rainbow light surged directly toward the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles in a frenzy along the golden threads. Within the span of just a few breaths, the light barrier had thinned and dimmed significantly, seemingly leaking spiritual power at a rapid rate. The two puppets seemed to falter slightly upon seeing this, but rainbow light then immediately erupted from their hands again before surging in all directions. The light barrier flashed and was bolstered by the influx of rainbow light, but the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles were clearly drawing spiritual power from the light barrier at an astonishing rate. Even though the two puppets clearly possessed other powerful abilities, they were locked in a stalemate with the beetles. Han Li was initially rather taken aback to see this, but a hint of elation then quickly appeared in his eyes. He made a hand seal, and the 72 flying swords around him immediately transformed into hundreds of sword projections, then converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 100 feet in length. Han Li pointed a finger toward the giant sword before him and uttered a single word. Slash! The giant sword immediately came crashing down as a streak of azure light. Perhaps the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords weren't as versatile as the silver ruler, but the combined might of all 72 swords was far above that of the silver ruler. Furthermore, this set of flying swords was Han Li's bonded treasure, and having been nurtured by him for so many years, it had developed a hint of spiritual nature on top of becoming far more powerful as his cultivation base had progressed. Even though that rainbow light barrier was extremely profound, it was already struggling against the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, so Han Li was confident that this sword strike would be able to shatter it. However, right at this critical juncture, something unexpected suddenly happened. In the instant that the giant azure sword came crashing down from above, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted above Han Li as a ball of black light emerged. The black light then flashed to form 5 huge identical runes, and a dull thump rang out as a burst of enormous force came crashing down from above as if 5 massive mountains had descended from the heavens at once. If a normal body integration stage human cultivator with a far inferior physical constitution had been standing in Han Li's place, their physical body would have instantly been destroyed by this devastating crushing force. At the same time, a small purple cauldron emerged silently beneath Han Li. Black light swept forth from the cauldron, and 3 other ancient black runes emerged. As soon as these 3 runes appeared, Han Li's body was completely immobilized, as if it had been bound by iron chains, and his magic power also ceased to circulate. On top of that, blue light flashed beside Han Li, and a transparent puppet that resembled an ice statue appeared out of thin air, then slashed a giant transparent sword toward Han Li with devastating force. Meanwhile, faint golden light flashed on his other side, and the devilish beauty from the yin-yang twin devils appeared with a sinister look on her face before raising both of her hands up into the air. A ball of green flames and a crimson flying sword shot forth in unison, and the green flames transformed into a huge menacing ghostly head that pounced directly toward Han Li. As for the flying sword, it released an extremely unsettling sharp howl and came crashing down while emitting an overwhelming odor of blood and gore. By using the profound restriction in this place and the silver formation plate she was carrying, the devilish beauty had managed to escape the detection of Han Li's spiritual sense and spirit eyes. In the instant that the 2 extreme mountains and the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles left Han Li, she immediately appeared alongside another body integration stage puppet to unleash a devastating sneak attack. She was unleashing all of her most powerful abilities at once to kill Han Li on the spot. In the face of this unexpected and extremely fierce attack, even Han Li's pupils contracted drastically, but he immediately reacted and sprang into action. Golden light flashed from his body, and he transformed into his giant mountain ape for again. With the incredible strength that this form bestowed upon him, he was able to escape the restrictions being exerted upon him by the runes both above and below him, and his magic power also became free to circulate again. After letting loose a loud roar, black chi swirled around Han Li's upper body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared before releasing countless black runes in a frenzy to form a protective barrier. At the same time, golden light flashed behind him, and a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The golden body swung all 6 of its arms through the air, and 6 giant golden blades appeared at once to oppose the oncoming giant transparent sword. As all this was happening, a green figure also shot forth out of Han Li's body before transforming into another green-skinned Han Li. The green-skinned Han Li clenched its fists and unleashed countless green fist projections that hurtled directly toward the ghostly head and the crimson sword chi. As for Han Li himself, he opened his cavernous mouth to release a ball of silver flames. In the next instant, lights of all colors exploded around Han Li, creating an extremely dazzling display to behold. Powerful shockwaves surged forth in all directions like gale force winds, threatening to engulf everything in the surrounding area. All of a sudden, an anguished cry rang out and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. There was blood all over her body, and one of her arms was completely missing. This was none other than the devilish beauty, but the sinister look on her face had now been replaced with one of incredulity. A cold harumph rang out, and the giant golden ape appeared alongside the green-skinned Han Li in the distance amid a flash of spiritual light. The giant ape was holding a ball of green flames in one hand and a purple blade segment in its other hand. Within the green flames, a green skull was struggling with all its might while expelling black chi out of its mouth, trying to escape from the golden ape, but the giant mountain ape was far too strong and refused to let the green skull slip out of its grasp. Meanwhile, the purple blade's segment was radiating five-colored light, and there was a hint of the power of laws of heaven and earth emanating from it. As for the green-skinned Han Li, the flesh on one of its arms had been completely stripped away to reveal the bone underneath, while its other arm was entirely charred black, as if it had just been incinerated by some kind of devilish flame. Not far away from the two of them, a shimmering golden figure was engaged in a fierce battle against the transparent puppet. "That's a profound heavenly treasure and a golden body," the devilish beauty exclaimed in a shrill voice, as if there were a hand closed around her throat. She then immediately flipped her remaining hand over to produce a silver formation plate, then hurriedly waved it through the air with a horrified look on her face. Faint golden light appeared around her, and her body immediately became blurry and indistinct, looking as if she were about to vanish in an instant. Han Li immediately summoned his law destruction eye again upon seeing this, then blasted forth a pillar of black light. The pillar of light vanished into space almost at the exact same time as the devilish beauty did, and a dull thump rang out several hundred feet away, following which the devilish beauty stumbled out of thin air in a panicked manner. Before she even had a chance to regain her bearings, she was greeted by a cold harumph from the golden ape, and a burst of sharp, excruciating pain immediately speared through her spiritual sense, causing her to plummet out of the sky. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant ape sprang forward and transformed into a giant bird amid a flash of silver lightning. A second pair of translucent azure wings then appeared on the bird's back, and it flapped all four of its wings in unison, upon which it abruptly vanished on the spot. A rumbling thunderclap then rang out right behind the devilish beauty, and a giant silver talon suddenly emerged before impaling her body without any warning. A burst of silver flames was then released by the talon, and the fire quickly encompassed her entire body, reducing her to ashes, as well as incinerating her nascent soul into nothingness. After that, the giant bird quickly shrank down and reverted back to its human form. Han Li then turned toward the Provenance golden body, which was still locked in combat against the transparent puppet, and he flicked his fingers toward the distance. A series of streaks of sword chi sprang forth, and all of them were hurtling toward the exact spot that the puppet was retreating toward. The puppet was clearly far more suited to assassinations and sneak attacks rather than direct battles, and it was quickly forced onto the back foot. Finally, it was overwhelmed and shredded into countless pieces by the giant golden blades being wielded by the golden body. Meanwhile, the two rainbow puppets in the distance were also in a very perilous situation. The giant azure sword that Han Li had directed toward the light barrier had failed to do anything, as he had been distracted by that sneak attack just now, but with the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles devouring spiritual power to their heart's content, the barrier still collapsed in the end. The 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles immediately pounced toward the two rainbow puppets, and a series of resounding clashes ensued. The two puppets had released silver arcs of lightning and bursts of yellow light that both seemed to be imbued with incredible power. In the face of the puppets' attacks, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles were completely fearless and swarmed directly into the lightning and yellow light. Loud thunderclaps instantly rang out as the arcs of lightning exploded, and even the surrounding air was giving off a slightly charred scent. As for the yellow light, there were countless runes swirling within it, and it instantly swept up the purple-striped gold devouring beetles before becoming significantly brighter. However, these 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles were all beetle monarch candidates that had arisen from tens of thousands of gold devouring beetles, so they were far more powerful than the average being could imagine. Regardless of whether they were struck by lightning or swept up by yellow runes, the purple-striped gold devouring beetles managed to remain completely unscathed, and they quickly flew over to the two puppets before pouncing on them in a vicious manner. The two rainbow puppets didn't possess any emotions, so they naturally had no fear. Rainbow light swirled around their bodies, and one of them produced a pair of long transparent blades, while the other summoned a rainbow spear that was around 20 feet in length. As the three weapons were swung through the air, countless blade and spear projections emerged to sweep up the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles. A string of erratic clangs rang out, and even though the purple-striped gold devouring beetles remained completely unharmed, they were unable to approach the two puppets, either. Han Li's expression darkened slightly as he looked on from the distance, and all of a sudden, he let loose a long roar, and the extreme essence-fused mountain in the air above instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the two puppets and the black mountain emerged before sending a burst of gray light raining down from above. The two puppets were completely fearless as they continued to sweep their weapons through the air while raising their heads to face the oncoming gray light. They then opened their mouths to unleash two pillars of rainbow light, and rainbow and gray light intertwined with one another as the two clashed. Right at this moment, a pair of translucent wings appeared on Han Li's back, and his enormous ape body instantly vanished with a flap of those wings amid a flash of silver lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted behind the two puppets, and the giant ape abruptly emerged before swinging its arms through the air. The rainbow light in front of the two puppets shuddered and two furry golden fists emerged, both of which were radiating shimmering golden light. The giant ape had plunged its massive fists straight through the bodies of the two puppets at an incredible speed. The two puppets did indeed possess early body integration stage power, but they didn't possess high-level intelligence nor the spiritual sense of living cultivators, so they were unable to immediately react to Han Li, who had appeared behind them. At the same time, the unique advantages of being a puppet shone through here. If a normal living being were to sustain such a severe wound, they would most likely lose the ability to continue to battle. However, the two puppets seemed to have been completely unaffected, and they immediately swung their weapons toward the giant ape behind them. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and a dull thump suddenly rang out from his fists, releasing two bursts of silver flames that completely enveloped the pair of rainbow puppets. This was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. At the same time, Han Li shot back like an arrow and evaded the puppets' attacks with ease. However, the scenes that unfolded next were rather surprising to Han Li. Even after being engulfed by the silver flames, the two puppets showed no signs of melting, and there were only slight traces of charring on their bodies that indicated that they were being affected at all. This naturally wasn't what Han Li had envisioned would happen. Even so, there wasn't any need for him to intervene any further. Even though these puppets were still able to retaliate, they were clearly far slower than before. The 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles immediately pounced on them and began to munch on their bodies. The two puppets unleashed all types of abilities to rid themselves of the beetles, but were simply unable to do so. They were able to withstand incineration from the spirit engulfing heavenly flames, but they were no match for the powers of the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. After just a few moments, they had been toppled and were only able to roll around on the ground. A short while after that, close to half of their bodies had been devoured, and they finally fell completely still. As the two puppets were being devoured, Han Li made a hand seal and reverted back to his human form before looking on in a cold silence. After the remains of the two puppets had been completely consumed, Han Li whistled to instruct purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to return to him. After devouring the two puppets, the purple stripes on the bodies of the beetles seemed to have become even more vibrant. On top of that, they were extremely excited, and were rather reluctant to follow Han Li's orders. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he abruptly injected more spiritual power into his whistle. Only then did the 13 beetles reluctantly return to him before disappearing up his sleeve. It looks like it'll be rather risky for me to continue to use these beetles in battle. I'll have to refine them a few times when I get back, Han Li murmured to himself. He then turned and cast his gaze toward an item in the distance. There, the small purple cauldron was hovering in mid-air in a stationary manner, and it had completely dimmed now that it had lost its former owner. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand toward the cauldron from afar. The abilities displayed by this cauldron were truly incredible. If he could obtain this treasure, then his powers would be even further enhanced. The small purple cauldron immediately flew toward Han Li as a ball of spiritual light. Yet just as it was about to reach him, a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted without any warning. A bolt of purple lightning then crashed down from above to strike the small cauldron, and it abruptly vanished amid a dull thump. Almost at the exact same moment, an infuriated voice reverberated through the surrounding space. Not only have you taken my devil sealing lock, you're even going after my purple word cauldron now. Looks like those two useless buffoons were unable to kill you even with the treasures I gave them. So be it, I'll be coming to meet you in person soon. I'll show you how it feels to wish you had never been born. The voice seemed to have been imbued with some kind of indescribable mysterious power, and even though it wasn't very loud, it sounded like a rumbling thunderclap to Han Li. Even with his astonishing spiritual sense, he was still struck by a rush of dizziness and he swayed unsteadily before righting himself. However, his face had become very pale. That was the spiritual sense of a grand Ascension cultivator. Could it be that sacred ancestor Shuiguang's clone transmitted his voice to me? That can't be. That clone can only be at the late body integration stage at most, so how could its spiritual sense be this powerful? That voice should have come from sacred ancestor Shuiguang's true body. What does he mean when he says that he'll come to see me in person? Could it be that he's able to descend into this realm? Otherwise, he should know that a mere clone of his won't be able to do anything to me either. Han Li was very bewildered by that ordeal, and he knew that he had to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Thus, he temporarily cast aside his chaotic train of thought and withdrew his spirit body and provenance golden body. He then stomped a foot down onto the ground and shot forth into the distance as a streak of azure light. In the giant devilish city not far away from Deep Heaven City, there was a crimson-robed young man sitting by himself on a golden chair in a massive hall. He had a contemplative look on his face, which then suddenly gave way to one of confusion. What's going on? It feels like... The young man's expression changed drastically as he stood up from his chair with incredulity in his eyes. Could it be that another clone is descending into this realm? No, the feeling is too intense. It feels like my true body is forcing its way into this realm. How could this be? Did he unleash that cultivation art? The crimson-robed young man exclaimed. Han Li made a hand seal, and a pillar of black light erupted out of the law-destruction eye on his glabella, hurtling directly toward the head-sized crystal on a tall platform that was several tens of feet above him. At the same time, the golden provenance true devil projection also emerged behind him, then unleashed a series of balls of golden light toward the crystal. He seemed to have been attacking the crystal for some time already, and it dimmed significantly with cracks running all over its surface. The sound of cracking porcelain rang out, and the crystal finally shattered, upon which the pillar of light struck the crystal's core. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and a white hole that was around 10 feet in size emerged. Han Li's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately withdrew his abilities before flying directly into the hole. The azure streak of light pierced through space, and the light faded as Han Li turned around to find a giant pagoda that was tens of thousands of feet tall standing behind him. The hole that he had just emerged out of was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and the space there returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the treasure hadn't really sustained much damage. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath as he cast his gaze around him, upon which a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. A fierce battle was still raging around him, and the human and devilish armies were clashing with all their might. High up in the air, a massive beast with a goat head and a bear body had joined forces to face Tai Long, as well as a peculiar devilish army that was enshrouded in crimson mist. Master Azure Dragon had already reverted back to his human form, and his face was very pale. In the face of the devilish army's attacks, he was only just barely able to ensure self-preservation. The attacks of these devilish beings were very simple. Aside from blasting pillars of crimson light out of their mouths, they were merely swinging their weapons through the air with all their might to unleash a barrage of projections. However, Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast were clearly rather wary of these simple-looking attacks. They didn't dare to allow the attacks to strike their bodies, and kept the attacks at bay using protective spiritual light or their treasures. Furthermore, these devilish beings all seemed to possess immortal bodies. Even if they were completely destroyed by attacks from that giant beast, they would instantly regenerate and unleash attacks of even greater ferocity. As for Tai Long, he was situated far behind this devilish army, and whenever the giant beast threatened to burst out of the devilish army, he would appear in its path to force it back to its original spot. Of course, he was also occasionally directing vicious attacks toward Master Azure Dragon to keep him on his toes as well. Even with the aura integration beast's formidable powers, It was unable to force its way out of this devilish army in a short time. At the same time, Tai Long and the devilish army were unable to defeat or harm this beast either, so an impasse had ensued. Meanwhile, the situation elsewhere was completely different. Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan had joined forces, and they were in a very bad situation. One of them had radiant silver light shimmering around her body, while the other had 3 colored flames burning around her, and the 2 types of abilities had fused as one to complement one another's powers. However, Feiya and the Fairy Yu had also joined forces, and the projection of a giant green clam had appeared behind Fairy Yu. Every time the clam opened its mouth, it expelled forth balls of green light that was able to nullify the silver light and 3 colored flames. If it weren't for the fact that the giant clam projection had to rest for a while after expelling each burst of green light, Fairy Lin Luan and Fairy Silver Light's defenses would have most likely been overwhelmed already. However, what was of the greatest concern to the two were the attacks from Feiya. Aside from the dozen or so translucent flying daggers Feiya had released, he hadn't employed any other forms of attacks. However, these simple-looking attacks were imbued with a type of incredible glacial power, and the 2 women were forced to expend a vast amount of magic power to keep the daggers at bay. Thus, their magic power was being whittled down at a rapid rate, and if it weren't for the fact that both of them were carrying some extremely precious magic power restoration pills, they would have most likely been defeated and killed already. Even so, their situation was still becoming more and more perilous as their supply of pills was quickly being depleted. A cloud of white glacial chi that was several acres in size had appeared around the silver light and 3 colored flames that they had conjured up, and Han Li was very surprised to see this. It was clear that not much time had passed since he had been drawn into the giant pagoda, yet he knew that he had spent close to half a day in there. This meant that the pagoda was able to manipulate the flow of time within itself to be different from that of the outside world. In that case, this really was an extraordinary treasure. After all, he hadn't heard of any treasure aside from profound heavenly treasures that were capable of altering the flow of time. Despite his astonishment, Han Li still had the presence of mind to search for the silver-robed middle-aged man that had trapped him in the pagoda in the first place, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. He immediately swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, but aside from some remnant restriction fluctuations, he was unable to find any trace of that devilish lord. This was rather alarming to Han Li, and when he thought back to the voice that had spoken to him inside the pagoda, a strong sense of foreboding immediately welled up in his heart. He had to get away from this place as quickly as possible. With that in mind, Han Li immediately prepared to leave, but he couldn't help but hesitate at the sight of the perilous situation that the human army was in. So be it. I'll help them kill 2 more devilish lords before I leave. If I use my full power, it shouldn't take too long, Han Li murmured to himself. It wasn't that he wanted to turn the tide of the battle. It was just that if he were to desert the battle at a time like this, then his reputation in the human race would most likely be completely ruined. Even if the voice transmission had indeed come from sacred ancestor Shuiguang's true body, he found it very difficult to believe that sacred ancestor Shuiguang would be able to pose any threat to him unless his true body was to descend into this realm. This was virtually impossible for the sacred ancestors of the elder devil race during the early stages of the devilish tribulation. At the very least, something like this had never happened during past devilish tribulations as far as he was aware. As such, even though Han Li had been struck by a bad premonition, he still decided to help the Heavenly City cultivators one last time before he left. As for that giant pagoda, it was naturally a very appealing treasure to Han Li, but it was clearly something that belonged to sacred ancestor Shuiguang, just like that purple cauldron. He most likely wouldn't be able to erase the mark left within the treasure by the spiritual sense of a grand Ascension cultivator, so he wouldn't be able to claim it for himself anyway. This was most likely why sacred ancestor Shuiguang had been willing to give his subordinates these 2 outrageously powerful treasures. With that in mind, Han Li shot forth as a streak of azure light to reinforce Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan, as opposed to Master Azure Dragon and the giant beast. Fairy Silver Light and Fairy Lin Luan had naturally also caught sight of Han Li approaching from the distance, and they were ecstatic. As soon as he reached the 2 women, he swept his sleeves through the air, and countless azure lotus flower projections emerged. At the same time, he summoned his silver ruler, and Fairy Lin Wan called out in an elated voice, "I'm so glad you're safe, fellow Taoist Han. Please keep these two devilish lords at bay so I can control the aura integration beast to kill that devilish lord and those mutated devilish beings." As soon as her voice trailed off, the three-colored flames around her instantly vanished, and she quickly made a series of hand seals. The crimson talisman appeared over her glabella again, and she really was leaving herself completely defenseless. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still raised a hand into the air to summon his black mountain. The mountain swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, then descended right in front of the translucent flying daggers that Feiya was directing toward the two women. White light flashed, and a layer of ice appeared over close to half of the entire extreme essence-fused mountain. The glacial powers that Feiyu was displaying now were far more powerful than what he had unleashed at the beginning of the battle, and it was even capable of freezing the extreme essence-fused mountain. As opposed to being disgruntled by Han Li's intervention, Feiya's eyes immediately lit up and he directed all of his flying daggers toward Han Li as streaks of white glacial light. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. All of the azure lotus flowers around him instantly vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, hundreds of pillars of azure light emerged. A giant azure sword formation was formed, and it encompassed Han Li, as well as the two women. It was quite clear that this Feiya was going to be quite a formidable opponent, and Han Li wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, so he had unleashed one of his trump cards, the azure coil sword formation that he was yet to fully master. The glacial power unleashed by the flying daggers was extremely powerful, but it vanished without a trace as soon as it came into contact with the sword formation. Hee, that's an interesting formation, but you're severely underestimating me if you think that's enough to stump me, Feiya said with a hint of mockery in his frosty voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and his flying daggers converged to form a massive blade that was 500 to 600 feet in length. The blade then crashed down toward the sword formation with devastating might, and even before it had even reached the formation, a layer of white light had descended from the heavens. A string of crackling sounds rang out from the surrounding space, and it was as if the very heavens had been frozen by this glacial chi. Even the streaks of sword chi surging throughout the azure coil sword formation became very sluggish in the face of this burst of glacial power, and the operation of the entire sword formation was slowed down significantly. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before extending a pristine white hand out of his sleeve. 5 white skull projections instantly shot forth from his fingertips before expanding to the size of wagon wheels. These were none other than the unbroken sync devils that Han Li had refined to become a part of his hand, and they cackled in a sinister manner as they expelled bursts of 5-colored flames out of their mouths. With the current powers of the 5 devils, they were no longer able to provide much assistance to Han Li, which was why he very rarely summoned them in battle after entering the spirit realm. However, after Han Li absorbed that type of glacial power that he stumbled upon in the primordial world, the 5 devils had become a lot more powerful than before. They were still extremely vulnerable against attacks from high-grade cultivators, but the new glacial flames they were able to expel were incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, Han Li was able to borrow the power of the 5 devils to unleash a fraction of the glacial flames' powers, so he wouldn't need to summon the 5 devils. However, the glacial powers that Feiya was displaying were the most powerful that he had ever seen, so he decided to summon the 5 devils as well. In the face of the new 5-colored glacial flames being expelled by the giant skulls, the glacial power in the surrounding air was significantly nullified, and the sword formation was able to function as normal again. Han Li's glacial flames were slightly inferior in power to Feiya's glacial powers, but they were still capable of absorbing part of his glacial powers. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and countless streaks of azure sword chi immediately emerged within the sword formation, then converged to form a massive ball of light at the center of the formation. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the ball of light, and it shattered to reveal an azure coiled dragon. The coiled dragon had azure scales all over its body, and every single one of those scales was as bright and smooth as a mirror. It was giving off an extremely fearsome aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth, and it pounced directly toward the oncoming giant flying blade. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant blade clashed with the azure dragon, and the glacial power being released by the blade became even more potent amid a flash of scintillating white light. However, upon striking the coiled dragon's neck, a metallic clang rang out and the blade was repelled while the dragon remained completely unscathed. As a result of the clash, a thick layer of ice immediately appeared over the upper half of the dragon's body, but it merely shook its body, and ice instantly cracked. It then let loose a roar of fury before biting down upon the giant blade, and also extended its claws toward the blade in a menacing manner. The massive blade possessed formidable power, but it wasn't actually all that resolute. Upon being attacked by the coiled dragon, a string of loud cracks rang out and the entire blade was quickly shattered before disintegrating into countless specks of translucent light. A surprised expression finally appeared on Fei Ye's face upon seeing this, but he merely pointed a finger up ahead and several tens of unharmed translucent flying daggers reappeared amid a gust of glacial wind. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Only now did it become clear to him that these flying daggers weren't actually treasures, they had been manifested from Fei Ye's glacial powers instead. As such, as long as Fei Ye still had sufficient magic power, he would be able to recreate these blades indefinitely. This was truly a surprise to Han Li. However, that didn't stop him from instructing the Azure Coiled Dragon to pounce directly toward Fei Ye. At the same time, a thunderclap erupted behind him, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he vanished on the spot amid a flash of lightning. The more fearsome his opponent was, the greater the necessity for Han Li to kill him as quickly as possible. This was the best course of action for both himself and the entire human army in Heavenly City. Fei Ye's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he then harumphed coldly, and the translucent flying daggers hovering before him shot forth high up into the air. The daggers converged up above to form the same translucent giant blade, while Fei Ye stomped a foot into the air and shot forth as a streak of translucent light. The streak of light then fused as one with the massive blade, and it slashed toward the Azure Coiled Dragon in a vicious manner. This giant blade was almost twice as powerful as the previous one, and before it had even made contact with the coiled dragon, the entire surrounding air had already been filled with glacial light. However, the Azure Dragon wasn't fearful in the slightest upon seeing this. The scales all over its body stood up on end, and it transformed into a vast expanse of azure light that clashed with the giant blade. Glacial light and azure light intertwined as they clashed in a ferocious manner, and the two seemed to be evenly matched. Right at this moment, silver lightning flashed, and Han Li appeared up above before immediately grabbing downward with both hands. Two giant hands that were each several tens of feet in size emerged out of thin. One of them was as pristine white as jade with layers of five-colored glacial flames around it, while the other was as black as ink and was enveloped in a layer of silver flames. The two giant hands thrust downward, and glacial and scorching powers intertwined, creating a strange combination that enhanced rather than weakened one another. Glacial light flashed down below, and Fei Ye emerged before transforming into a giant frosty hand that rose up into the air. This hand was as translucent as ice, and the entire surrounding space congealed in the face of its glacial powers. The three massive hands clashed violently, and the five-colored flames around the giant white hand were immediately snuffed out, following which the hand itself was shattered. However, the glacial power emanating from the giant frosty hand was also nullified somewhat, and it shrank slightly in size. After that, the inky black hand clashed with the glacial hand, and the spirit engulfing heavenly flames immediately enveloped the giant frosty hand. Not only was all of its glacial power nullified, the frosty hand began to melt at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Right before all of the glacial power was depleted, a burst of glacial light shot forth out of the silver flames before flying away like lightning. However, it was followed by a thin golden and silver thread that vanished into the glacial light in a flash. A cry of shock and fury rang out from within the glacial light, and Fei Ye stumbled out of it with a hand clasped over his chest. Through the gaps between his fingers, a purplish-black wound could be seen, and he had a look of astonishment and rage in his eyes. The wound had been inflicted by the revolving evil spirit light that the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had devoured in the past, and Fei Ye had been caught completely off guard by the attack. Han chuckled coldly as a layer of black chi quickly surged throughout Feiya's body, and he knew that even if the poison within the revolving evil spirit light wouldn't be able to kill him, it would definitely have at least weakened him significantly, thereby making him a lot more vulnerable. He quickly cast a glance toward Fairy Yu to find that she was engaged in a fierce battle against Fairy Silver Light and his silver ruler, so there was no way she would be able to intervene to assist Feiya. As such, Han didn't hesitate any longer as he flapped his wings and he immediately pounced toward Feiya amid a rumbling thunderclap. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the battlefield and the entire sky abruptly dimmed. Immediately thereafter, an inky black vortex that was around an acre in size emerged hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air. An extremely terrifying aura seeped out of the vortex, and the aura was only growing more powerful at an incredible rate. Han immediately stopped cold in his tracks and cast his gaze toward the vortex with a stunned expression. This aura was rather familiar to him. It was identical to the one released by the spiritual sense that had communicated with him in the giant pagoda. However, this aura was even more fearsome than the one that had appeared in the pagoda. What was even more alarming to him was that there was a humanoid figure standing right under the massive vortex, and upon closer inspection Han discovered that it was none other than the silver-robed middle-aged man, the male half of the yin-yang twin devils. Both the human and devilish beings on the battlefield were stunned to see this. Many of them stopped what they were doing and turned to stare up at the massive vortex with shock and awe in their eyes. Han Li's expression darkened significantly, and before he had made up his mind about whether he should focus on killing Feiya or make a detour to destroy the vortex first, the silver-robed middle-aged man suddenly made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a crimson ruby-like crystal. All of a sudden, the terrifying aura emanating from the vortex abruptly vanished. But in the next instant, a burst of blackish-red devilish chi flew out of the vortex before vanishing into the crystal in a flash. Crimson light flashed from the surface of the crystal, and it was suddenly drawn back into the silver-robed man's body. In the next instant, crimson light erupted from the silver-robed man's body, and he threw his hands onto his head as he let loose a howl of excruciating agony. At the same time, a string of loud cracks and pops rang out from all over his body, and his face and aura underwent an astonishing transformation. His facial features twisted and warped before transforming into those of a young man who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age. His pupils had also turned bright red, and he was giving off an overwhelming scent of blood and gore. The young man removed his hands from his head before slowly standing up straight again. He looked around at the human and devilish beings down below with a peculiar expression, then appraised his own hands before suddenly bursting into raucous laughter. I finally arrived in the spirit realm, so that really was a viable method after all. Haha, I'm probably the first sacred ancestor to have accomplished this. It really is a wonderful feeling. All of the high-grade human cultivators were very alarmed to hear this, while the high-grade devilish beings were ecstatic upon getting a clear glimpse of the young man's appearance. One of the high-grade devilish beings immediately half-knelt onto the ground and greeted. We pay our respects to our sacred ancestor. Congratulations on descending into the spirit realm, sacred ancestor. His greeting seemed to have acted as a reminder to the other devilish beings, and the entire devilish army immediately knelt down in unison. As for the human army, all of their faces instantly paled as they looked up with horror and despair in their eyes. The devilish lords were still rather bewildered, seemingly more hesitant than elated. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically before a cold look appeared on his face, and he yelled, "No need to fear. This devil was only able to descend into this world after possessing a host, so he most likely doesn't possess even a tenth of the powers of his true body. We can still win this battle. Fairy Lin, get the aura integration beast to kill this devil while we hold off the other devilish lords." Fairy Lin Luan was rather hesitant, but after taking a glance at all of the human cultivators standing on the city wall, she gritted her teeth and nodded as she abruptly thrust a finger toward the crimson talisman on her own glabella. The aura integration beast suddenly let loose a thunderous roar at her behest, then expelled a gust of fierce yellow wind out of its cavernous mouth. The devilish beings around it were all blown aside, and it flapped its wings vigorously, forcibly tearing its way out of the devilish army as it flew toward the young man. Even though the young man hadn't displayed any of his powers yet, the aura that he was giving off struck the beast with a sense of danger. As such, even without Fairy Lin Wan's instructions, it was still inclined to kill this young man in case he posed a threat to it later on. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon let loose a loud roar, and the 7 short blades re-emerged over his body as he transformed into a giant azure dragon once again. Howling winds and bolts of lightning erupted around him, and in the face of his ferocious barrage of attacks, the devilish army around him was unable to pursue the aura integration beast. Tai Long was unleashing countless hammer projections with his pair of giant hammers, and the attacks seemed to be extremely powerful, but he was rather distracted as he was focusing most of his attention on the aura integration beast and the young man. Han Li was naturally extremely alarmed by this turn of events as well. Even though this wasn't the actual true body of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, it didn't seem to be an ordinary spiritual sense clone, either. The aura that the young man was giving off was truly formidable, and far superior to that of the average late-body integration cultivator. Now that the aura integration beast had been unleashed on the young man, Han Li also stopped what he was doing to appraise the situation. Fei Yu was naturally quite relieved to see this, and he hurriedly consumed a few antidote pills, then began to circulate his magic power to force the poison out of his body. If someone below the body integration stage had been infected by the poison of the revolving evil spirit light, they would have already been killed, and he was only able to last this long as he was able to forcibly repress the poison with his mid-body integration stage powers. The young man faltered slightly at the sight of the aura integration beast before murmuring to himself in a surprised manner. To think there's an aura integration beast present. No wonder all of you still haven't won this battle yet. I just so happen to require a steed. I guess you'll suffice. As soon as his voice trailed off, the young man flipped a hand over, and a small purple cauldron appeared over his palm amid a flash of purple light. The young man laid a hand onto the cauldron and uttered the word, "Net." The cauldron immediately began to revolve on the spot, and an ancient rune emerged from within it amid a flash of black light, then shot forth directly toward the aura integration beast. The aura integration beast opened its mouth to expel a gust of ferocious yellow winds upon seeing this, and at the same time its wings transformed into a yellow cloud that completely concealed its entire body. The giant beast then hurtled directly toward the black rune without any pause, and it was quite clear that it was very confident in its own defensive abilities. A cold smile appeared on sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face upon seeing this, and he also made no effort to take evasive measures. After just a few flashes, the black runes flew directly into the yellow cloud and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of shock and horror rang out, and the giant beast was completely immobilized in midair. There were countless black threads that had bound its body, and these threads were extremely thin, but the beast was unable to break free from them no matter how much it thrashed and struggled. A cold smile appeared on the sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly turned toward Han Li. Han Li immediately shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, and sacred ancestor Shuiguang remained completely expressionless, but he suddenly waved a hand toward Han Li. At the same time he uttered the word "come." A burst of rumbling rang out as the giant rainbow pagoda nearby abruptly rose up into the air, then vanished into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, bright rainbow light erupted over sacred ancestor Shuiguang's palm, and a miniature pagoda appeared above his hand before being tossed toward the aura integration beast. He then made a hand seal, and the pagoda transformed into a burst of rainbow light that instantly inundated the giant beast. When the rainbow light reverted back to its pagoda form, the aura integration beast was nowhere to be seen. Almost at the exact same moment, Fairy Lin Luan exclaimed in a panicked voice, "My talisman can no longer sense the aura integration beast." Han Li's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. As the true owner of the purple cauldron and the rainbow pagoda, the two treasures were significantly more powerful when being wielded by sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Han Li wasn't confident at all that he would be able to escape from the pagoda again if he were to be sealed into it for a second time. Master Azure Dragon was also very alarmed to see this, and he immediately yelled, "Go!" Bright spiritual light then erupted from his Azure Dragon body, and he forced his way through a series of hammer projections that were unleashed by Tai Long before flying directly back to Heavenly City. He had immediately chosen to flee the scene now that the outcome of this battle was virtually nothing more than a foregone conclusion. Fairy Silverlight and Fairy Lin Luan exchanged a fearful glance, then also fled toward two different directions. As for Han Li, he swept both sleeves through the air to withdraw his azure coil sword formation, then also flapped his thunderstorm wings and fled the scene as an arc of lightning. "It's too late for you to try and get away now," Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang guffawed. He immediately made a series of hand seals, and crimson chi emerged from his body before forming two figures that were identical to himself. One of them was holding the rainbow pagoda while the other was holding the small purple cauldron, and they both chuckled coldly before vanishing on the spot in a flash. As for the final member of the trio, he stomped a foot, and crimson chi swirled beneath him before forming a small crimson canoe. The canoe was only 70 to 80 feet in length, but it was glittering and translucent, and there were countless profound rainbow runes inscribed on its surface. The canoe shot forth and quickly disappeared into space with the young man standing atop it. When the canoe re-emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, it had already covered a distance of several thousand feet, and it seemed that it would catch up to Han Li after just two more flashes. Han Li had detected this with his spiritual sense, and he was given quite a fright. In this dire situation, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a giant four-winged silver bird amid a rumbling thunderclap. He flapped his four wings vigorously and transformed into a silver thread that flashed through the air at an astonishing speed. That's a Kunping transformation technique. Hee. Do you think that'll be enough to allow you to escape from me? Go and take care of those body integration stage human cultivators. I'll go after that man myself. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang chuckled coldly as he issued an instruction to Tai Long and the other devilish lords. Immediately thereafter, his two clones also emerged beside him as if they had never left, and they both made a hand seal in unison. Two pairs of crimson crystalline wings instantly emerged on the sides of the small canoe, and the canoe shot forth as a crimson thread with a vigorous flap of those wings. The canoe carried the three young men away into the distance in the blink of an eye, and they displayed no interest in the battle that was currently taking place. Tai Long was silent for a while before turning to the other two devilish lords. You two, go after the two body integration stage human cultivators that escaped. I'll lead the army to take over Heavenly City. The final body integration stage human cultivator fled back into the city, but he's severely wounded and doesn't have the aura integration beast to help him anymore, so I'll take care of him along the way. As for that man, Master Shui Guang is going after him in person, so there's no way he'll be able to escape. Will you be all right on your own, Brother Tai? What if the humans still have some other trump cards up their sleeve? Fairy was rather hesitant. Rest assured, I have the infernal blood form guards with me and we'll be able to take care of everything, Tai Long replied. In that case, I'll leave everything here to you, Brother Tai. Fairy nodded in response before flying away as a streak of pink light, heading straight toward the direction that Fairy Silverlight had just fled toward. As for Feya, he had already forcibly repressed the poison in his body and also departed as a streak of white in pursuit of Fairy Lin Luan. Following the departure of the other devilish lords, Tai Long yelled, "All of the body integration stage human cultivators have fled. It's time for us to take over this city." His voice was imbued with immense devilish might, and it rang out like a resounding thunderclap in the ears of the human and devilish armies down below. The devilish beings all let loose cries of elation, and they began to attack with even greater ferocity. As for the humans on the battlefield, all of them had turned deathly pale and morale instantly plummeted to an all-time low. In this dire situation, Master Azure Dragon's voice suddenly rang out like rumbling thunder from some part within the city. "Humph. Do you really think I didn't prepare any other trump cards? If you want to break our Heavenly City, you'll have to get past these 108 giant puppets first." As soon as his voice trailed off, over 100 pillars of golden light emerged in all corners of the city, then transformed into a series of golden armored guards. These guards were clad in golden armor from head to toe, and they were each wielding a giant golden sword that was around the same size as their bodies. All of them were also wearing visors that revealed only pairs of cold silver eyes. Even though these 108 golden armored puppets were only hovering in midair in a completely still manner, they were releasing formidable auras that weren't inferior to those of spatial tempering cultivators. The despairing human army was naturally greatly reinvigorated upon seeing this, and they began to retaliate against the devilish army with renewed vigor. Thus, the sound of violent clashes rang out all over the battlefield again, and Tai Long was rather taken aback by this situation. However, a hint of disdain then quickly appeared on his face, and he waved a hand toward the infernal blood-form guards around him as he commanded, "You don't have much time left, so participate in the attack right away. We have to tear down the city's main defenses in the shortest time possible." The devilish generals leading the army immediately gave affirmative responses upon hearing this, then quickly descended to join the devilish army down below in their attack against the city wall up ahead. As for Tai Long, he hovered up in the air and watched as the situation unfolded. With the inclusion of the infernal bloodform guards, the devilish army immediately gained a crushing upper hand, and some devilish beings had even torn through the defensive restrictions and made it onto the city wall. In response, the 108 golden puppets merely continued to hover in midair, displaying no intention of assisting the human army whatsoever. After appraising the situation for a while longer, a thought suddenly occurred to Tai Long, and he immediately flew back toward the devilish cloud. After just a few flashes, he disappeared into a mountainous black arc, and the devilish guards in the arc were quite surprised by his sudden return. However, Tai Long offered no explanation to them at all before making his way into a secret chamber, then immediately activated the restriction that had already been set up in there. Layers of five-colored light immediately surfaced from the walls of the secret chamber, and a small white formation appeared on the ground. Tai Long strode over to the formation and made a hand seal before casting several incantation seals into the formation. Spiritual light flashed from the formation amid a faint buzzing sound, and a white jade altar slowly emerged at the center of the formation. Sitting atop the altar was a rusty copper mirror that seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. A serious look immediately appeared on Tai Long's face at the sight of this mirror, and he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the entire mirror. Layers of azure light appeared over the surface of the mirror, and it gradually brightened. All of a sudden, light flashed from the mirror, and the image of an azure-robed elderly man appeared on its surface. This was a benevolent-looking elderly man with a head of gray hair, and he was seated on a black wooden chair. He was holding a book in his hand that was slightly yellow from age, and he cast his gaze toward Tai Long from within the mirror. "Ah, I was wondering who was contacting me. Haven't you already joined up with the devilish army to participate in the sacred sacrifice? Why are you contacting me using this split-realm mirror?" the elderly man asked with a smile. Tai Long pays his respects to Lord Wang. Lord Wang, Master Shuiguang has descended into the spirit realm again. Tai Long extended a respectful salute before cutting straight to the chase. Again? Has he sent another one of his clones into the spirit realm? That is indeed rather strange. Despite what the elderly man was saying, his expression remained completely unchanged. This is not a normal clone. Instead, Master Shuiguang seemed to have used some type of secret technique to directly possess the Yang Devil with his spiritual sense. After being possessed, not only did the Yang Devil transform into Master Shuiguang, his powers were also enhanced to an incredible degree. Judging from what I could feel at the time, he seems to currently possess around a third of the power of Master Shuiguang's true body. On top of that, he's also able to make far better use of the purple word cauldron and rainbow light pagoda. With these two treasures, he was able to easily capture an aura integration beast that the humans had up their sleeve. Tai Long replied in a solemn manner. The elderly man's expression finally changed slightly upon hearing this, and he murmured to himself, "Is that so? That's quite interesting. Sacred ancestors like us can indeed make our spiritual sense descend into an alternate realm along with some of our magic power. But the amount of magic power that can be transferred is downright negligible due to the pressure from the power of that alternate realm. How was Shuiguang able to bypass the power of the spirit realm to bestow so much power upon the Yang Devil? Could it be that he recently mastered some kind of powerful secret technique? By the way, Master Shuiguang seems to be targeting a certain body integration stage human cultivator." Tai Long added. "Oh? Tell me everything you know about that human cultivator. The elderly man was very intrigued. The human in question is a mid-body integration cultivator, but he possesses incredible abilities. He was just battling the yin-yang twin devils not long ago, and Tai Long immediately began to divulge the information he had on Han Li. After a while, he had revealed everything that he knew, and he fell silent as he awaited the elderly man's instructions. You did very well. This information is very useful to me. You can go now, the elderly man instructed with a stroke of his beard. Yes, Lord Wang. I'll be taking my leave now, Tai Long replied before casting an incantation seal onto the ancient mirror. An azure light flashed from the mirror's surface, upon which the image of the elderly man vanished. After contemplating the situation in silence for a short while, Tai Long strode out of the secret chamber, then flew out of the giant ark and re-emerged on the battlefield as a cloud of black chi. Meanwhile, in a certain wooden cabin within another realm, the elderly man had placed his book down onto his knees and was contemplating something with narrowed eyes. There was an identical antiquated mirror placed on the table next to him. You sure are a bold man, Shuiguang. I don't know how you managed to transfer so much of your magic power into the spirit realm. But are you not afraid that something will happen to your true body in the sacred realm? If your enemies were to hear about this, I'm sure a lot of turmoil will ensue. The elderly man murmured to himself as a cold look flashed through his eyes. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Heavenly City, Fairy Yu was flying rapidly through the air while holding a crimson bead in one hand. After reporting the situation to an elderly woman in the Elder Devil realm, she opened her mouth and swallowed the bead again. After that, she immediately accelerated even further in her flight. Several hundred kilometers ahead of her was Fairy Silver Light, who was also flying through the air as a streak of silver light. The same scenes were unfolding with Fei elsewhere, who was carefully stowing away a translucent jade talisman that he had just used. Meanwhile, Han Li was flying through the air in his giant bird Kuan Ping form, traveling at an incredible speed. Less than 100 kilometers behind him was a small crimson canoe, which was chasing him in hot pursuit. Han Li had naturally already discovered that he was being pursued by sacred ancestor Shuiguang, and he was flying as quickly as he could as he flapped all four of his wings vigorously. However, the canoe that sacred ancestor Shuiguang was standing on was the fastest flying treasure he had ever seen, and despite his best efforts, he wasn't able to get any further away from the canoe. Was he really going to have to battle this clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang? Setting aside whether sacred ancestor Shuiguang had any powerful abilities up his sleeve, just those treasures that he was wielding were already quite a handful for Han Li to deal with. At this point, sacred ancestor Shuiguang had already locked onto him with his spiritual sense, so unless Han Li was able to open up tens of thousands of kilometers between them, there was no way he would be able to truly shake off his pursuer. As he flew through the air, Han Li was rapidly pondering countermeasures that he could take. Just as he was flying over a certain mountain range, Han Li suddenly released over 1,000 silver feathers from his giant bird body, each of which transformed into a formation flag. Lights of different colors flashed, and the formation flags vanished into the mountain range down below. Even while he was doing this, Han Li didn't slow down in the slightest, and after just a few flashes, he had emerged from the mountain range before vanishing into the distance again. A short while later, a crimson thread emerged in the distant sky, following which a small crimson canoe suddenly appeared in the air above the mountain range. The three identical clones of sacred ancestor Shuiguang were standing atop the canoe, and the one at the forefront had his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, the other two both had their eyes closed and were making a series of hand seals. The small crimson canoe blurred, yet just as it was about to vanish into space again, over 1,000 pillars of light suddenly erupted from the mountain range down below before forming an extremely vibrant formation in the air above. The surrounding air instantly became extremely viscous, and the small canoe was inundated by the power of the formation. Humph! Does he think a temporary formation like this one is enough to trap me? Sacred ancestor Shuiguang chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter, one of the clones behind him withdrew his hand seal, then opened his eyes before expelling a ball of black light out of his mouth. There was a small cauldron hovering within the black light. It was none other than that purple word cauldron. The clone that had summoned the purple cauldron gently laid a hand onto it, then uttered the word, "Break." Bright light immediately erupted from the cauldron and it swelled drastically to over 100 feet in size. A huge black rune that was around 10 feet in size then emerged from within the cauldron before transforming into a black hurricane. The black winds were imbued with incredible power, and the entire heavens tremored in their wake. The giant formation only managed to withstand the ferocious assault for several seconds before being torn apart and dissipating into countless specks of spiritual light. The giant purple cauldron then instantly shrank down and flew back into the clone's body as a ball of black light. After that, the clone closed his eyes and began to make hand seals again. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang chortled with glee upon seeing this, and the small canoe shot forth as a crimson thread again, having only been stopped for the span of just a few breaths. At the same time, Han Li could sense that connection had been abruptly cut off, and a hint of astonishment flashed through his eyes. He was stunned that Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang had managed to break his formation so quickly, and his heart immediately sank. Moments later, he abruptly flapped his wings, and over 100 more feathers shot forth. As soon as these feathers detached themselves from his body, they transformed into talismans of different colors that vanished into the surrounding air, with only 2 silver talismans remaining on the spot. One of them flashed with silver light and transformed into a golden armored warrior that was wielding a giant golden blade. As for the other silver talisman, it produced a faint golden shadow that abruptly vanished into the back of the armored warrior. As for Han Li himself, he showed no signs of stopping and vanished into the distance again after just a few flashes. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and the small crimson canoe reappeared. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was initially rather taken aback by the sight of the golden armored warrior before a cold smile reappeared on his face. This human brat sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's quite remarkable that he was able to refine a shadow puppet of such a high caliber. However, this thing isn't anywhere near enough to stop me. As soon as his voice trailed off, the final clone standing on the canoe slowly opened his eyes, then raised a hand to release the small rainbow pagoda. The pagoda then rapidly swelled to tens of thousands of feet tall before abruptly appearing in the air above the golden armored warrior. The armored warrior remained completely expressionless, but it slashed its blade viciously toward the pagoda up above. A resounding boom rang out as a sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length struck the underside of the pagoda, only to vanish like a sandcastle in the rising tide. The giant pagoda continued to descend, and countless streaks of rainbow light surged forth from it to completely inundate the golden armored warrior. When the light faded, the pagoda had reverted back to its original miniature size, but the armored warrior was nowhere to be seen. The clone that had released the pagoda waved a hand through the air to recover it, following which the crimson canoe continued to fly through the air as a crimson thread. However, in the next instant, silver light suddenly flashed from the spot where the armored warrior had just been taken, and another golden armored warrior emerged amid a flash of silver light. As soon as it appeared, it made a hand seal, and an indistinct projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. The projection waved its 6 arms through the air, and 6 massive balls of golden light came crashing down toward the canoe. Even before they had struck the canoe, Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was struck by a burst of formidable might that was both rather familiar and also completely unfamiliar at the same time. "That's a true devil projection," he exclaimed in a stunned manner. Meanwhile, the clone standing behind him flipped his hand over to produce a small purple cauldron which released a purple light barrier that instantly enshrouded the entire canoe. The 6 balls crashed into the purple light barrier amid a string of dull thumps, only to be instantly absorbed by the light barrier. However, the canoe was still stopped for an instant as a result. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang quickly recovered from his astonishment, and his expression darkened as he raised a hand before drawing a peculiar-looking circle in the air. A large white hole instantly appeared in front of the small canoe, and crimson light flashed as a massive python shot forth out of the hole. The python pierced through the golden armored warrior's body before winding itself around the puppet. The armored warrior didn't even get a chance to react before it was crushed into specks of silver light by the python, and the golden projection behind it also crumbled away as a result. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang harumphed coldly, and he was just about to continue onward when he abruptly looked up with a slightly bewildered expression. In the air above the canoe, the projection of a series of palaces and pavilions had appeared. This was none other than the 9 palaces heavenly talisman that Han Li had set up earlier. In the instant that sacred ancestor Shui Guang discovered this, a vast expanse of light had already descended from above to ensnare the crimson canoe. In response, the final clone on the canoe hurled his rainbow pagoda through the air again. A giant pagoda projection instantly appeared overhead, keeping the palaces and pavilions at bay, and preventing them from being able to descend any further. Immediately thereafter, the clone began to chant something before expelling a mouthful of blood essence, then yelled the word capture. Rainbow light instantly swept upward from the tip of the pagoda, sweeping up all of the palaces and pavilions. The light faded and the giant pagoda projection vanished as the small rainbow pagoda returned to the clone's hand. Sacred ancestor Shui Guang's heart immediately eased upon seeing this, and he spurred on the crimson canoe to continue traveling forward. Over at Heavenly City, all of the restrictions outside the city wall had finally been destroyed by the devilish army, and countless devilish cavaliers and devilish beasts were flooding into the city. However, the 108 golden armored warriors continued to hover in mid-air in a stationary manner. It turned out that they were mere projections that had been conjured up by a series of intricate formations. The human army had discovered this not long ago, and morale naturally plummeted once again as everyone fled for their lives. At this moment, on a nameless mountain hundreds of kilometers away from Heavenly City, there were close to 1,000 people in identical attire casting their eyes toward Heavenly City, which had been inundated by devilish chi. Some of them wore grief-stricken expressions, while others were happy to just be alive. None of them uttered a single word, and it seemed that this was quite an organized and well-trained group. Standing in front of them was an azure-robed middle-aged man, and he was also appraising Heavenly City with a complex expression. He was none other than one of the grand elders of Heavenly City, Master Azure Dragon. Let's go. There's no saving Heavenly City at this point. You are the seeds of our 4 sects. As long as Deep Heaven City can withstand the devilish tribulation, our 4 sects will rise again someday. Master Azure Dragon said in a solemn voice as he turned to the group of cultivators before him. Just as Master Azure Dragon was departing from Heavenly City with the best disciples of the 4 major sects using a secret formation, Han Li had fallen into a very perilous situation. He was astonished to sense that his armor origin talismans and 9 palaces heavenly talisman had all been quickly destroyed by his pursuer, and his heart sank even further. Han Li hadn't expected to completely trap sacred ancestor Shui Guang with those talismans, but never did he think that they would fail to stall him for even a short time. Furthermore, both of these talismans had been destroyed virtually in the instant that they had been activated. Even Han Li wouldn't be capable of something like this. This meant that this clone of sacred ancestor Shui Guang that he was being pursued by was more powerful than him, and even if he were to use his most powerful trump cards, his chances of securing victory still definitely wouldn't exceed 50%. As such, Han Li was naturally unwilling to engage his pursuer in direct battle. After all, defeat would result in death for him, and even if he were to win, he would only be ridding sacred ancestor Shui Guang of a clone. This was naturally not a trade that he was willing to take. Thus, after realizing that his pursuer was far more powerful than he had imagined, he immediately began to ponder strategies that would allow him to escape. He didn't know what sacred ancestor Shui Guang's sensory range was, but with the fearsome spiritual sense that Grand Ascension cultivators possessed, there was definitely no chance for him to escape sacred ancestor Shui Guang's tracking unless he could somehow open up a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers between them. However, with how comparable their speeds were, there was no feasible way for Han Li to open up that much distance between them. Unbeknownst to Han Li, sacred ancestor Shui Guang was also extremely stunned by this situation. The crimson canoe he was using was a vastly renowned flying treasure in the Elder Devil realm, and at its top speed it could even keep up with a Grand Ascension stage being. Due to the fact that this was a clone as opposed to his true body, he was unable to push the canoe to its top speed, but it was definitely still traveling far faster than a normal body integration cultivator. However, even after pursuing Han Li for such a long time, he still hadn't managed to close down the distance between them by much. Thankfully, there were 3 of them, and they could take turns to drive the canoe on a rotating basis, so they didn't have to worry about exhausting their magic power. As such, even though the three of them were quite frustrated by this lengthy chase, they were still quite calm and confident. In contrast, Han Li was naturally unable to keep this up for too long. Maintaining his Tianpeng transformation and thunderstorm wings while flying at top speed was depleting his magic power at a rapid rate, and at his cultivation base, his magic power regeneration pills were no longer all that effective. At this rate, even if he were to constantly take pills and absorb spiritual power from top-grade spirit stones, his magic power would still be completely exhausted in 5 to 6 days at most. As such, this was quite a concerning situation for Han Li. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Han Li and his eyes immediately lit up. Now that I think about it, Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang is pursuing me for that devil sealing lock. So if I'm willing to discard this treasure, I may be able to shake him off my tail. However, his brows then furrowed slightly in hesitation. This was an incomplete, profound heavenly treasure, and if Che Qigong hadn't been lying to him, then the chaotic yin-yang qi that he could secure using this treasure would be immensely beneficial to him. As such, he was naturally very reluctant to relinquish it. Of course, his life was more important than this treasure, but he still wasn't in a completely dire situation yet, so he naturally didn't want to give up on such a precious treasure prematurely. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face as he pondered his current situation, and another thought suddenly occurred to him. Two identical nascent souls, one golden and one black, suddenly emerged from Han Li's body amid a flash of light. The golden nascent soul was shimmering with golden light that was tinged with faint hints of azure, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that the protective spiritual light around it was constantly transitioning between gold and azure in color. As for the black nascent soul, it had a cloud of extremely dense devilish qi around it. The golden nascent soul opened its mouth to expel a dozen or so five-colored beads, which began to revolve around its body. Meanwhile, the black nascent soul lowered its head and made a hand seal while chanting an incantation. The five-colored beads around it instantly transformed into five-colored eyes, which released thin beams of light that vanished into the black nascent soul's body in a flash. The golden nascent soul's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and it instantly made a grabbing motion with one of its chubby little hands. All of a sudden, a shimmering golden brick emerged, and the golden nascent soul pointed a finger toward the brick, upon which countless arcs of lightning were stripped away from the surface of the golden brick amid a string of loud crackling. In the blink of an eye, a white wooden box that was inscribed with golden and silver runes had emerged. This was none other than the devil sealing lock. As soon as the devil sealing lock appeared, the black nascent soul shot forth into the wooden box as a streak of black light. In the next instant, Han Li appeared in the air above a grassland that resembled a green ocean. It's still the same place as last time, Han Li murmured to himself as he looked around with blue light flashing in his eyes. As soon as his voice trailed off, a green-robed elderly man appeared in midair, and he smiled as he said, "Of course, did you think I was lying to you, fellow Taoist? If you're able to break these final few restrictions, I would be more than happy to receive your assistance." Han Li wasn't surprised by the elderly man's sudden emergence at all, and he replied in an indifferent manner, "If it weren't for the fact that entering the devil sealing lock could result in the destruction of the spiritual sense clone of mine, I really would be very interested to see the true interior of this devil sealing lock. Even I was trapped in there for so many years, there's no way your spiritual sense clone would be able to escape if it enters that space. All right, let's do away with all the errant chatter. Have you come in here to give me your reply to the collaboration I proposed last time?" Che Qigong cut straight to the chase. "I'm naturally extremely tempted by the prospect of being able to secure chaotic yin-yang qi, but I'm here for another reason," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Che Qigong was very disappointed to hear this, and his expression darkened as he said, "I don't want to discuss any matters outside of that." "Oh? So you aren't even interested in a matter concerning sacred ancestor Shuiguang?" Han Li asked with a smile. Che Qigong faltered slightly before asking in a serious manner, "Shuiguang? What do you mean by that? Have you met him?" "I haven't met his true body, but I'm currently being pursued by one of his clones. This clone is more powerful than I am, and I wanted to ask you for advice," Han Li explained. Che Qigong was rather taken aback to hear this, but he chuckled coldly. "So you're being pursued by a mere clone? Why should I save you?" Of course, you can choose not to help me, but in order to ensure my own survival, I may have to abandon the devil sealing lock. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang is most likely pursuing me for this treasure, so if I no longer have it, then he won't have any reason to continue to pursue me, Han Li said in a composed manner. Che Qigong immediately flared up with rage. Are you threatening me? Don't forget that you killed 3 of Shuiguang's subordinates to get this devil sealing lock. Do you really think Shuiguang will just let you get away? Even if you give up this treasure, you'll definitely still be killed. I won't know if I'll succeed unless I try. Of course, if you're willing to offer me some guidance, then I won't have to do that. I'm sure you wouldn't want this treasure to fall into sacred ancestor Shuiguang's hands again. Would you? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Che Qigong's expression darkened even further at the sight of Han Li's composed display, and he began to contemplate the situation in a brooding silence. Han Li merely waited patiently and seemed to be in no rush at all. After a long while, Che Qigong finally broke the silence. How do you know that I'll be able to help you? I do know about some of Shuiguang's abilities, but it's been many years since we last met. So perhaps the same methods that I used against him in the past will no longer be applicable. Perhaps sacred ancestor Shuiguang may have attained some new abilities. But this is still only a clone of his. After all, I'm not actually fearful of this clone. It's just that he's carrying 2 extremely powerful treasures that pose a very serious threat to me. As long as you can tell me a way to counter those 2 treasures, I'll be able to take care of the rest on my own, Han Li said with a smile. 2 treasures? Are you referring to the 2 incomplete, profound, heavenly treasures, the purple word cauldron and the rainbow light pagoda? Che Qigong asked. The 2 treasures are indeed comprised of a small purple cauldron and a rainbow pagoda. Han Li had already guessed this to be the case, but he was still quite stunned upon hearing confirmation from Che Qigong that these 2 treasures were incomplete, profound, heavenly treasures. So it really is those 2 treasures. I do indeed have a way to counter those 2 treasures, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to take one of them for yourself, Che Qigong said as a peculiar look appeared on his face. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, following which a skeptical look appeared on his face. Is that true? If I'm not mistaken, sacred ancestor Shuiguang has refined both of these treasures to become part of his body. How will I be able to take one of them? I haven't told you this before, but among those 2 treasures, the purple word cauldron used to belong to me, Che Qigong said in a meaningful voice as he stroked his own beard. Han Li was naturally quite stunned to hear this. A cold light surfaced in Che Qigong's eyes as he continued, I fell prey to Shuiguang's machinations, and I was only able to escape from him after my soul hid itself within this devil sealing lock. However, both my physical body and my purple word cauldron fell into his hands. He spent over 100 years to refine the spiritual sense that I had left in the cauldron, then refined the treasure to claim ownership over it, but what he didn't know is that I had actually left 2 types of spiritual sense within the cauldron, one of which was hidden while the other was out in the open. As long as he hasn't discovered that wisp of hidden spiritual sense, there's a good chance that you'll be able to take the treasure from him. In that case, there really is a chance that this could work. What chance do you think we have of pulling this off, Senior? Han Li asked in a cautious manner. I specially refined that wisp of spiritual sense precisely for a situation like this one. As long as Shuiguang hasn't discovered it yet, there's at least a 50% chance that you'll be able to take the treasure from him. Even if you can't take the cauldron from him, if you do as I say, you'll be able to significantly weaken the treasure so that it no longer poses any threat to you. Che Qigong replied in a confident voice. Han Li nodded in response before continuing. It does sound like it's worth giving this a try. Do you have any countermeasures against the rainbow light pagoda as well, Senior? Compared to the purple word cauldron, I'm more concerned about that treasure. The rainbow light pagoda never belonged to me, but it's a vastly renowned, incomplete, profound, heavenly treasure in our sacred realm. I've seen it a few times, and it is indeed extremely powerful. Even if I were to go up against it in person, there's very little chance that I'll be able to counter it, Che Qigong said as a grim look appeared on his face. Han Li's heart sank upon hearing this. Does that mean there's no way to counter the treasure? Indeed, I don't have any way directly oppose the rainbow light pagoda's powers, but I know of a way that can help you stall for time against it. As long as you can take advantage of the opportunity to claim the purple word cauldron, then use the cauldron against the rainbow light pagoda, you should be able to at least ensure self-preservation, Che Qigong replied. Han Li thought about this for a moment before cupping his fist in a salute. Please enlighten me then, senior. Hee. Do you really think I'll divulge this information to you free of charge? Che Qigong chuckled with a roll of his eyes. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, seemingly having already predicted that this caveat would arise. What are your intentions, senior? It's very simple. You just have to agree to the deal I proposed last time, and I'll tell you everything you need to know, Che Qigong replied without any hesitation. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a short while did he continue, in that case, please specify the conditions. I left too abruptly last time and didn't get a chance to hear your conditions. An elated look appeared on Che Qigong's face for the first time upon hearing this, and he replied, Rest assured, I'm not an unreasonable person. The deal that I propose will benefit you greatly as well. I'll be happy to hear it then. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he naturally wasn't going to just believe what Che Qigong said to be true. My first condition is that after you escape from Shuiguang, you must immediately make a trip to the place with earthly hellish flames nearby and use those flames to extract some of the chaotic yin-yang qi within this devil sealing lock. When that time comes, I'll disclose to you the method to extract the chaotic yin-yang qi, but you have to split me a third of it, Che Qigong said in a serious voice. How will you be able to receive the chaotic yin-yang qi when you're trapped in this place? Han Li asked. You don't need to worry about that. I may be trapped here in this devil-sealing lock, but I have my ways. You just have to tell me whether you agree to that condition, Che Qigong replied. Han Li contemplated the condition for a short while before nodding in response. A third is a reasonable amount to ask for, so I'll agree to this condition. In that case, the second condition is even simpler, and you may or may not even have to complete it. I can see that you seem to be quite powerful among body integration stage beings. Perhaps you'll be able to progress to the grand ascension stage someday. Hence, all I want is a promise from you. If you do reach that level and are capable of doing so, kill Shuiguang for me, Che Qigong said with a nonchalant smile. Surely you jest, senior? How could I possibly be capable of killing a grand ascension stage being? Besides, even if I do reach the grand ascension stage someday, Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang will most likely already be back in your Elder Devil realm. Do you expect me to venture into the Elder Devil realm to hunt him down? Han Li immediately refused as he shook his head vigorously. Don't be in such a hurry to turn me down. I won't force you to complete this condition, and I certainly won't expect you to venture into our sacred realm. All I want is a promise from you that you'll complete this condition when all the circumstances are in your favor. If such a situation never eventuates, then we can scrap this condition, Che Qigong urged with a wry smile. Han Li contemplated this condition for a long while before finally agreeing. In that case, I make such a promise. I hereby swear upon my inner demons that if a situation arises where I'll be able to kill Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang with ease, then I'll definitely. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more binding an inner demon vow became. After all, no one wanted to suffer inner demon backlash when attempting to break through a bottleneck. A pleased look appeared on Che Qigong's face upon seeing this, but that was quickly replaced by a serious expression. I can disclose to you the method to oppose the rainbow light pagoda as well as the secret technique to trigger my spiritual sense in the purple word cauldron. But I'll be withholding the method for extracting chaotic yin-yang qi until we get to the place where earthly hellish flames can be found. Once I receive my share of the chaotic yin-yang qi, I'll tell you the method to refine it. Do you have any objections to this, fellow Taoist Han? Is there a special refinement method for this chaotic yin-yang qi? Han Li asked in a slightly surprised manner. Of course. Do you think chaotic yin-yang qi can be refined through conventional methods? I don't mean to boast, but even among all of the sacred ancestors of our sacred realm, there are definitely no more than 3 who are aware of this special refinement method, Che Qigong said with a proud expression. Han Li considered these conditions for a long while before finally nodding in a slightly resigned manner. We'll do as you say, then. That clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang isn't far away from me. I'll travel to the place where earthly hellish flames can be found as soon as I shake him off. Hee, you've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. This is a jade slip that I've just prepared. It contains the aforementioned information that you require. You won't be able to take this item out of the devil sealing lock, so memorize the information here. Che Qigong said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, sending an inky black jade slip flying directly toward Han Li. Thank you, Senior. Han Li drew the jade slip into his own grasp, then placed it against his own head to inspect its contents in silence. Che Qigong merely stood on the spot and waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, Han Li exhaled as he removed the jade slip from his forehead, then crushed it into specks of spiritual light between his fingers. I see, so in order to counter the rainbow light pagoda, I'll have to use spatial treasures against it. I do indeed possess a few spatial treasures. Are there any requirements for the caliber of the treasures used? And will similar talismans also be able to achieve the same effect? Han Li asked. The rainbow light pagoda is an incompletely profound heavenly treasure, so the higher the caliber of the spatial treasure used, the more you'll be able to affect it. However, seeing as you're only aiming to stall for time, you should be able to detonate a spatial treasure of any caliber to produce the desired impact. A talisman that can affect the stability of space will suffice as well, Che Qigong replied with a smile. I see. In that case, I should be able to employ these methods to shake off that clone of sacred ancestor Xueguang. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that this clone is very different from a normal spiritual sense clone. Firstly, sacred ancestor Xueguang possessed someone to create this clone, and following the possession, the host's magic power was significantly enhanced, as was his ability to use the two incomplete profound heavenly treasures. On top of that, the clone was able to manifest 2 more clones and split up into 3. Do you know what kind of ability this is, Senior? Han Li asked. Che Qigong's smile immediately stiffened upon hearing this before being replaced by an incredulous expression. What? The clone can manifest other clones? That's impossible. There's no way that a spiritual sense clone sent to an alternate realm can accomplish something like that. I also thought that was rather strange, as there's already another clone of sacred ancestor Xueguang leading the devilish army nearby. If all of the sacred ancestors possess the ability to send such powerful spiritual sense clones into our spirit realm, then our human race would have most likely been erased long ago, Han Li said with his brows furrowed in befuddlement. The shock on Che Qigong's face receded, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he said, Humph. There's definitely no way that other sacred ancestors could possess such an ability. Let me think about this. I seem to recall a similar type of ability, but I heard about it too long ago and my memory of it is a little fuzzy. Han Li was quite elated to hear this. He hadn't actually expected that Che Qigong would be able to provide an answer to this question, but it appeared that he really did know something about this. It seemed that he hadn't been lying when he had proclaimed himself to be one of the oldest sacred ancestors in the Elder Devil realm. As Han Li was waiting in silence, Che Qigong was pondering intently and occasionally murmuring something unintelligible to himself. After a long while, Che Qigong finally broke the silence again. I've got it. Our sacred realm does indeed have an ancient forbidden technique passed down from ancient times that seems to be able to accomplish this. However, this forbidden technique has been lost for a very long time and it's extremely risky to cultivate, so even back in ancient times, very few sacred ancestors would cultivate it. There are very few people in our sacred realm who currently know of this technique. I wonder how Xueguang managed to get his hands on it. Forbidden technique? Would you be able to elaborate on that, Senior? Han Li asked. This forbidden technique is known as the Great Soul-Splitting Technique, and it's said that it's a technique that will allow one to completely split their own spiritual sense. Each split part possesses independent will and can control a portion of that person's magic power, but their personalities will become very extreme, thereby resulting in major potential problems later on. On top of this, one could easily deplete their soul to too great an extent by using this technique. The spiritual sense clones created using this technique can't really even be referred to as clones, as every single one of them is essentially the true body. There's no hierarchical order in which they're ranked. That's the extent of my knowledge on this technique. The power of the clone depends on the number of times one's spiritual sense has been split. However, the fact that Xueguang is willing to send this clone into the spirit realm indicates that it can't be a very powerful one. Even so, it'll still be far more powerful than the average spiritual sense clone of a sacred ancestor, Che Qigong said in a slow voice. I see. Are there no drawbacks to this technique that I can exploit? Hanli asked with a grim expression. The technique naturally has severe drawbacks, but all of that will come after the event. You won't really be able to exploit any of them during your battle. Che Qigong replied with a resigned expression. In that case, I'll just have to react and adapt to the situation. I'm only planning to shake off these clones anyway. Hanli nodded in response and didn't seem to have any intention of asking further questions. Thus, he extended a slight bow toward Che Qigong and black light flashed from his body, upon which he vanished as a cloud of black qi. Che Qigong looked on expressionlessly at the spot where Hanli had disappeared and remained hovering in the air above the grassland. All of a sudden, he said in an indifferent voice, "You've been watching for quite some time now, isn't it about time you came out? Hee, so you knew I was here all along." Another male voice rang out from the nearby space in response, and this also sounded like quite an elderly voice. I was able to break through to this level of restriction, so you're naturally able to do so as well. You were already following me back when I met that human cultivator the first time, right? Che Qigong asked as a cold expression appeared on his face. The unfamiliar man was silent for a moment before asking, why bother to ask a question when you already know the answer? Are you planning to try and punish me? Humph. Do you think I wouldn't do that if I could? Che Qigong replied in a cold voice. The unfamiliar man's voice also cooled upon hearing this. You've always been the cruelest one among us. If Shuiguang hadn't plotted against us, you would have most likely turned on the rest of us anyway. Don't make it sound like you're some kind of saint. All of us were plotting against one another back then. Setting the past aside, that human brat is the only opportunity for me to escape from this place. If you dare to ruin this for me, then don't blame me for turning on you, Che Qigong said in a threatening voice. Sure, I'll stay out of this as long as you give me half of the chaotic yin-yang qi that you obtained from that human brat. In fact, not only will I not foil your plans, I'll even help you take on Shuiguang after we get out of this place. The unfamiliar man immediately stated his own condition. Looks like I have no choice but to agree. However, there's no way I'll be splitting you half of the chaotic yin-yang qi. A quarter is all I'm willing to give up. If you can't accept that, then so be it, Che Qigong said in a calm manner. I'll take it. A quarter will be enough for me to ensure self-preservation and escape from this place. The unfamiliar man agreed without any hesitation. Che Qigong's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he continued, in that case, once we get out of here, we'll refine this devil sealing lock and return to our former powers, then seek out Shuiguang for revenge. He's currently walking our old path, so he must be in his most vulnerable state right now. I find that to be quite curious. It's not like Shuiguang hasn't experienced how dangerous this technique is in the past, yet he still dares to cultivate it again. Isn't he afraid of ending up in the same situation as he did in the past? The unfamiliar man seemed to be very confused. Who knows what Shuiguang is thinking? Perhaps he's already found a way to circumvent the risk of using this technique, or perhaps he's had to cultivate it again for some other reason. In any case, he's definitely severely weakened right now, so this is the perfect opportunity for us to exact our revenge, Che Qigong said as a hint of resentment flashed through his eyes. It's rather implausible that he would have found a way to circumvent the risk of using that technique. There's no use speculating about it now. All will be made clear when we see Shuiguang again. A resentful tone crept into the unfamiliar man's voice as well, and it was clear that he also harbored intense hatred towards sacred ancestor Shuiguang. I can't wait to see the look his face when he sees us again. However, if we want that scenario to eventuate, we have to help that Han brat overcome his predicament first. If he fails to escape from that clone of Shuiguang's, the devil sealing lock will fall into Shuiguang's hands again. The two of us won't be in any danger here, but there's no way we'll be able to escape, Che Qigong said with a solemn expression. Didn't you already disclose to him the method to counter those two treasures? Without the threat posed by those two treasures, that brat should be able to ensure self-preservation, the unfamiliar man said in a slow voice. There's no way we can judge that brat's powers from his spiritual sense clone alone, but seeing as he was able to take the devil sealing lock from Shuiguang's subordinates, I assume he's quite powerful among body integration stage beings. Che Qigong mused with furrowed brows. I certainly hope so. The unfamiliar man replied in an indifferent manner. Che Qigong shook his head with a wry smile before falling silent. Meanwhile, outside the devil-sealing lock, Han Li's golden nascent soul was still seated with its legs crossed inside the mysterious space within the giant bird. All of a sudden, black chi emerged from the surface of the wooden box, and the black nascent soul re-emerged in a flash. The nascent soul gave Han Li a smile before instantly vanishing into his golden nascent soul. The two nascent souls had combined as one, and the golden nascent soul shuddered as it hurriedly made a hand seal. A hint of discomfort flashed over its face for an instant, but its expression then immediately returned to normal. The golden nascent soul slowly opened its eyes, then murmured to itself, "I see. Looks like I've made the right decision to ask Che Qigong for advice. He's given me a method to counter both of those treasures. As for whether it's going to work, I'll have to try it to find out. If it fails, I'll have to abandon this devil-sealing lock or employ some other risky tactics." After contemplating the situation for a long while, a faint smile appeared on its face, and it exploded into specks of golden light. 4 hours later, Han Li caught sight of a completely bleak and barren plain in the distance. His eyes immediately lit up and he raised his beak to let loose a long cry before suddenly withdrawing his wings and reverted back to his human form amid a flash of bright spiritual light. After taking a glance at the plain in the distance, then turning to look behind himself, he immediately swept both sleeves through the air to release 72 small azure swords, which transformed into hundreds of streaks of azure sword chi that began to revolve around him. After that, he made a hand seal, and a layer of azure light appeared over his body, following which all of the streaks of sword chi suddenly vanished into the nearby space. In the next instant, hundreds of azure pillars of light erupted out of the surrounding area to form a massive sword formation. This was none other than the final sword formation of the Azure Essence Sword Art, the Azure Coil Sword Formation. The sword formation had been bestowed upon Han Li by Qing Yuanzi, and he had later incorporated elements of his sword observation art into it to further enhance its powers. It had been very effective against the devilish lord, Feya, but as for how effective it would be against his pursuer, that was yet to be seen. Of course, seeing as Han Li was preparing to make a stand, he naturally couldn't just use a single ability. After he had set up the sword formation, he immediately released 2 figures out of his own body, one of which was golden while the other was azure. They were none other than the Provenance golden body and the green-skinned spirit body. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce a purple blade segment, which he immediately tossed toward the golden body. The eyes on the center head of the golden body sprang open, and it drew the blade segment into its grasp. The golden body gently waved the blade segment through the air, and it instantly vanished amid a flash of piercing purple light. Only in the hands of the golden body was this blade segment able to unleash the power of laws of heaven and earth. Immediately thereafter, Han Li laid a hand onto his own storage bracelet and released several treasures at once, all of which flew directly toward the spirit body. The treasures were comprised of jade pendants or flags, and there was even a ring among them. Following a brief hesitation, a solemn look appeared on Han Li's face, and he tossed a scroll toward the spirit body as well. The spirit body remained completely expressionless and merely opened its mouth to swallow all of the items that had been tossed toward it. After that, it and the golden body made hand seals in unison, and they both vanished into thin air. After doing all that, Han Li rotated on the spot, and hundreds of formation flags and formation plates erupted out of his body before flying through the air and setting up 5 or 6 similar temporary formations near the sword formation. He then swept both sleeves up into the air to release several hundred talismans, all of which disappeared into the space overhead in a flash. After that, 13 balls of purple light emerged from one of his sleeves before transforming into the 13 purple-striped gold devouring beetles. Finally, he produced a fist-sized white crystal ball, which he expelled a mouthful of blood essence toward. The ball of blood essence transformed into a cloud of blood mist that instantly vanished into the crystal ball, which then immediately took on a crimson color. Han Li tossed the crystal ball forward before flicking his fingers toward it while chanting something, and incantation seals of different colors flooded into the crystal ball in a frenzy, causing it to radiate a peculiar spiritual light. All of a sudden, The crimson light within the crystal ball transformed into an unidentifiable crimson rune, and Han Li exhaled and swept a sleeve toward it, stowing it away amid a flash of azure light. After standing in silence for a moment, Han Li suddenly stroked a section of his arm where a mysterious pattern was imprinted, and a wry smile appeared on his face after drawing no reaction from that pattern. Having set up all of these preparatory measures, Han Li then transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light, then stood with his arms crossed at the center of the sword formation and cast his gaze into the distance with a cold expression. Moments later, a rumbling voice rang out from the distance. "So you've finally decided to stop running." Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed, and a small crimson canoe shot forth toward Han Li as a crimson thread. After the span of just a few breaths, the crimson thread appeared in the air near Han Li before reverting back to its canoe form. The three identical young men on the canoe cast their eyes toward Han Li in unison. The young man at the forefront wore a cold, mocking smile, while the two behind him were appraising Han Li in an expressionless manner, but their eyes were as sharp as daggers. "You're a quick little rat, I'll give you that. Are you planning to make a final stand here? Do you really think a sword formation and a few temporary formations will be able to save you?" The young man at the forefront chuckled. "I won't know until I try. Surely you won't expect me to just hand myself over to you." Han Li chortled as he made a grabbing motion with both hands, and spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the canoe, following which two giant hands, one black and one white, suddenly emerged. The black hand was radiating boundless gray light, while the white hand had 5 colored glacial flames burning all around it, and both of them came crashing down with devastating might. "Humph, how insolent," the young man at the forefront said in an arrogant manner before making a hand seal, and a burst of black chi erupted behind him. 2 gray feelers then sprang out of the black chi before thrusting directly toward the pair of massive hands. The feelers struck the giant hands like a pair of iron spears, and in the instant that the two clashed, the pair of massive hands exploded like balloons before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. However, the divine essence-fused light and 5-colored glacial flames imbued within the two hands continued to sweep down from above. As a result, one of the feelers was frozen into a translucent pillar of ice, while the other was shattered amid a few violent flashes of gray light. Divine essence-fused light, eh? That's very rare," the young man at the forefront remarked in a slightly taken-aback manner. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, "Do you really think a mere clone like you is enough to force me to flee for my life? I was only trying to distance myself from your subordinates." "Oh? You seem very confident. Does your confidence stem from those two that are hiding in the shadows?" The young man at the forefront chuckled coldly. Almost at the exact same moment, the 2 clones behind him suddenly sprang into action. One of them opened his mouth to expel a ball of black light, which instantly transformed into a small cauldron, and a black pillar of light suddenly erupted out of the cauldron's opening. Meanwhile, the other clone made a grabbing motion, and an indistinct rainbow pagoda projection emerged before flying through the air. The 2 treasures were both attacking what appeared to be patches of empty air. A pair of resounding booms rang out, and 2 figures emerged out of thin air amid busts of spatial fluctuations. One of them was a shimmering golden figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, while the other was the green-skinned Han Li, and they were preparing to stealthily approach the small crimson canoe. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. A peculiar look appeared on sacred ancestor Shuiguang's face as he caught sight of the golden body. "That's a true devil projection. How interesting. To think that a human was able to hone a true devil cultivation art to such an extent. I wonder what those old geezers will think if they were to hear of this." He chuckled with both a hint of mockery and self-deprecation in his voice. Han Li wasn't overly surprised to hear this. After all, even though he had altered the Provenance True Devil art significantly, the Provenance True Devil projection had a very distinct form, so anyone who was well-versed in devilish arts would be able to identify its origins right away. Of course, there were very few human devil Dao cultivators who would have mastered a devilish cultivation art to this extent, so under normal circumstances, Han reflexively refrained from using this golden body. However, now that he was facing this clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, he naturally wasn't going to hold back anything. He cast his gaze toward the purple word cauldron, seemingly in a nonchalant manner, and he was already beginning to chant something internally. At the same time, the crystal ball that contained the crimson rune emerged silently within one of his huge furry hands. As he began to use the secret technique, the rune within the crystal ball began to flash, as if it had sprung to life. Meanwhile, sacred ancestor Shuiguang was appraising the golden body and spirit body, and he also seemed to be contemplating something. However, in the next instant, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "How dare you try to play these tricks right under my nose? Die!" As soon as his voice trailed off, a projection with a giant horn on its head and a dozen or so massive feelers suddenly emerged behind him. The feelers were slightly blurry and indistinct, but as soon as they appeared, they swept violently through the air, covering a distance of several thousand feet in a flash before lashing out at Han Li from afar. "Humph! It's too late for you to do anything now." Han Li harumphed coldly before crushing the crystal ball in his hand into a ball of piercing light. The crimson rune flashed once, then vanished into the palm of his hand. At the same time, a dozen or so azure lotus flowers suddenly appeared around Han Li. Each flower was around a foot in size, and their petals were peerlessly sharp. The tentacles clashed directly with the lotus flowers, and the latter rotated on the spot, releasing countless streaks of sword chi that instantly shredded the feelers into countless tiny segments. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang chuckled coldly upon seeing this. Yet just as he was about to unleash another ability, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from behind him, followed by a piercing screeching sound. He hurriedly turned around, just in time to see the purple word cauldron fly out of the grasp of one of the clones behind him. The clone that had been controlling the cauldron was completely stunned by this turn of events, but he reacted very quickly, making a grabbing motion to conjure up a giant claw projection that encompassed around an entire acre of space down below. It seemed that there was no way that the purple word cauldron would be able to escape. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang was quite relieved to see this. Yet before he had a chance to think about why this had happened, the giant golden ape down below suddenly thumped its own chest violently and let loose a thunderous roar. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's body swayed involuntarily upon hearing this roar, and his face suddenly paled slightly. The clone that was grabbing toward the purple word cauldron also shuddered, and the massive hand he had conjured up instantly crumbled away into nothingness. The purple word cauldron instantly flew away as a streak of purple light, and it was truly about to escape. "Stop that thing!" Sacred ancestor Shuiguang yelled with fury and urgency in his voice. The final clone on the canoe raised an eyebrow upon hearing this before tossing the small pagoda in his hand through the air. Rainbow light flashed, and the small pagoda instantly released a burst of mysterious power that swept toward the small cauldron. However, almost at the exact same moment, Han Li's spirit body suddenly opened its mouth to expel a ball of white light, within which was a ring, and it quickly pointed a finger toward the ring. The ring abruptly exploded at its behest, and a burst of feeble spatial power immediately surged through the air. The power released by the small pagoda was affected by this burst of spatial power, and it was diverted away from the purple word cauldron. Thus, the small cauldron was able to continue to fly away. The clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang that was originally controlling the cauldron stomped a foot down in an urgent manner and instantly propelled itself through the air, setting off in pursuit as a streak of crimson light. "How dare you tamper with my treasure like this? I'm going to extract your soul and torture you for the rest of eternity," sacred ancestor Shuiguang roared in a furious manner. He then quickly made a hand seal, and the devilish projection behind him let loose an earth-shattering roar before opening its mouth to expel a torrent of blood. The blood was extremely pungent, and there seemed to be no end to it as it formed a sea of blood in the nearby space, then crashed directly toward Han Li as a massive wave at the behest of sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal to activate the temporary formations he had set up nearby. A series of light formations emerged around the sword formation, and layers of light barriers appeared alongside clouds of mist of different colors to completely inundate the giant ape. At this point, the small crimson canoe was already floating on a boundless sea of blood. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang chuckled coldly at the sight of the defensive measures Han Li was adopting, and he swept both of his sleeves toward Han Li in unison. The sea of blood beneath him immediately rose up as a giant wave that was several hundred feet tall before sweeping toward Han Li with devastating might. The temporary formations clashed with the massive wave, and all of the light and mist that had been released by the formations were instantly destroyed as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. Even the formations themselves crumpled like papier-mâché structures in the face of the wave of blood. The gigantic wave then surged toward the center of the sword formation, upon which streaks of azure sword chi emerged to form an azure wall which stopped the wave of blood cold in its tracks. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was quite surprised to see this. This sea of blood was something that he had refined using an extremely poisonous substance from the Elder Devil realm, and it was capable of instantly reducing everything that it came into contact with into nothingness. Due to the fact that he was a clone, the power of this ability was naturally greatly hampered, but it still should have been able to crush all cultivators below the Grand Ascension stage. As such, it came as quite a shock to him that Han Li had managed to keep the attack at bay so easily. The streaks of azure sword chi that emerged out of the sword formation seemed to be very ordinary, but the sea of blood was completely ineffective against them. Of course, as a Grand Ascension cultivator, Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang naturally had more tricks up his sleeve. Seeing as this wave of blood wasn't achieving the desired effect, he immediately made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the sea of blood around him, and hundreds of fist-sized balls of blood instantly took shape around him. These balls of blood then transformed into winged crimson silkworms that pounced directly toward the barrier formed by azure sword chi. Han Li's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and a 5-clawed azure dragon suddenly sprang out of the azure sword barrier at his behest. The dragon let loose a thunderous roar and opened its mouth to expel a barrage of sword chi that tore all of the crimson silkworms into shreds. However, in the next instant, a wave of blood washed over these dismembered silkworms, and they instantly regenerated before continuing to fly onward as if nothing had happened. As they approached the azure barrier, they opened their mouths to expel translucent crimson threads that were as thin as strands of hair, but a crisp clattering sound rang out when they struck the sword barrier. Countless streaks of sword chi clashed with the crimson threads, and not only were the latter not torn into shreds by the sword chi, they became extremely viscous instead and bound themselves to the sword chi. Meanwhile, the silkworms that had released these crimson threads suddenly spread their wings before flying back in retreat, following which the hundreds of crimson threads clumped together to trap a portion of the sword chi. As a result, a gap was opened up in the azure light barrier, and Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang immediately directed another giant crimson wave toward that gap. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from within the azure light barrier, and a huge dragon's head emerged from the opening before blasting forth a thick pillar of light out of its mouth. The wave of blood clashed with the pillar of light amid a deafening boom, and the two seemed to be evenly matched. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he let loose a long cry, upon which another gigantic wave of blood was swept up before hurtling toward the sword formation. It was as if he were attempting to inundate the entire sword formation with this sea of blood. In response, the azure light barrier parted and a 5-clawed azure dragon completely emerged. It thrashed violently and countless azure lotus flowers appeared out of thin air to keep the sea of blood at bay. Meanwhile, Han Li paid no heed to this at all, and was appraising the clone holding the small rainbow pagoda instead. The disruptive spatial fluctuations released by the ring treasure that had been detonated was about to subside, and that would allow the rainbow light pagoda to function as normal again. He had been able to detonate a low-grade spatial treasure to disrupt the Rainbow Light Pagoda, but that was clearly not a sustainable tactic, and he didn't know whether it would work a second time. As such, not only were Han Li and his spirit body appraising this clone with rapt focus, even the Provenance Golden Body was keeping an eye on him as well. Sure enough, in the instant that the final traces of chaotic spatial fluctuations subsided, the clone that was holding the small pagoda immediately sprang into action. He suddenly laid a hand onto the pagoda to release a burst of rainbow light, following which he abruptly vanished in a flash. The Provenance Golden Body abruptly opened all 6 of its eyes to release a layer of golden flames all over its body to protect itself, and at the same time, the spirit body made a hand seal to expel countless green threads out of its body. Green light flashed, and these green threads manifested a suit of green armor. This was a tight-fitting suit of armor that appeared over the upper body of the green-skinned Han Li, and there were extremely intricate and beautiful patterns engraved on its surface. Just as both the golden body and spirit body were preparing to defend themselves, the clone that was controlling the small pagoda suddenly appeared in the air directly above the sword formation, then immediately flipped his hand over. The rainbow pagoda was tipped upside down, and a giant pagoda projection emerged before descending without any warning. A burst of powerful spatial fluctuations instantly enveloped the entire sword formation, immediately following which these fluctuations transformed into a wave of rainbow light. In the instant that these fluctuations emerged, Han Li immediately sensed them, and he looked up before waving a giant furry hand up into the air without any hesitation. Even higher up in the air, a resounding boom rang out alongside an eruption of piercing light, and a series of palatial projections appeared before also descending from above. Meanwhile, the Provenance golden body and the spirit body had also sprung into action in unison. The spirit body raised a hand to release a ball of red light, which vanished into space in a flash. At the same time, the Provenance golden body disappeared on the spot as a gust of golden wind. In the next instant, fierce winds were swept up above the small crimson canoe, and the Provenance golden body abruptly re-emerged. It swung its 6 arms through the air, and 6 head-sized balls of golden light shot forth at once, then fused as one to form a golden vortex with a radius of several tens of feet. The vortex exerted a burst of enormous suction force toward the canoe down below, causing it to fly involuntarily toward it as a streak of crimson light. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and the giant devilish projection behind him raised its head before letting loose a thunderous roar. As it did so, its body swelled drastically to over 1,000 feet tall, and its dozen or so feelers pierced up into the air at once. The feelers converged in midair and fused as one to form a giant gray spear, which stabbed viciously into the center of the golden vortex. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the rotation of the golden vortex decelerated slightly. Immediately thereafter, the giant gray spear pierced through the vortex and continued on toward the Provenance golden body with immense force. The golden body made no effort to take evasive measures upon seeing this. Instead, it conjured up a long golden blade in each of its 6 hands before slashing them toward the oncoming massive spear. A string of resounding booms rang out as the 6 blades clashed with the giant spear, only to be destroyed and exploded as balls of spiritual light. The spear then blurred before abruptly appearing in front of the golden body, following which its tip was plunged into the golden body's chest. However, the tip of the spear only managed to pierce several inches into the golden body's body chest before being stopped cold in its tracks. At the same time, 6 golden blades appeared in the golden body's hands again before being slashed toward the massive spear. The devilish projection down below seemed to have also sensed that something was amiss, and it immediately attempted to withdraw the giant spear, but it was already too late. A layer of translucent light appeared over the surface of the Provenance golden body, and a burst of immense suction force immediately acted upon the giant spear, thereby completely immobilizing it. Right at this moment, countless blade projections rained down from the 6 golden blades being wielded by the golden body, and the projections came crashing down in a torrential wave that threatened to inundate both the devilish projection and Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang. Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang harumphed coldly upon seeing this before taking a half-step backward, then made a strange hand seal that was accompanied by an unintelligible incantation. A buzzing sound rang out from the small canoe, and a crimson light barrier emerged to protect both Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang and the devilish projection. The blade projections rained down upon the light barrier like a violent storm, but the barrier remained completely stable and unscathed. Not only was this canoe an extremely powerful flying treasure, it also possessed incredible defensive abilities. It was no wonder that Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang was so calm and collected in the face of the Provenance golden body's attacks. All of a sudden, the devilish projection raised its head and let loose a low roar, upon which a layer of gray light flashed over the giant spear that was immobilized against the golden body's chest. As a result, the spear softened and transformed into a gray devilish python that was several hundred feet in length. The python had an inky black horn on its head, and it lashed out with its massive body to wind itself tightly around the golden body. If a normal body integration cultivator had been caught in the python's stranglehold, their body would instantly explode. However, the Provenance golden body was manifested from countless precious materials, and it was virtually indestructible. As such, not only did it manage to remain completely unscathed even as it was bound by the giant python, it suddenly began to expand. At the same time, the 6 golden blades it was wielding vanished in a flash, and as it waved its 6 arms through the air, countless golden fist projections were sent hurtling toward the massive python. A string of rumbling booms rang out, and the giant python also seemed to possess an extremely resolute body. Even though it was sustaining some damage from the golden fist projections, it was able to withstand the blows without too much trouble. In retaliation, it opened its mouth and expelled a burst of green chi directly toward one of the golden body's 3 heads. The green chi immediately struck the golden body with an overpowering sense of drowsiness, and the expressions on its 3 faces changed slightly as golden light suddenly flashed from its glabella. A gash was then opened up, and a 3rd vertical eye emerged. Golden light flashed, and 3 streaks of piercing golden light shot forth from within the vertical eye before passing through the green chi in a flash. Strangely enough, the green chi was completely eradicated as a result. The giant python swung its head around and attempted to chomp down viciously onto the golden body's center head, but a huge shimmering golden hand appeared in its path before lashing out in retaliation. Thus, the golden body and the massive python began to engage in a melee brawl, and both of them possessed extremely powerful bodies, so it seemed that this was going to be quite a long battle. Meanwhile, the giant pagoda projection above the sword formation was flickering unsteadily under the influence of the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman as well as the detonation of another low-grade spatial treasure. The rainbow light that it released was disrupted, and in the end, it fizzled out of existence before it could reach the sword formation. Similarly, the palatial projections conjured up by the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans were also affected by the pagoda's spatial powers, thereby preventing them from descending as well. Right at this moment, a peculiar light suddenly flashed through Han Li's eyes, and abruptly thrust both of his palms up into the air. 2 mountains, one black and one azure, emerged out of thin air amid a pair of resounding booms. Each mountain was several hundred feet tall, and they both crashed directly toward the clone that was controlling the rainbow pagoda. Meanwhile, the spirit body swept one of its sleeves through the air to release a plume of green threads. These green threads were virtually completely transparent, and they vanished into thin air before abruptly reappearing near the small pagoda, then descended as a net of green threads. It appeared that Han Li was attempting to take this treasure as well. The clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang remained completely expressionless upon seeing this. He merely raised a hand toward the small pagoda that was hovering in midair, and uttered the word break. The small pagoda rotated on the spot, and a gust of fierce rainbow winds erupted from within it. The oncoming green net was instantly torn apart by this gust of wind, and on top of that, the 2 extreme mountains were also blown back by over 100 feet. Immediately thereafter, the rainbow winds completely enveloped the 2 extreme mountains, following which countless mysterious golden symbols that were very familiar to Han Li appeared around the pair of mountains. Golden seal text, Han Li exclaimed as his expression changed slightly. Immediately thereafter, a burst of mysterious power suddenly descended upon the 2 mountains, attempting to forcibly cut off his spiritual sense connection with them. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual sense was virtually as powerful as that of a grand Ascension cultivator, the connection he had with the 2 extreme mountains most likely really would have been severed. Han Li immediately let loose a roar of shock and fury as he launched his giant furry fists toward the gust of rainbow wind, and 2 giant golden fist projections emerged out of thin air before crashing heavily into the gust of wind. At the same time, a row of silver runes abruptly lit up on the extreme essence-fused mountain at his behest, and the mountain expelled a burst of gray light that swept violently toward the rainbow winds. Simultaneously, countless streaks of transparent sword chi were erupting from the other extreme mountain, and these streaks of sword chi were threatening to tear even the nearby space apart. The gust of rainbow wind was extremely powerful, but when the 3 powers clashed, the rainbow wind tremored violently before disintegrating into specks of piercing light amid a dull thump. Meanwhile, the two extreme mountains shot back toward Hanli, and the clone that was controlling the pagoda was quite surprised to see that it had been unable to forcibly take the two extreme mountains from Hanli. However, the hint of surprise in his eyes quickly faded, and he made a grabbing motion in an expressionless manner. Spatial fluctuations erupted, and a ball of spiritual light emerged, contained within which was the small rainbow light pagoda. All of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from the distance. This brat sure has some tricks up his sleeve. Don't hold back any longer, unleash the rainbow light pagoda's ultimate ability and kill him. Even if he detonates more spatial treasures, he won't be able to disrupt that ability. The voice belonged to none other than sacred ancestor Shuiguang. At present, he was controlling the devilish projection behind him as it was engaged in ferocious combat with the Provenance golden body. But the fact that he was still able to issue instructions to his clones clearly indicated that he still had more to give. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he let loose a thunderous roar as dazzling golden spiritual light radiated from his massive ape body. His arms blurred as he swung them through the air, flinging the two extreme mountains directly toward sacred ancestor Shuiguang. The two mountains were extraordinarily heavy, and they had been launched by the insane strength of the giant mountain ape. All of a sudden, they vanished into thin air, then reappeared right in front of sacred ancestor Shuiguang before crashing heavily into the crimson light barrier released by the small canoe. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and the giant devilish projection behind him instantly transformed into a ball of crimson light that completely enveloped his body. Two earth-shattering booms rang out, and the crimson light barrier shuddered violently before being shattered like porcelain. The two mountains continued onward and crashed right through the ball of crimson light, but sacred ancestor Shuiguang was nowhere to be seen. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted around 200 feet away, and sacred ancestor Shuiguang re-emerged. However, he had donned a suit of gray devilish armor, and two pairs of crimson wings had appeared on his back. At the same time, a circle of 8 fist-sized azure ghostly heads had appeared around his neck. All of the ghostly heads' eyes were tightly shut, and they were extremely menacing in appearance. On top of that, their mouths were constantly opening and closing as if they were living creatures, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang wore an enraged expression as he glowered at Han Li with intense resentment in his eyes. I didn't think that I would be forced to display this form to you. I must say, you've done very well. As he was glowering at Han Li, the clone that was controlling the small pagoda suddenly raised the rainbow light pagoda high up into the air, then slowly closed his eyes and began to chant an ancient incantation. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the rainbow pagoda, and rainbow halos began to proliferate from it, quickly spreading to encompass the entire space around an acre in size in the surrounding area. As the clone's chanting quickened, a series of golden runes of different sizes also emerged from within the rainbow light, and bursts of fluctuations that were imbued with hints of the power of laws of heaven and earth began to fill the entire sky. Han Li was struck by a sense of foreboding upon seeing this, and the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles that were revolving above his head instantly shot forth as balls of purple light at his behest. Meanwhile, Han Li himself stomped a foot onto space, and he pounced through the air as a gust of fierce winds while unleashing a torrential flurry of golden fist projections. However, regardless of whether it was the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles or the fist projections, both were instantly repelled as soon as they came into contact with the rainbow halos. At this moment, the power of laws in the nearby area became even more pronounced. The dazzling light that was being released by the rainbow halos illuminated the entire sky, striking the beholder with an extremely unsettling sensation. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and as he continued to hurtle through the air, he let loose a ferocious roar, and his body began to expand at an incredible rate. Within mere moments, he had swelled to around 4,000 to 5,000 feet tall, and he took in a massive lungful of air before expelling a wave of white qi. Initially, the wave of qi was completely silent, but after traveling for around 100 feet, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from it. The three clones felt as if an explosive thunderclap had erupted right beside their ears, and they swayed unsteadily as their bodies shuddered. The space in the wake of the white wave began to turn murky and indistinct, and there were even some sections that were twisting and warping, as if the entire space were about to collapse. This was the Golden Net Roar, a new giant mountain ape ability that Han Li had mastered after progressing to the mid-body integration stage. This was a purely soundwave-based cultivation art, and it was incredibly powerful. When unleashed to its full extent, it was capable of even shattering space itself. This was another countermeasure that Han Li had prepared against the Rainbow Light Pagoda, and in this perilous situation he immediately chose to unleash the technique. The white sound waves and rainbow light clashed, and the former instantly vanished soundlessly into the latter. A loud buzzing sound then rang out from the rainbow light, and the golden runes hovering within the light disintegrated in a flash. The golden light itself also began to flash erratically, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. The clone that had just returned to his senses from the soundwave attack hurriedly made a hand seal upon seeing this to control the small pagoda again. But he had fallen a step behind Han Li. All of a sudden, countless silver runes appeared over the Provenance golden body at Han Li's behest, giving it a very mystical appearance. The giant gray python pounced viciously toward it, but it abruptly vanished like a gentle breeze. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang faltered slightly upon seeing this, but just as he was about to rush over to the massive python and unleash some kind of powerful ability to take care of the golden body, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and his heart stirred as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward the direction the sound was coming from. There, he discovered 13 huge beetles flying directly toward him while opening their mouths to expel plumes of purple threads. These spirit insects had been instructed by Han Li to sneak over to Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang, who immediately swept a hand toward them without any hesitation. The sea of blood down below howled as a massive wave rose up right in front of Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang. However, the huge wave only managed to stop a small proportion of the purple threads expelled by the beetles, while the majority of the threads pierced directly through to the other side, then reached Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang in the blink of an eye. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the 8 azure ghostly heads hanging around his neck suddenly sprang forth amid a sharp cry. They then rotated in midair to form a huge azure ring with the 8 ghostly heads facing outward, connected by an azure halo. In the face of the oncoming purple threads, the 2 ghostly heads facing that direction instantly expelled countless silver stars. As the two clashed, the purple threads were swept up and drawn into the ghostly heads by the silver stars. On top of that, the other 6 ghostly heads were expelling countless blades of wind out of their mouths. Each blade was only around the size of a human hand, but they were remarkably dense, and they seemed to pierce directly through space before instantly striking the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. A rapid string of crisp clangs rang out, and all of the blades of wind were repelled, while the beetles remained completely unscathed. Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang was rather stunned to see this, but he didn't falter in the slightest as he raised a hand to cast several incantation seals in succession toward the massive azure ring. The 8 ghostly heads screeched in unison, and a crimson projection erupted out of each of the heads before plunging into the swarm of purple-striped gold-devouring beetles after just a few flashes. These were 8 nude crimson ghosts with massive horns on their heads. They had green eyes and extremely sharp fingers. As they swept their arms through the air, bursts of crimson mist swept forth alongside countless claw projection, and they clashed in a ferocious manner with the beetles. During this time that Sacred Ancestor Shui Guang was being distracted by the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles, golden light flashed from behind Han Li, and the Provenance golden body re-emerged. Immediately thereafter, the golden body flew forward and fused as one with Han Li. Golden light swirled all over Han Li's body, and several grotesque bulges appeared below his ribs before 2 more pairs of giant furry arms suddenly emerged. At the same time, golden light flashed from his shoulders and 2 more heads appeared, both of which were slightly smaller than the original one. Thus, the giant mountain ape had taken on a form with 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as Han Li completed his transformation, he spread his fingers and made a grabbing motion toward the small pagoda. Faint golden light flashed from his palms, following which a mysterious silver rune appeared over each of his hands, then transformed into projections that descended from above. The nearby world's origin chi immediately began to flood toward the projections in a frenzy, and 6 bursts of mountainous force came crashing down from the heavens. In the face of these 6 bursts of tremendous force, The rainbow light began to tremor violently, then warped and elongated like a piece of dough before completely crumbling away amid a dull thump. The clone that was controlling the pagoda was very alarmed to see this, and he immediately bit through the tip of his own tongue before expelling a ball of blood essence toward the pagoda. The ball of blood essence exploded into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the entire pagoda, and a layer of translucent light instantly appeared over its surface. Furthermore, it was releasing a pagoda projection that seemed to be about to fly up into the heavens. However, right at this moment, Hanli suddenly let loose a loud cry before tightly clenching the fingers on his 6 hands. The mountainous force descending from above abruptly transformed into suction power, and the small pagoda was drawn involuntarily toward Hanli. The clone let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this, and he immediately shot forth as a streak of crimson light before vanishing into the pagoda in a flash. As a result, the pagoda was instantly stabilized, but a cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face as he abruptly thrust his fists downward. In contrast with his last attack, this one was completely silent, but spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted around the small rainbow pagoda, and the air became extremely viscous. A burst of invisible power had completely restricted the area around the pagoda, following which Han Li rubbed his hands together without any hesitation before sweeping them downward. A rumbling thunderclap rang out, and countless golden arcs of lightning erupted from his huge furry hands. The arcs of lightning intertwined to form a giant golden net that was around 1,000 feet in size, but it vanished into thin air as soon as it appeared. In the next instant, a thunderclap erupted near the rainbow pagoda, and the golden lightning net emerged in a flash with the pagoda right at its center. Han Li quickly made a hand seal, and the lightning net rapidly converged toward the small pagoda amid a flash of golden light. A massive golden ball instantly took shape, and the pagoda was trapped firmly within it. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted, and the spirit body transformed into a faint green shadow before appearing beside the golden ball, then flicked its fingers toward it in quick succession. A plume of green threads shot forth through the air, creating another layer of green threads around the golden ball, thereby instantly turning it green. In the air above, Han Li thrust his 6 hands down toward the golden ball in rapid succession, and countless runes emerged from his massive palms before flooding into the giant ball. A series of intricate and colorful formations instantly emerged on the surface of the golden ball as a result. "Humph! Do you really think these little tricks of yours can trap me?" An enraged voice rang out from within the ball. As soon as the voice trailed off, bursts of rumbling rang out from within the ball, and the runes on its surface began to flash erratically. At the same time, it was also bulging and collapsing in different areas in an extremely unstable manner. The outermost layer of green threads immediately began to crack, and it seemed that it would crumble away at any moment. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he knew that he had still underestimated the power of the Rainbow Light Pagoda. Even after implementing such a careful plan, he was still unable to truly trap it. However, the surprise on his face only appeared for an instant before it faded. He had prepared several courses of action that he could use against this treasure. Seeing as the first plan had failed, he would just have to resort to his backup plans. With that in mind, Han Li let loose a low roar as he made a grabbing motion downward with his 6 hands in unison, then abruptly swung his arms up into the air. The green ball was immediately elevated by over 10,000 feet by a burst of invisible force. Right at this moment, a faint green shadow flashed in the air above the ball. The spirit body had already arrived there in advance, and it suddenly tossed an object toward the ball with a solemn look on its face. At first glance, the object appeared to be an ordinary scroll. The scroll flew over to the air above the green ball, where it slowly unfurled to reveal a piece of artwork depicting countless golden flying swords. This was none other than the myriad sword artwork that Han Li had only completely refined not long ago. As soon as the scroll was unfurled, it released a burst of dazzling golden light alongside an astonishing baleful aura. The golden light then vanished in a flash, and the green ball in front of the artwork also disappeared. It had been drawn into the artwork. A faint smile appeared on the spirit body's face, and it made a hand seal, upon which the golden artwork slowly rolled up into the scroll again, then hovered in mid-air in a completely stationary manner. Hanli waved a hand upward, and a resounding boom rang out as a vast expanse of light erupted from the palatial projections up above. The light swept down toward the scroll before drawing it into the projections, following which plumes of dense white mist emerged to conceal all of the palatial projections in the air above. Meanwhile, within the restriction formed by the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman, the myriad sword artwork tremored violently, and a layer of golden light swirled around it before it slowly began to unfurl again. However, the scroll had only managed to open up halfway before a giant rainbow pagoda projection erupted out of it, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as the scroll exploded into countless specks of golden light. Immediately thereafter, a small ball of rainbow light emerged, and it was none other than the Rainbow Light Pagoda. On the surface of the pagoda, the indistinct image of a pale face could be seen. It belonged to none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang, who had fused as one with the pagoda. The paleness of his complexion and the furious look on his face clearly indicated that he had been forced to expend a lot of power to break out of the scroll. However, before the Rainbow Pagoda had a chance to unleash any other abilities, the specks of golden light that had erupted from the explosion suddenly became extremely bright and dazzling. A sharp ringing sound rang out, and a series of golden flying swords emerged out of thin air around the small pagoda. Each and every shimmering golden sword was of an identical length and appearance, and there was no end to them in sight. The entire area had transformed into a sea of swords, and golden light encompassed the entirety of the nearby space. The face on the small pagoda couldn't help but falter slightly upon seeing this. In the next instant, all of the flying swords let loose sharp ringing sounds, then swiveled around to direct their tips at the Rainbow Pagoda with unerring accuracy. Crap! Even the perpetually calm clone's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, the golden flying swords in the surrounding area shot forth toward the small pagoda in a torrential storm. The rainbow light around the small pagoda did indeed possess remarkable defensive abilities, but it still immediately began to struggle in the face of so many attacks at once. Of course, the clone that had fused as one with the pagoda wasn't just going to stand by idly and watch. But in the face of this barrage of ferocious attacks, there was no time for him to unleash any other abilities. In the end, he could only inject an enormous burst of spiritual power into the Rainbow Pagoda, thereby stabilizing the layer of rainbow light again and repelling all of the flying swords in the immediate vicinity. However, there seemed to be no end to these golden flying swords. Just as the clone thought that he could take a moment to catch his breath, the next wave of flying swords arrived, and soon, the layer of rainbow light was beginning to waver again. As such, he was forced to inject magic power into the pagoda again to bolster its defenses. As a result, the small pagoda was trapped on the spot and unable to do anything aside from passively defend. Han Li could sense what was happening within the restriction formed by the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans, and he was very elated by what he saw. He immediately let loose a loud roar and pounced towards sacred ancestor Shuiguang, who was battling the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. Spiritual light flashed from the spirit body down below, and it also began to fly toward the same target. But in the next instant, a streak of crimson light suddenly appeared in the distance before approaching at a rapid speed. Within the streak of crimson light was none other than the clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang that had been tasked with chasing down the purple word cauldron. Han Li didn't know whether the clone had managed to recover the cauldron, but he was flying directly back towards sacred ancestor Shuiguang. Stop him! Han Li immediately issued an instruction through his spiritual sense to his spirit body upon seeing this. Thus, the spirit body instantly changed directions and flew toward the approaching clone instead. A cold light flashed through the clone's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately flicked his fingers toward the spirit body. 10 crimson threads shot forth from his fingertips in a flash, and these crimson threads instantly transformed into thick pillars of crimson light that hurtled directly toward the spirit body. At the same time, the clone opened his mouth to expel a burst of black flames. The spirit body's powers were clearly inferior to those of the clone, but it wasn't about to back down. It also opened its mouth to expel a plume of green threads, then produced a short silver ruler with a flick of its wrist. The ruler was waved through the air, and countless silver ruler projections were instantly conjured up before surging toward the clone like a silver wave. As a result, The clone was stopped in his tracks and unable to advance any further. Meanwhile, Han Li's 3 heads had begun to chant in unison, and he swept his 6 arms through the air, releasing countless silver runes that drifted towards sacred ancestor Shuiguang. These runes then instantly manifested into bursts of tremendous force. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang had initially thought that Han Li would be completely preoccupied with battling his clone, but much to his astonishment, Han Li had been able to trap the Rainbow Light Pagoda, as well as the clone controlling it, in that massive formation up above. Due to the fact that the 3 of them had been sent into an alternate realm, their powers were nowhere near those of their true body. On top of that, there were some powerful treasures that they were unable to bring into the spirit realm, but with the Rainbow Light Pagoda and Purple Word Cauldron in their arsenal, they should have been able to crush all beings below the Grand Ascension stage in the spirit realm. However, he didn't think that their primary target would be this troublesome to deal with. First, the Purple Word Cauldron had somehow escaped his control, and now the Rainbow Light Pagoda had been completely suppressed by Han Li's spirit body. If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense that the clone controlling the Rainbow Pagoda was fine and still had a good chance of escaping the restriction, he would have most likely already turned around and made a tactical retreat. Even so, he was still becoming a little concerned. However, now that he was being attacked by Han Li, a hint of ferocity welled up in his heart to override his worry. He immediately swept a hand through the air, and the 8 crimson ghostly projections that were battling the purple-striped gold-devouring beetles instantly vanished. The 8 azure ghostly heads then let loose ghastly howls in unison before detaching themselves from one another, then disappeared into sacred ancestor Shuiguang's body in a flash. In the next instant, he made a hand seal, and crimson light flashed from his body as he began to swell drastically in size, transforming into a giant that was not much smaller than the massive golden ape. 8 bursts of black chi also erupted from his shoulders, following which 8 ghostly azure heads emerged. These 8 heads were each displaying a different emotion, and they were extremely harrowing to behold. The devilish giant let loose a roar of fury and swept his arms through the air like the spokes of a wagon wheel, sending countless claw projections hurtling through the air. At the same time, the 8 heads opened their mouths to expel bursts of black chi. The black chi converged in the air to form a huge black flower, which clashed with the oncoming burst of tremendous force. The giant flower shuddered before it was instantly crushed into nothingness by the enormous force, but it also nullified most of that power. The remaining force was then countered by the ferocious claw projections. A cold light flashed through Han Li's 6 eyes upon seeing this, and he suddenly let loose a thunderous roar that made the devilish giant sway unsteadily on the spot. Golden light flashed, and a sword projection that was around a foot in length suddenly appeared right in front of the devilish giant. The devilish giant was still a little dizzy, and he was quite startled by this attack, but he still reacted very quickly as his hand shot forth like lightning to make a grab for the sword projection. However, in the instant that his hand closed around the sword projection, it merely vanished as if it were nothing more than an illusion. The devilish giant naturally faltered slightly upon seeing this. Yet before he had a chance to figure out what Han Li's attack was all about, the sword projection suddenly re-emerged in his spiritual sense before descending in a vicious strike. Arg! A burst of excruciating pain shot through the devilish giant's soul, and he involuntarily threw his hands over his head as he let loose a howl of agony. This was none other than an ability that Han Li had mastered from the sword observation art he had derived from the myriad sword artwork, and it specialized in targeting one's spiritual sense. Unfortunately, this was a true immortal realm cultivation art and was not something that he could use without any consequences. As such, he was struck with a certain degree of backlash as well, and if it weren't for the fact that he had combined his golden body with his giant mountain ape form, he wouldn't have dared to use it in battle. Even so, he still gave a muffled groan as golden and silver runes flashed over his body, and he seemed to have sustained even more damage than the devilish giant. However, Han Li was prepared for this backlash, and even though his 3 heads were also struck by a burst of sharp pain, he managed to repress the pain and sprang through the air as he let loose a low roar. After just a single flash, he covered a distance of over 1,000 feet and appeared directly above the devilish giant. A long golden blade then emerged within each of his 6 hands before being slashed viciously toward the devilish giant's main head. Golden light flashed, and the 6 golden blades instantly fused as one to create a giant sword that was several hundred feet in length. A cold light flashed through the air, and a hint of incredulity appeared on the devilish giant's main head, following which it slowly tumbled down from the devilish giant's neck. He had just been decapitated. However, Han Li didn't display any elation upon seeing this. Instead, the giant swords in his hands split up into 6 golden blades again, and he slashed them rapidly through the air, unleashing countless golden threads that threatened to tear the devilish giant into countless pieces. An incredible turn of events unfolded. The decapitated devilish giant abruptly flapped its 4 wings and shot back several hundred feet in a flash. At the same time, the sea of blood down below churned violently and countless arrows of blood shot up into the air to keep the oncoming golden threads at bay. At the same time, a burst of black chi emerged from his neck, and a head that was identical to his original one appeared. However, one of the 8 azure ghostly heads on his shoulders had vanished. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, but he didn't falter in the slightest as the 6 golden blades in his hands transformed into 6 completely different types of weapons. He swept the 6 weapons through the air, and countless bursts of golden lightning and fire swept forth in a frenzy, hurtling directly toward the devilish giant in the distance. Having just lost one of his heads, the devilish giant was also extremely enraged, and his remaining 7 heads began to chant in unison as he made an extremely profound hand seal. All of a sudden, the sea of blood down below began to rotate rapidly with the devilish giant at the center, forming a massive vortex that transformed into a gigantic pillar of blood. The pillar of blood erupted into the heavens, and the devilish giant withdrew his hand seal before grabbing toward it. Light flashed erratically from the pillar of blood, and it transformed into a giant crimson staff that was several thousand feet in length with black runes engraved all over its surface. The devilish giant grabbed onto the staff before immediately swinging it toward Han Li with devastating force. Countless staff projections instantly swept forth as a crimson hurricane, carrying with it a repugnant odor of blood and gore. The golden lightning and fire intertwined with the hurricane amid a string of resounding explosions, and Han Li raised all 6 of his weapons in unison before charging directly toward the devilish giant. The devilish giant harumphed coldly and also charged toward the massive ape. Thus, the 2 colossal beings clashed in a fierce battle that threatened to lay waste to heaven and earth. Not long after their battle commenced, the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles and the giant gray python also joined in. That naturally made the battle even more intense, and all of a sudden, a ball of vibrant, colorful light suddenly emerged right at the center of the battlefield. Immediately thereafter, a burst of astonishing fluctuations proliferated outward in all directions, collapsing the space in its wake. 2 figures stumbled out of the ball of light before flying backward, and only when a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 feet had been opened up between them did they just barely manage to stabilize themselves. These 2 figures were naturally none other than Han Li and the devilish giant, and both of them were looking rather disheveled. Not only were there large patches of golden fur on Han Li's body that had been charred black, only 3 of his 6 weapons remained, and even those 3 weapons had been severely damaged. As for the devilish giant, his entire body was covered in blood, and 2 more of the ghostly heads on his shoulders had been destroyed. The massive crimson staff in his hand had also been snapped in half, and it seemed that the devilish giant had come off decidedly second best during that clash. Just as both Han Li and the devilish giant were appraising each other from afar with wariness in their eyes, a burst of rumbling rang out from the center of the collapsed space, and the ball of vibrant light exploded. A dozen or so balls of purple light shot forth out of the explosion, and they were none other than Han Li's purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. The giant gray python also sprang out of the explosion in another direction, but only half of its body made it out of the collapsed space before it was drawn back to its original spot by a burst of enormous suction force. Thus, the explosion of light completely inundated the giant python, and the devilish giant threw up a mouthful of blood essence as his face paled by a noticeable degree. The gray python was manifested from his devilish projection, and the 2 shared a spiritual connection. Now that it had been destroyed, he was suffering significant backlash. The devilish giant's expression darkened even further, while Han Li waved his 6 arms through the air to conjure up 6 different weapons again, amid a flash of golden light. Each and every one of these weapons was back to their original condition, and following another flash of golden light, the charred sections of Han Li's golden fur also instantly regenerated. A ferocious look then appeared on his face as he prepared to charge toward the devilish giant again, yet right at this moment, a dull rumbling boom suddenly rang out from within the mist manifested by the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman. At the same time, a giant rainbow pagoda projection emerged in the air above the mist, and it rotated on the spot to release countless pillars of light. The pillars of light eradicated all of the surrounding mist, and the palatial projections concealed within the mist were also pierced through before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. Thus, the 9 palaces' heavenly talisman was destroyed in the blink of an eye. A long streak of rainbow light then shot forth out of the giant projection before the light faded to reveal a humanoid figure. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted at the sight of this humanoid figure, while a look of elation appeared on the devilish giant's face. This was none other than the clone that had been trapped by the myriad sword artwork. At this crucial juncture, it had finally managed to break through the restriction using the incredible abilities of the Rainbow Light Pagoda. However, after Han Li caught a clear glimpse of the clone, his heart was immediately put at ease. The clone was still carrying the small rainbow pagoda in his hand, but his face was completely devoid of color, and his aura had also become extremely frail. Furthermore, the small pagoda in his hand had also become dull and lusterless, clearly indicating that it had lost some of its spiritual nature. The devilish giant had also noticed this, and his elated expression immediately stiffened. What happened? How did you become like this when you had the rainbow light pagoda to protect you? Humph, this brat used an extremely troublesome treasure to attack me. It seems to be a treasure from somewhere outside the spirit realm. If I hadn't used that final trump card, you most likely wouldn't ever see me again. The clone transmitted his voice to sacred ancestor Shuiguang in response. A bewildered look appeared on the devilish giant's face, and he asked, "Something from outside the spirit realm? Setting that aside for now, will you be able to continue in this battle? As long as you're fine, I'll naturally be able to continue, but the Rainbow Light Pagoda has lost some of its spiritual nature, so I won't be able to use its spatial powers for now," the clone replied. "In that case, even the 2 of us combined won't have much of a chance of securing victory." The devilish giant's brows furrowed with indecision. The clone glanced at the giant golden ape, then cast his gaze toward the final clone, who was battling the spirit body, but remained completely silent. The spirit body was clearly inferior in power to its opponent, but it was easily able to ensure self-preservation by relying on its own incredible regenerative powers. The clone that was battling it wanted to withdraw from the battle, but was simply unable to shake off the spirit body. The devilish giant became even more hesitant upon seeing this. The situation seemed to have taken a dramatic turn for the worse for him, but he was still very reluctant to retreat. After all, he had taken a huge risk to send 3 fragments of his spiritual sense into the spirit realm at once with the sole intention of recovering the devil sealing lock. However, not only had he failed to achieve that objective, he had lost one of his other 2 incomplete profound heavenly treasures, while the final one had had its spiritual nature damaged. This was naturally an extremely infuriating outcome for him. Han Li could see the internal conflict on his opponent's face, and all 3 of his heads began to chant in unison as he made a grabbing motion with one of his 6 hands. A purple blade segment instantly appeared in his grasp, and as soon as it emerged, the nearby world's origin chi began to surge violently. At the same time, countless specks of 5-colored light appeared in the surrounding area before converging toward the blade segment in a frenzy, creating an incredible spectacle to behold. "That's an incomplete profound heavenly treasure," the devilish giant exclaimed as he stared at the shimmering blade segment with astonishment in his eyes. His other clone was also quite alarmed to see this. "Retreat!" the devilish giant finally decided as his expression darkened significantly. He then flapped his 4 wings, and the sea of blood down below swept upward to form a vast expanse of crimson light, which swept up his massive body before fleeing the scene. The clone also waved the rainbow pagoda through the air and transformed into a streak of rainbow light that flew away as well. As for the clone that was battling the spirit body in the distance, it seemed to have also received the instruction to retreat, and dazzling crimson light suddenly erupted from its body to force back the spirit body before it shot forth toward its two companions. The three of them gathered together in the blink of an eye and fled toward the same direction. "This isn't over, Brett. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to extract your soul and torture it for all of eternity." Sacred Ancestor Shuiguang's menacing voice rumbled in the distance, and he disappeared into the distance after just a few flashes. After making the decision to retreat, he had done so in a very decisive manner and didn't stall in the slightest. He seemed to be very confident that Hanli wouldn't try to hunt him down, and sure enough, Hanli merely looked on expressionlessly as his opponent departed, displaying no intention of setting off in pursuit. In the distance, the spirit body made a hand seal before abruptly vanishing on the spot. Spatial fluctuations then erupted beside Hanli, and the spirit body re-emerged. Hanli harumphed coldly as he withdrew his provenance golden body amid a flash of golden light. His body then shrank down as his golden fur receded and he reverted back to his human form. As opposed to being elated by this victory, Hanli continued to look into the distance with a grim expression. Just his clones alone are already this troublesome to deal with. His true body will only be even more powerful. Grand Ascension stage beings truly are as formidable as they're proclaimed to be. Hanli murmured to himself before withdrawing his gaze and waving a hand toward the spirit body beside him. The spirit body instantly flew toward him as a green shadow before vanishing into his body in a flash, and the 13 purple-striped gold-devouring beetles also flew back to his side. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that stowed away the beetles, then closed his eyes before making a hand seal while chanting an incantation. A thumb-sized crimson rune surfaced on his glabella, and it was flashing with gentle light. Moments later, Hanli opened his eyes, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. It worked! The purple word cauldron hasn't traveled all that far away. As soon as his voice trailed off, he switched to a series of complex hand seals, and the crimson rune on his glabella also began to fluctuate in brightness. Not long after that, a streak of black light appeared in the distance, and within it was none other than the purple word cauldron that had flown away during the battle. However, the cauldron stopped several thousand feet away from Hanli, and purple light flashed erratically from its surface as it emitted a faint buzzing sound, seemingly expressing hesitation to approach Hanli. However, after Hanli had activated the crimson rune, a connection had formed between them, and that made the cauldron unwilling to leave. The smile on Hanli's face widened at the sight of the cauldron, and the crimson rune flew directly out of his glabella before revolving around him. At the same time, he began to chant something while flicking his fingers through the air, and a series of vibrant, colorful incantation seals shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. The small cauldron tremored before letting loose a clear cry akin to a dragon's roar, and it flew directly toward the crimson rune, which also vanished into the cauldron amid a flash of crimson light. A layer of crimson light then appeared over the surface of the cauldron, and it emitted a cry of elation. Only then did Hanli wave a hand toward the small cauldron with a smile on his face. On this occasion, the small purple cauldron was extremely obedient and voluntarily flew over to Hanli, shrinking down to several inches in size before landing on his palm. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, and he began to inspect the miniature cauldron with blue flashing within his eyes. On the surface of the cauldron were many unidentifiable runes, and it was also enveloped in a layer of faint black chi. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as spiritual light flashed from his hand, and several golden and silver runes emerged before vanishing into the small cauldron in a flash. The cauldron only had a chance to let loose a low, ringing sound before it suddenly fell completely still, seemingly having been deprived of its spiritual nature. Immediately thereafter, countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth from Hanli's fingertips amid a rumbling thunderclap, then formed a golden lightning net that encompassed the entire cauldron. The lightning net then shrank and converged to form a small golden ball over his palm. A relieved look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a pristine white jade box, which he placed the golden ball into. After that, he swept his sleeve over the box, and a dozen or so talismans of different colors emerged before instantly forming several miniature formations that embedded themselves onto the surface of the box. After stowing the jade box away, Hanli heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did he dare to truly relax. Using the secret technique that Che Qigong had bestowed upon him, he was able to easily take the purple word cauldron from sacred ancestor Shuiguang. However, the fact of the matter was that the cauldron still contained a wisp of Che Qigong's spiritual sense. Prior to eradicating that wisp of spiritual sense and refining the treasure again, Han Li naturally didn't dare to use it. Even so, he was still truly elated to have obtained such a precious treasure, but at the same time he was lamenting the loss of his myriad sword artwork. He had only just completely refined the treasure, and he had planned for it to be one of his trump cards against the devilish army, so it was naturally quite unfortunate that the treasure was destroyed in just a single battle. The parting threat that the devilish giant had issued prior to his departure then surfaced in Han Li's mind, and a grim look appeared on his face. Just as the devilish giant had said, he had only been able to force these 3 clones into retreat as they were ill-prepared and overly confident, as they had 2 incomplete, profound heavenly treasures up their sleeves. Next time, the 3 clones were going to be better prepared and more well-versed with Han Li's abilities, so the outcome of that battle could easily go against Han Li's favor. All of a sudden, Han Li shook his head as he chuckled to himself. He had realized that he was worried about a hypothetical situation that would never eventuate, as there was no way he would give sacred ancestor Shuiguang another chance to trap him. If the 3 clones were to return to the main devilish city, it would take them at least 3 to 4 months, which was more than enough time for Han Li to sneak back to Deep Heaven City. As long as he didn't leave Deep Heaven City thereafter, he wouldn't have anything to fear. However, prior to that, he had to visit the place where earthly hellish flames could be found. He had sworn a vow to Che Qigong, and he certainly didn't want to suffer backlash from inner demons. On top of that, the chaotic yin-yang qi really was very alluring to him as well. Sacred ancestor Shuiguang's clones had just retreated, so there was no way that they would return in a short time. As such, this was the perfect opportunity for him to fulfill the promise that he had made. However, that Che Qigong was a sacred ancestor as well, so he naturally wasn't going to believe everything that he said. He had to set up some defensive measures before he carried out the tasks that he had promised to complete. As for Heavenly City, all of the body integration cultivators had already fled, so there was no way that the city could have survived. As such, there was no point in returning to it. With that in mind, Han Li immediately made a decision and flew away as a streak of azure light. Meanwhile, the devilish giant was already tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he had reverted back to his normal humanoid form. On top of that, he had released his crimson canoe again, and the 3 clones were traveling toward Heavenly City atop the flying treasure. Along the way, all 3 clones remained completely silent. Several days later, the 3 clones caught sight of the collapsed city wall of Heavenly City. The air above the entire city had been enshrouded by inky black devilish qi, and when the crimson canoe approached the city, a group of armored warriors riding devilish steeds instantly emerged to greet the 3 clones in a respectful manner. Once the all-encompassing devilish cavalier drew a little closer, sacred ancestor Shuiguang instructed in a cold voice, "Activate the teleportation formation closest to our sacred army right away." Yes, sacred ancestor. All of the mid-grade and high-grade devilish beings present were already aware of sacred ancestor Shuiguang's arrival, so this all-encompassing devilish cavalier naturally recognized the 3 clones, and he immediately gave an affirmative reply with a respectful bow. Half a month later, Han Li was flying through the air as a streak of barely visible azure light. His magic power fluctuations were also extremely subdued, and no one would be able to detect the streak of azure light unless they were an extremely powerful being or possessed a spirit eye ability. Han Li was currently flying over a small human city, one that had been abandoned over 100 years ago in anticipation for the devilish tribulation. The city was currently nothing more than a conglomeration of ruins and overgrown weeds, but as Han Li was flying over it, he casually swept his spiritual sense through the abandoned city, upon which a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He abruptly drew to a halt and looked down at the abandoned city with blue light flashing through his eyes.